there is about, I think it's about 30% of the homes are second homes that have service. And they are the most, those are the people who really want it the most because they want to come up here and stay longer than what they were able to stay before. And that's good for the state, right? So they come on Thursday night and stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday instead of just the weekend or extended stays during the summer months. And the longer they're here, the more they spend. And so I think it's good for all of us. But those individuals are so accustomed to having great service, usually in their densely populated areas that they live in, that when they come here, one would think, oh, some people say, well, maybe they don't want any service at all. I'm not true. They want to be connected. And we're finding that they are very much connected to the DC Private Territory.
David,
I wouldn't rule them out as a connection.
So a practical question about the physical things. Who is going to pay for if it's determined that the best way to reach a whole bunch of these seasonal people and other people in the community is to print and mail surveys to them, who is paying for that cost?
Well, let's determine what we're talking about, right? So if you could all let Sue know how many addresses on your grand list for premises, not for land, go to.
I thought you had all that. I thought the regional commission already had all that information.
Well, we don't have the addresses. We have the numbers.
we don't have all your grand list information.
Right. So
Okay,
we
have 911
counts
we have 911 addresses and
right.
miles
so
of roadway.
What we need to know is where do you how many premises in your town does the tax bill go to somebody outside of your town?
Right. Well, what about people within the town? There are going to be many people in many of these towns that, if you really want to reach them, the most effective way is going to be to physically send them something. It won't just be people who live out of town.
I don't think we have the budget to send a card to everybody in the region.
Okay.
Marlboro's paying for it.
Marlboro's paying.
You want to get it done, you pay for it.
I mean, getting back to something that someone else said, I mean, obviously, the irony of this whole thing is you really wouldn't think that mailing things to people who are underserved for broadband is not a fairly logical thing to have thought to do. I mean, I know that there's overlap and many of these people do, but obviously if you really want to get to people who are not served by broadband,
It's true. I mean, reading about what
they're going to have to do
other
that.
states, in some communities, they actually go door to door. You basically create canvassing teams and you go door to door and do it that way. That's why we're talking about transfer stations. Brookline actually has a transfer. I guess you guys still have. You don't anymore.
We have an unmanned.
Right, but have somebody. But if you know a particularly busy time, have people down there. We can get you some cards.
From you, Fannie, coming.
All right.
Everybody's got a town report, the mailing going.
What's that?
Everybody's got to mail out a town report.
Yeah, if you haven't already mailed out your town report, that's possible. Yeah, so.
But this isn't. But we're not meeting until February 6th to even start to discuss the survey, right? So.
And that's as soon as we can do it.
It won't be. Oh no, I know. I'm just saying for the town
so
report, that's going to be.
can't go out in the town
That's
report.
too late for any town report.
Again, this is where part of what we're going to talk about February 6th is what kind of ideas you're coming up with in your own town. So you may have other ideas, but this is why we're asking folks to kind of go back, and we're happy to talk to you too, to kind of brainstorm ideas. But you know best. I mean, in another situation, if something's critical, how have you reached out to other people in your town? Maybe you want to look. Maybe you want to look at your local emergency management plan and say, hey, how have we said we're going to reach out to people in the event of a pandemic flu situation, and we're trying to get people in to get vaccinated?
And I assume we could also, even if the survey is not available yet, you could put something in your town report of come to the town offices or come to town meeting or the libraries to fill out the survey, and potentially that you can even provide a web address for people to fill it out online, but say it's not available until this date. Like there's ways around this.
Is it going to be is this a blind survey we're talking about, or is this a controlled by address survey?
I think we're asking for address.
You're asking for address, so it is a personalized survey.
Because we want to be, we need to know on the map, where are you?
But you also want one survey per household, right?
Right.
You don't want 6 people in one household filling out the same thing, and
Exactly.
6 other people don't do anything. So
Right.
that's what's gonna be tough to control.
Unless there are 6 households in the
One of the
building.
things that
Peter?
Comcast does when that you can have 5 different bills within your property. That are 5 different bills that are, you know, and so that node of the network is actually not just one person, it's actually 5
Like-
separate.
The survey, I think, tries to address multi-tenant
Right.
situations, so.
Peter?
2 questions. The first one is, are we sending the survey to businesses, organizations, religious institutions, et cetera? We all have people who live in our towns who own a business in town who may want it at home and at their business. And we also have people who may be a minister in town who wants it at the church or other religious institution. So that's my first question.
That sounds very Guilford-esque. I know who you're talking about.
So far, we haven't decided to send it physically yet.
Well,
right?
to get it out there.
Yes, we want every premise that has the potential for being served to do a survey, if at all possible.
My second question is, have you determined what the minimum response rate is to have a viable survey, both per town and for the region?
As I said earlier, I think we're looking at about 30%.
Okay, thank you, sorry, I missed that.
Roger?
In Dummerston, we have a quarterly newsletter, and the next issue is going out at the end of February. So we'll put an article in there about this. And I know that Wardsboro has one, there may be other towns that have them, so I encourage everybody in your towns to talk to whoever does that newsletter to get something in there, and be a good way to get the word out.
Also, Front Porch Forum, any neighborhood Facebook groups, different nonprofits in the area. There's a lot of ways that we can brainstorm to get it out. We're going to talk about that in early
I
February.
mean, a lot of the smaller towns, I'm thinking Athens, you know, you have only a few entry points in. Brookline, you only have a few entry points in. Consider sandwich board signs. I know it's snowing. I know it's not perfect, but it's probably cheaper than flying a banner behind an airplane. But you know, there are lots of ways to try to get at this, and some are going to be somewhat non-conventional.
And the more excitement and energy behind it in the communities, the more the word will get out. So, you know, don't hesitate to tell people about it tomorrow.
So, just a comment on the survey, you mentioned that you want all the results for your survey by March 17th, I think was the date you threw out there. I mean, it seems like it's still valuable to continue that survey if you only have 30% or 40% of the results, to keep pushing to get more results from your town after that, because that information would still be valuable to your actual build-out, assuming that it's feasible and you're actually going to do a build-out. So I just want to mention that. Just think that, okay, March 17th, that's it, we're done. I think you want to continue beyond that and try to get as much information as you can from all of your residents.
One thing I just want to know, I mean, the timing is not perfect, the time of year is not perfect, but we couldn't actually start this until we actually had authorization from the state to start work. And that's why I'm not knocking the state, it's just this whole process has been kind of, hurry up, and I mean, ever since the legislation passed. And I'm not exactly sure why it's been hurry up the whole time, but as opposed to kind of thinking through like where we are at the time of year. But it is what it is, so just we'll work with you to try to help augment whatever you got to make the most of this, and we just hope you'll work with us to again try to make the best of the situation. I know it's not perfect, but it's the way the dice roll. So let's take a few more and then we'll wrap up. Munson?
Just a quick question. I'm sure that should some ambitious town decide they needed more information, you wouldn't have anything against us or someone having a supplemental survey going alongside.
You know, as long as it was, you know.
Separate, right. We didn't send it to you.
I would
We'll
just
let
be
you
wary
go.
about a
We'll
survey
let that
that's too
information.
long, might reduce overall take rates.
Yeah.
It's the only word of caution.
Yes, sir.
I just have a question more for the EC Fiber folks. Since you've had this model that you have, how many times have you increased rates?
Just.
Because
the very first
broadband,
time.
I think broadband is not regulated, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
2021 is the very first time we increased rates, and we did it minimally, but we also increased speeds. We've been increasing speeds every year, and this is the first time we increased rates. And partly because there's only so many things like healthcare and operational costs like that that you can absorb without increasing rates. But this is the very first time that we've done it.
And how long have you been?
Since 2011. Yeah, most of the time we just increase broadband. So,
Any other
as
questions?
I said, in most cases they
We
want
haven't
$5.
seen the sign-up sheet. Yeah.
Sign-up sheet, where is it in the room? It's Excel spreadsheet. There you go.
Please make sure you sign that before you leave.
So it looks like we're winding down.
A lot of us did not get that sign-up sheet.
So if you don't have the sign-up sheet yet, whoever's got it, where's the sign-up sheet right now?
We got a long ways to go.
We're not going anywhere.
Want to call to order the regular meeting of the Brattleboro Housing Partnerships on Monday, January 13th, 2020. We're meeting at Samuel Elliott Apartments. First order of business is to review and approve the minutes of the meeting of December 16th, 2019. Are there any revisions, any corrections, any comments?
I'll move to approve them.
Do I hear a second? Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye and shake. Raise your hand. Thank you. Resident and citizen participation. And our resident has gone to get some pizza, so she's not here at the moment. When she comes back, if she wants to participate, that's fine. The next order of business is to open the public hearing on the 2020 annual and 5-year plans. They were in our packet. I'm wondering if it might be useful just to read the description of how the PHA is Public Housing Authority plan is consistent with the consolidated plan or state consolidated plan. Brattleboro Housing Partnership remains committed to providing housing to community members with very low income. In 2019, Brattleboro Housing Partnership converted to RAD, rental assistance demonstration for 4 of its public housing properties, including Hayes Court, Ledgewood Heights, Moore Court, and the Samuel Elliott Apartments. In 2020, BHP will begin making capital improvements to all these properties. The Melrose Terrace project of removing residents and buildings from the floodway continues with the goal of rehousing residents by 2021. BHP will demolish the remaining buildings along the stream to allow for it to be widened for water storage in the case of future flooding. Brattleboro Housing Partnership is committed to offering 3 programs focused on housing the homeless and hard to house. Brattleboro Housing Partnership continues to broaden and strengthen its supportive services programs for residents across its portfolio. Additions, comments, questions? It's very extensive. Good evening.
Good evening, I missed it all?
Have you missed anything?
Yeah.
Not much.
Oh, good. Yeah, I'll just sit
We're
here.
having a public hearing on our annual 2020 plan and the 5-year plan for work.
Oh, okay.
What do you want to say?
I'm gonna sit right here.
It's certainly very thorough and very well stated. Well, the reason I read aloud at the very beginning was that it was a good capsule of who we are, where we are, and what our intentions are. And it's so hard to remember that Hayes Court, Ledgewood Heights, Moore Court, and Samuel Elliott's apartments are no longer public housing, but they're under the rental assistance demonstration plan, which means we'll have the resources that we need to do the upgrades. That's right. Christine, any more comments, thoughts for us on this?
No, this was the first official HUD document that I had to work on.
Well, I was
So
just
that was
thinking,
great.
because this is your
And
first
so it was a great opportunity for me to do both the 1-year plan and the 5-year plan. And really, outside of the potential idea of moving to work, at this point, we're really avoiding any big projects. I mean, we already have our big project of Red Clover Commons 2 that's underway. But since we've gone to Brad, the staff has really decided we want to shelve anything and really just focus on the nuts and bolts of the organization and implementing RAD, implementing the capital needs assessment under the RAD program, and just continuing to offer all the supportive services that we have.
And as chair, I am delinquent in not saying we really celebrate our new executive director being with us, Christine.
Thank you very much. Thanks.
Any other comments, questions? Tom, it's been a while since you've been here, so any more thoughts on the plan?
No, it looks fine to me.
Do I hear a motion to close the public hearing? I'll move. Okay, Liz has moved. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, Tom, second. All those in favor of closing the public hearing, please say aye.
Aye.
Do I hear a motion to adopt the annual and 5-year plans as presented or with changes? We have no changes. Liz and Tom. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed,
Nice
no?
piece of work.
It was quite a piece of work.
That's why we'll have you at the end, just.
Yes, it was very well written.
Thank you,
Yeah.
thank you. And one piece as well is that we did send it to the Resident Advisory Communication Committee. Everybody received a copy of the letter asking if they had any comments, we do not. So,
staff reports review, property portfolio manager, property managers. It's nice bright yellow.
At some point, can I ask a couple of questions?
Absolutely. This is a good time just to break in, because we have had resident and citizen participation before you arrived. We'll open it right now for you. And your name?
Kenneth Holden.
Kenneth Holden.
I live here in 401. And this place has got disgusting. The carpets, I think they're the original carpets that are in here. They smell so bad and they're so dirty. It's just unbelievable. You go up and down these halls in the summertime, and if you don't have the windows open, you gag. The other thing is, we seem to now have somebody that likes to spit and flick their snots on the walls. And it's on the 4th floor. There's one place right across from the elevator. Looks like somebody got a big old snot in their mouth and spit it right on the wall. And 2 down by the garbage, one on the outside of the garbage on the 4th floor, and the bloody booger on the inside where somebody wiped their finger on it. And I talked to Courtney about these snot stuff a week ago, and she told me, oh, that's gross, I'll take right care of it. Well, it's been a week and nobody's taken care of it yet. And I would say that's pretty gross.
Well, I know Christine is taking notes on that. And the other thing I could comment, which is not to be defend, but to say why it's so important that we made the change to the rental assistance or the RAD demonstration project. Because we'll have the funds to do the renovations that are needed in all of these buildings, because they're not, I mean, I may be 84 and they're younger than I am, but they are definitely showing the age when they were built.
Yeah, I helped build this.
Did you really?
Yeah. I carried brick for 2 weeks, and that's all I could do with it. I quit, that was it. That was too much work for me. That's when you had to hand carry the brick. But
Thank you for bringing those things to our attention.
And the other thing is, there was a real big thing last year or the year before about putting these new 8-foot sliding glass doors in. They were going to be so much more efficient that we weren't going to get the cold air through them like we did the other ones. These ones that we got in are no better than the ones that they took out. You go up there and in my apartment, you open those curtains and you can just feel the cold air just come blasting right at you.
Is that something that Jack wanted to do?
Yeah, we certainly can have Jack look into that again. I didn't know that, so thank you for bringing
May I
that to our
say
attention.
something?
Of course, yeah.
Do
you mind saying your name?
Oh, Carolyn Malello, I live in 404. Oh, I'm sorry. The dryers that are in the laundry room, they're never clean, they're disgusting, and when they break down, we can't have our money back, which is not our fault that the washers break down.
Dryers.
And the dryers. And the, sorry, I got a sore throat. The tube that goes out the dryer through the window, the heat, where you clean it, they never cleaned it.
You have the vents for the dryer that goes out through the wall.
Yes, uh-huh.
Yeah. In the mop sink.
And you can't even let your dogs or on the leash when they come out because the carpets are so bad. And you gotta be careful where you step because people drop little pins and stuff all over the place and stuff. And I think it's a good idea. It's up to you guys, but if we could have tile instead of the carpet, because this way it'll be more easy to, you know, like to mop up, and we also need more cleaning people here.
We used to have somebody came in and vacuumed once a week. Now we have somebody that comes in and vacuums. Sometimes it's once a week, sometimes it's once every 2 weeks. sometimes it's been as much as 3 weeks without them coming to vacuum.
And especially the second room, on the second floor here, on the ladies' room and the men's bathroom.
It is disgusting. Go
They
and use those
have their,
bathrooms.
you know,
Those
they
bathrooms
put their
are
cats in the
nasty.
garbage can and they end up on the floor. Nobody flushes the toilet, there's no soap, no
Toilet paper,
toilet
paper
paper.
towels.
Yeah, nothing. And people are stealing the toilet paper out of the bathrooms.
The urinal has a black ring around it.
Well, certainly we'll talk to them about cleaning and adding more cleaning. I'm guessing in the winter we probably need more cleaning because so many people have, you know, their shoes are dirty from outside as well. And I'll definitely talk to them about that.
And we also have spiders all on the, what floor? Our floor, right?
Yep, the fourth floor.
The fourth floor, spiders. And Courtney said, oh, we'll take care of them, we'll take care of them. She never did.
Well, you can't say she didn't try. I don't know what she did.
Well, we
But
didn't, we haven't
they
seen
haven't been
anything.
done yet. The spiders are still there.
And then the bricks are like, just put up there, if you can see it, it's like, there's a bunch of them around the building that needs to be fixed.
Oh, it's ceiling
Yeah, I don't know
tile?
what they're called, but they're.
The ceiling tile.
Yeah.
The
It's
spiders are coming from, on the fourth floor, the spiders are coming from up over the ceiling tile. They come in and Todd or one of the maintenance men come in and they brush the spiders that are there all down.
Get there and clean it, you know.
But they don't spray up inside of the tile where the spiders are coming from.
Oh,
A couple days later, there's more spiders and spider webs there.
And then we had a bat that flew in one time last year, a real bat.
So there's nothing they can do about
It was
that.
around Halloween too.
Oh, very appropriate. Well, I will certainly, thank you very much. I will certainly give this information to them. It sounds like you've already shared it with Courtney, but I will review it. We have a staff meeting tomorrow morning. I'll let them know. And you're right. The cleaning, I know that we have been down at one maintenance person and we're just in the process of hiring someone right now. So we should.
Well,
have
in the
a
meantime,
Yeah,
why can't you get one of the, like, what's his name? The newer guy? He's got long curly hair. The one on Facebook.
I don't know what his name
Well,
is.
anyway, why can't they have them come in on a slow day, like on another day and do it? Because that's part of their job too.
Yeah, well, we have hired a cleaning company, we do have a cleaning company that comes in and cleans here. And I think that the maintenance staff is pretty busy right now with turnovers and with, you know, we have snowstorms and dealing with ice outside. This property's a little bit easier, but some of our other properties are really hard to manage during a snowstorm, they take a lot of time. And then that delays our turnovers, and so, but I will definitely pass this information on.
Because I'm
and see
really
if-
embarrassed to bring anybody of my family in here because the way this building looks. And then you walk the dog by the pole outside.
That, you know, that real big pole right outside the door, the main door, when
They
you're
gotta
going
do
out to
both.
the parking lot.
You know, it'd be super helpful for me, if you don't mind, I know that you've given this to Courtney, but I know we have those pink complaint forms, if you wanna just write everything down that you're saying.
Yeah, we've already done that, yeah.
Well, if you could give it and I'll
Okay.
put my name on it, my name's Christine
Okay.
Hazard. Yep,
That would work.
yep, you can put it right in the office box and make
Okay.
sure I get it, okay?
Thank you for coming.
Yeah, thank you so
Because
much.
our eyes don't see the things you live with, so this is very helpful.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I said our eyes don't see the things you live with.
Oh, yeah.
So this
yeah.
is very helpful.
The other piece is we're always looking for people to be representatives on our resident advisory communication committee. And that would be something that you would talk to Lorelei about, but we're always looking for people, especially at Sam Elliott, to come and represent their building.
What did you say your name was?
Christine,
Yeah?
my last name's Hazard, Hazzard. And if you're interested in the resident advisory communication committee, you could speak to Lorelei and she could give you information about
Yeah,
that. And
she's a real sweetheart.
that's a great way to communicate information about your building directly to us.
And also, when she had the door, I've already filled out the paperwork. And when she had the door decorating for Halloween, somebody just came up and took all my snowman off my door.
The Christmas one.
Yeah, the Christmas one, and the candy canes.
They just took them right out
We
the
do
door.
need to go back to our wider agenda.
That should be on the camera.
The report form will be really helpful, even if you put it in once,
Yeah,
do it
yeah,
again.
I just thought I would bring it up because I already did it earlier.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
twice
that's
doesn't
fine.
hurt. Okay,
Oh,
we're going to look
Everybody
at
heard.
the property portfolio manager, property managers, the yellow phone. Comments, questions? I know you highlighted that the rent collection performance, move-in, move-out reports down due to a few residents in litigation.
That is what, yes, specifically at Moore Court.
Are those collections usually tougher than Ledgewood?
No, not necessarily. It varies depending. It really does. Sometimes Ledgewood would be a little bit lower and sometimes Moore Court will be a little bit lower. But it would be, Moore Court's so small, it's only 24 units, so it will affect that percentage more quickly, you know, than Ledgewood. It's about twice the size, so it does, so a few people in litigation will make a drastic difference in Moore Court.
And the vacancies, 8 one-bedroom vacancies,
Yes.
1 two-bedroom, and 2 three-bedroom vacancies.
Yes. And so we've had a lot of, we've had a substantial amount of turnovers, and so we have been trying to turn over the apartments as quickly as possible. And I know Courtney, they do have people online. The 0 are tough to fill,
Yes.
but I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will help on eventually. That is a big number, so it's a lot of turnovers at once.
Excuse me, because of the noise back here, it's hard to hear. If you could,
I'm trying to make my voice
I know,
as loud
just
as I
talk
can.
a little louder than you
Okay.
normally would.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
The resident wellness and services, family self-support, resident services coordinator, and SASH coordinators.
Yes.
This is written by you in a different hat.
Yes, different voice. So this was the last of my wellness and services manager duties, and I put together just a brief summary of some of the allocations that different staff changes. And so as I left my position, we broke my position up into several positions, and Lorelei Morissette received a promotion, so she will now be our wellness and services manager. Shawna Baugh will now be leading the SASH program, and Ashley McHale was made a full-time SASH coordinator. Outside of that, Lorelei's report talked about a lot of the programs that she's been offering. The Art in the Neighborhood program is very successful. She also offers programs here. Your karaoke program was really fun. They had a great time. They had sparkling wine, not real wine, not alcoholic wine, sparkling cider. They had a really good time. And then she's recently joined the BA, which is the Brattleboro Area Affordable Housing Board, which is wonderful. So it's very exciting. That's knows that well.
And Ross is, we are no longer able to apply for resident, Ross is resident.
Opportunities of self-sufficiency. And yes, unfortunately, that program is a HUD program, and so we are not allowed to apply for that grant any longer. And so that is not, once we were undergrad, we can no longer apply. So her role will stay within the supportive services program, but it will change somewhat.
This is the trade-off doing RAD.
It is, yeah.
And not public housing. I hope that our redoing these buildings will be seen as a very great advantage, because it sounds as if it would be very useful.
I hope so, yeah, absolutely.
And the FSS Family Self-Sufficiency Report.
Yes, so we have received funding for an additional year, so that's wonderful, great news. And Lucy has a good amount, she's meeting her grant requirements. Given that we have such a small pool of people, I think she does a really great job. She really has been working well with the property managers, meeting and greeting new residents as they move into the housing sites.
I'm impressed in the program that where people get a job, increase in income, if they're in this program, instead of having higher rent, the amount that's a difference between what they had before and what they are earning now will go into escrow for them. And we have somebody who has already $6,000 in escrow, which is really great.
Yes, and we had 2 graduates last year with substantial amounts, which was great. And then for the SASH program, I don't think that Shauna listed it here. However, we have just, we have started a pilot project through SASH with the Department of Disease, Vermont Department of Disease, now I'm not going to remember what it is, but it's around hypertension. And we are getting funding to work with Hotel Pharmacy as a pilot project to incorporate the pharmacy into the SASH program. They come to some of our SASH meetings, and they work specifically with people who would like to work with them around hypertension. And so it's great. It's a 25-week grant program. And so hopefully we're trying it here, and then it could potentially be offered around the state. So it's a big undertaking, and Shauna has been spearheading the whole thing. So it's really wonderful.
When you say here, you're talking about in this building?
We're talking about all the SASH program. So here and Red Clover Commons, Hayes Court, Melrose Terrace, and in the community, yes.
Okay.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
I really love the papers, SASH
She has
flash.
one more comment.
We need security around here, especially on the weekends, because there's a lot of people that are letting people in to stay with them here, and they're selling drugs, and you can smell it, like, weed, and somebody needs to be at that door, like, somebody needs to have a pass or something, the people that live here. And then, because everybody's just letting everybody in, and I know there's a bunch of dealers in this building.
So outside of having a locked door?
Yeah.
The locked door is a really good idea, but it's not solving the biggest issue is that people that live here, if somebody buzzes them, they let them in even if they don't know them. Or if they're down, like checking their mail or they're coming in, they'll let somebody come in behind them, even though they don't know who it is and never seen them.
And they use the washer dryers down here, people come in from anywhere.
Yeah, they use the washer and dryers.
So again, if you want to put it on a pink form, the same form, and write down all of these comments, that would be helpful.
Okay, but we do definitely need some kind of security around here.
Well, we have cameras in the building, and we have...
Yeah, well, that doesn't really...
Every time we've asked about something to be looked up on the camera, they say it's too late.
Too late, or they can't find it, or...
Well, this is why we collaborate with the Brattleboro Police. And again, if it's helpful to have it in writing. It's helpful to have specifics at such and such a time. This happened, and that's why I'm presenting it. That enables them to take more effective action.
Okay.
We're going to go on to section 8, shelter plus care and transitions to housing.
So there is one piece of this, I know in David's report, he mentioned that there was an approximately $42,500 shortfall that he had reached out to HUD about, and we are still going back and forth on the emails. So we were hoping to hear by the 6th, we did not. So, and I was hoping to speak with him today a little bit about it, but he was out in Springfield, so we have not heard yet.
And my understanding in reading this is that the shortfall has come from HUD basically shorting us on what we expected to receive for the first 3 months of the RAD demonstration project.
Yes, and it looks, from our estimate of what it looks like, they just left Hayes Court off of the RAD. And so I think that we're hoping that on the HUD side, they're going to look at this and just realize that it was an error.
That it was their error, not our error.
Yes, yes. So we are staying on top of it.
They haven't disputed it.
They haven't disputed it at all. We are disputing, we are asking them about it, and they're doing an investigation at this point.
Transitions to housing. We're now serving 8 once homeless families, an increase of 1 from last month. We're able to house a homeless family of 5 in town for the 1st of January that have been searching for a month. That's really quite remarkable.
It is wonderful. Because it was a big triumph.
I bet. We'll be looking to add another family to the program in January after reviewing the budget, which I think is an appropriate lead-in to looking at accountants advisors. Financial review. Review the independent auditor's report. And I wondered why my purse was so heavy when I began to hold that in it.
I have a question somewhere in here, but I'm not finding it.
So if you excuse me, I did all the business I need to do.
Okay, thank you for coming in.
Thank you. You'll be getting some of those pink
Sounds great.
orange.
Sounds great. I'll be looking for it.
Okay,
Thank you.
Would you consider joining the
Bratt board, the Resident
Yes.
Advisory Communication Committee.
Yes.
I'll ask them about that. If I go.
Excuse me?
I go to that.
Good. So even if they don't join, you can bring some of their concerns.
Yeah.
That's great.
I take it this is a new relationship with these accountants.
A new relationship? I don't think so. I think that we've used them before. What makes you say that?
Oh.
Oh, no, that was the other piece. That's for our executive session.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm not sure if that's what he means or not.
I don't know what it was. It was something simple, but I'm not seeing it, so I didn't write it down.
Is it in the actual?
It was somewhere in the
the auditor's report rather
Yeah,
than the,
it was just a simple question, but it's not coming to me. I was reading it without a pen.
Basically, difficulties encountered in performing the audit. We
And
encountered
there
no
weren't any.
significant
Right.
difficulties.
Yep.
And throughout the report, they indicated that there were they did not see any problems. Pleased to report there are no such disagreements that arose during the course of our audit with management. And
It's a very clean report.
It is very well stated, very thorough.
And then the more extensive financial statements for the year ended March 31st, 2019.
I ask what may be a dumb question.
Byron, can you speak up?
On page 14, it refers to management fees from A.W. Richards and Red Clover. I promise I won't go on being bewildered by things, but that's I understand a totally different relationship we have with those
Yes.
two properties.
They are public-privately funded. The Red Clover Commons and the A.W. Richards building. So
And we
they
have
are
a
not,
management contract.
yes.
with them.
And then we receive a management, we receive fees to manage those buildings. And so I think when they were looking at the, the grant-funded positions, those were also allocated in that we receive funds to offer those services. And so we receive funds to manage the Red Clover Commons and A.W. Richards building, which is different from our RAD. You're right, it's different from our RAD properties. We don't, that we get the subsidy off of the rent payment. This, we receive a set amount of money just to manage the buildings themselves.
I'll get there.
We'll do it together. I learned a lot from reading this, so this was very timely for me. This was helpful to read all of this as well.
Are these reports put out like this every year?
They are.
Okay.
Yes.
So this isn't a brand new, contract, it's just it's the annual.
Yes, yes, and we will also be audited specifically for our tax credit buildings.
Right.
They're set to come in soon, this
Okay.
month, and they'll be auditing specifically those two properties.
Yeah.
Yes, I said that incorrectly. Tax credit buildings are ones that private companies get tax credits that enable us to do that building.
So you will see another audit specifically to that.
Yeah, okay.
Let's say summary. The summary of the auditor's results is uniformly no, none reported, and we do qualify as a low-risk auditee. Very good. Good place to be. Right.
There are two parts to a report like this, being thorough but also being clear.
Yeah.
Yes. It's both.
And then the last,
Yep,
if
so
we, do we need
You
to?
do a motion
Yeah.
to accept the, yep.
Okay.
I'll make a motion to accept the auditor's report and the, who's this called? The independent.
So there was a second from this. Okay, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. This carries. And the monthly check listing. Tom, you have been signing checks in January?
Yes, that's the month with 5 Fridays.
Oh dear.
I had one of those once too.
Okay.
Do we have somebody for March? I wasn't sure if we had.
We don't yet.
I think it's gonna be me. I think it would be me.
Would you like it to be you?
Sure.
Okay.
I think I'm next.
I'm always available as a backup if somebody has to
Thank you, Tom.
not go. You know, being retired, I have lots of free time, so.
Okay. And I suspect that it would be appropriate for me to be in April. I did November. So why don't we do that?
And I can do May,
Great.
unless somebody's dying to do it.
Did we figure out about the last week in February?
Yeah, I'm gonna take that.
Thank you.
Large projects in progress.
So, I believe that next month we'll have a little bit more of a detailed report because Chris Hart will, she's now actively working in the development phase and she has already started working very hard, so it's great. So there's not much to report from what we had last month. That FEMA, FDMA, the 4 buildings have been removed down to the slab, and I know that Chris is just talking to community members. She's been continuing to talk to community members about projects around that property, and so they are going to be putting. She's going to be putting, and Brattleboro Housing Partnership has been really thinking about the history of the land and bringing in community members to really think about the best
Right.
use of that.
And when you say community, is this mainly the West Brattleboro Association?
Yes, the Vermont Historic Preservation,
Okay.
as well as some, I think that there are some local art groups that she's also talking with. But Chris, I'll be honest, I can't speak to 100%, so she would definitely be, next month she said that she would have something for us to
That's
review, so that would be great.
Is the West Brattleboro Association
Yes.
involved?
Yes, they are. Yes, absolutely. Very important for them to be involved.
Red Clover 2.
The permitting, the funding, and the design remain underway, and the DRB has been approved, has been received. And so Chris is actively working on that piece. That's a big piece. And again, I think we'll have more to report next month. She just didn't have anything.
Started.
She didn't have anything.
She was
just
busy
started.
being a grandmother.
She was, she is.
Which is great.
Yes, and then we have heard nothing about moving to work. And so,
And when you say we remain in the lottery, it means that as far as HUD is concerned, we still have a potential
we still have a potential.
or not. And then number 7, enter executive session to discuss legal matters. Do I hear a motion to enter executive session? Well, we can go into executive session with Mary here, and she pulls up her camera, and then we go do the work we need to do. So,
Gotcha.
do I hear a motion?
So moved.
No.
Second.
And Byron, second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
And thank you, Mary.
that the sun shines down its power to all the world and makes the wind blow strong as it will. I wonder how gentle rains can fall upon the land, so lovely earth can stay lovely still.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 354th episode of Energy Week with the appallingly slow George Harvey and the amazing Tom Fennell.
In the flesh.
In the flesh. I'm in the flesh, too. But, you know, I got up this morning and I was thinking, am I really in the flesh? I'm getting old. Anyway, today is the 16th of January. It's a Thursday morning. We're doing our recording for the show, which will probably come up later today or tomorrow and stay up for a week. I'm going to start out with an appeal for money. At the end of this month, our account comes due, and I've been appealing for money every week. This is a tax-deductible donation, not to Energy Week, not to me, not to Tom. It goes to BCTV, and in order to keep our accounts straight, we have to get $105.
By the end of this month?
By the end of the month.
Wow.
Wow. Tough one. Well, if nobody else will give it, I will. So Energy Week will keep going. It will take the onus off me if you donate. That'll be nice. If we have excess donations, they will go to BCTV, which, by the way, spends a very large multiple of what we're being charged for Energy Week, what the amount that Energy Week has to raise. They spend a multiple of that keeping the show
Just
going.
keeping the show going.
So we're only giving a small portion. So, you know, any excess would go to BCTV and help keep the show on. Anyway, that is that.
Well, that's a community service. Think of it that way.
Yep. If you want to give, go to BrattleboroTV.org. Brattleboro is spelled out Brattleboro TV.org. And you can click on the Support Local Broadcasting, and when you put in the amount, go down to the box below that and put in a note saying that it's for Energy Week. And as I said, today is the 16th. We're starting our reports on Thursday, January 9th.
And we're going to start with a picture.
We are going to start with a picture. If you hear something that you want to look into more, go to the blog, geoharvey.com, geoharvey.com, and you can click on the calendar to get to the day, and that'll limit you to about...
Some of these are real good.
Some of these are really good.
At least one I can think of that is almost mandatory. It's
Oh, yeah.
well worth reading.
Yeah. Okay, we're starting out with a picture. There it is.
And there's the picture.
Oh my gosh, that looks like something out of... This is not the worst. We've got another picture coming up that's worse than this. But this looks like something out of a bad dream.
Well, it says after a fire, so it could be what's happening in Australia. It could
It's
be
in
somewhere
Australia.
else.
That title I put on because the only thing that I could find for this was COO public domain.
Well, if you've been following this show and if you've been following the news, Australia's in deep doo-doo. I mean,
They're in
fires
trouble.
all
There's
over
no
the place,
question about it.
which we will be talking about on this show.
More than once.
Because it's probably the biggest news item right now in climate, going on anywhere.
I would say so, yes. What do you have for a title for this? This is
Pathway.
Go ahead.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say this is phys.org, phys.org.
Yep. Pathways to changing the minds of climate deniers.
This is an interesting article. Researchers at Stanford found that those who deny human causes for climate change can be swayed through conversations that appeal to their different identities, reframe solutions, or even embrace their climate views. They have 4 suggestions for breaking down the barriers, and I bet you can tell us more about those.
I got the 4 suggestions written down here, and I guess since it's early in the show, we can talk about it.
We can talk about it.
Well, you start by acknowledging and respecting people's beliefs.
Yes.
Duh. And the items are, the first one is reframing solutions to climate change as ways to uphold the social system and work toward its stability and longevity. In other words, think positive.
Right.
Okay, the second one is reduce the ideological divide by incorporating the purity of the earth rather than how much we harm or care for it.
Right.
Okay, the third one is having conversations about the scientific consensus around climate change with trusted individuals. Okay, and the last one is encouraging people to explicitly discuss their values and stance on climate change prior to engaging with climate information.
Yeah.
And from a different website, but a very interesting aside, this says that better educated Republicans were more skeptical of modern climate science than their less educated
I
brethren.
think there's a reason for that, and the reason has to do
Let
with...
me finish.
Oh, I'm
finish
sorry,
that
go
and
ahead.
tell us. Only 19% of college-educated Republicans agreed that the planet is warming due to human actions, versus 31% of non-college educated Republicans. For Democrats and independents, the opposite was the case.
You know, I'll bet
What's going on here?
those,
What's going on,
those
George?
well-educated Republicans are probably not going out into the woods much.
I would say.
Yeah.
I think the article said they are not doing what they believe, but they're doing what they think they should believe.
Yeah, that makes a certain amount of sense. One of the things that happened early on when I started doing my blog work, which is 8 years ago now, I found out that there were two different kinds of websites, two different kinds of news media. One of them was all over the map. They had people writing in favor of renewable energy, against renewable energy, in favor of you know,
in other words, objective.
Yeah, they were trying to be objective, and they had lots of different points of view. Another one was adamantly against, well, I have to say there were certain websites that were adamantly in favor of renewable energy and climate science. But there was a group that was adamantly against anything that was renewable. If it had renewable attached to it, it was wrong as far as they were concerned. It didn't work, it was a scam, and you know, and they also were adamantly against anything that said that there was human-caused climate change. And one other thing that I found in that group that was adamantly against renewable energy and so forth was that they tied those beliefs to socialist politics, which
Oh
they
my
were
God.
against. Yep. And one other thing was they were all financed by the same 4 or 5 people.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Yeah. This was David Koch, Charles
Yeah, I was
Koch.
going to say the Kochs. Yeah.
People
And
at
I wouldn't be surprised
ExxonMobil.
if Exxon wasn't throwing some money at him.
And also Rupert Murdoch.
And Murdoch.
Yeah, and Murdoch says that there's no climate denial in any of his news media, including Fox.
Well, I don't watch Fox, so I don't know.
Well, I wonder if he isn't getting too old. I know I am.
Well, let's move along here. This
Okay,
is
our
an
next
interesting
item is
article.
from Clean Technica.
It's an interesting article.
This is an interesting article.
Tesla is the most valuable auto company in the history of America. I wouldn't have thunk.
Barron's noted on January 7th, 2020, that Tesla had become the most valuable auto company in U.S. history. Let me repeat, not just currently, we're talking about the most valuable American auto company ever. Congratulations to Elon Musk.
Well, this is what they mean there. Tesla, at nearly $89 billion, beats out the old automaker market cap market.
Yeah.
Market cap.
Yeah.
And a market cap is the market value of a publicly traded company's outstanding shares.
Which you get by taking the price per share
a
and
measurable
multiplying
item. I mean,
you multiply it by the number of shares.
And if Tesla is now 89 billion, the old leader was Ford in 1999 at 81 billion. So Tesla's got doing
Times
something
have
right.
changed. Well, people are betting on electric cars, and the fact is that Tesla's way out ahead.
They're
of
way
everybody.
out ahead. Well,
Except-
sometime during 2021, Tesla will have produced more than 1 million vehicles within a year. So they're growing rapidly.
They're growing very rapidly. There is one car company that might be bigger that sells electric cars, and that's BYD. But BYD,
Yeah.
I don't think BYD is selling as many cars. BYD sells big vehicles, though.
Well, they sell buses.
They sell buses and earth-moving equipment.
They're
and-
in China. Their market is China, and that market is huge.
Yeah, They have a market in the United States, but, you know. Anyway, we are still on November 9th, and we've got an item
Got
from
another picture
CNN.
coming up here.
And there is a picture of a guy in Australia, and I want to explain what this is. That's not just a fan he's in front of. That is a misting fan.
It's blowing water on it.
Yeah, that's right. And there was a really interesting article today we're going to have next week about irrigation, but about, you know, the evaporation of water cooling the earth.
Okay, that sounds interesting. I can't wait.
Yeah.
Well, what this thing is saying is 2019 was the second hottest year on record.
That's what it says. From France to Australia, from India to Alaska. If you stepped outside almost any corner of the globe, you'd feel it. 2019 was hot, really hot. In fact, we just lived through the second hottest year ever on record, according to the European Union's flagship climate monitoring organization.
Well, the only year that was hotter was 2016.
Yeah.
And only by a hair.
Only by a hair.
And a hair means 0.02 degrees Fahrenheit. That's a pretty small
Not
hair.
an amount that we'd really notice.
And the last decade was the warmest ever recorded.
And the last 5 years were the hottest 5 years ever recorded.
That's correct.
Man.
And nearly every region on Earth experienced above average temperatures.
And you know what? There are still people out there that say the climate change is on hiatus.
Yep. Well, let's
I don't know
move
what to
along
say.
here to
We're up to
Friday, January 10th.
I was going to say that, January
Oh, yeah.
10th. That's okay,
How
you can
about
say it.
that?
CNN has this.
Trump announces overhaul of landmark environmental and climate rules.
He's just doing this in order to...
He's trying... Well, it looks like anything Obama did, he want to undo.
Well, it's not just Obama. He's undoing stuff that was done by Ronald Reagan and Richard Nixon. And oh, man. President Donald Trump announced changes to the National Environment Policy Act rules, which requires federal agencies to assess the environmental impact of projects such as the construction of mines, highways, water infrastructure, and gas pipelines.
Yep.
That's what he did.
Well, Trump has taken significant steps to reverse Obama-era environmental protections. As
Yeah,
I just
we know
said.
that.
New regulations will relax government efforts to fight the climate crisis and make it easier to build infrastructure.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what he's all about.
And people are going to go broke on this.
I think so.
And the reason why they're going to go broke is because it looks like it's going to be easier to invest in things that are obsolete.
Yeah.
And they don't put that together. Donald Trump tried to resurrect coal without thinking, maybe this is not a good idea because it's obsolete technology. And now he's doing it with gas.
Well, the Center for Biological Diversity called the new regulation a gift to the fossil fuel industry.
Well,
yeah, it really is. Forcing federal agencies to ignore environmental threats is a disgraceful abdication of our responsibility to protect the planet for future generations.
Well, it stands the law on its head. It's like saying we have a law against people stealing things, but we're going to make it easier for people to do it by changing the regulations under which that law is
We
enforced.
redefine stealing.
Well, you know.
Something like that. Well,
Yeah.
we got another picture coming up here.
We do.
Let's
And
see
this
if I
is
can
a,
find it.
you know, every time I see these things, I get a little bit irked.
That's a Cadillac.
That's a Cadillac. It's a Cadillac EV. It is a Cadillac electric vehicle. GM is putting a lot into the Cadillac electric vehicles.
Yes, they are, as I read in the article. Well, GM and LG Chem, 30 plus gigawatt hour Ohio battery gigafactory highlights rapid EV industry progress. As I said before, whenever you see gig, think big.
Think big, unless it's a gigajoule. a joule is, a
It's
Joule, is an amount of
That's
energy
small.
that is so small that a gigajoule is still not very big. Okay, there are a few measurements like that. A month ago, GM and LG Chem, I think LG stands for Life's Good.
It does.
And
yeah.
it's Chinese.
Well, it's in China, but it's American owned.
Oh, okay. A month ago, GM and LG Chem announced a joint venture to build a 30-plus gigawatt-hour battery factory in Ohio and drive down battery costs in the process. The announcement shows how clearly and how quickly the EV industry has changed. This is from Clean Technica, by the way.
Well, I got a little note here, I'll just repeat it because it repeats what we just said. Giga is a prefix indicating a billion.
Yeah.
So the batteries will be used in GM electric vehicles, and they're coming out with 4 new fully electric Cadillac models.
All Cadillac.
Well, this is just Cadillac, okay, within the next 2 years. So
Okay.
this is combining GM's manufacturing expertise with LG Chem's leading battery cell technology, okay, which sounds like a smart move to me.
Yeah.
And it's going to accelerate the pursuit of an all-electric future, which is
Right.
coming, folks.
Well, our next item kind of comments on that, I think, a little bit.
This is interesting,
This is
too.
also from Clean Technica.
Ride-hailing group Free Now buys 60 Tesla automobiles.
Free Now is a mobility service owned by 2 car companies jointly, Mercedes and BMW.
Yep.
The Handelsblatt report says Free Now decided to expand its fleet of electric taxis in Germany and will begin that by adding 60 Teslas to its fleet in the cars in Hamburg, where Free Now has its headquarters.
It's interesting there. I don't know why they don't call it a taxi service, because that's what a mobility service is.
Yeah,
It's a
well,
taxi cab company.
it's a little bit more. It's
Well, you can use your cell phone.
you
and
can
get a
use
taxi
your
cab.
cell phone, and yeah.
Well, Free Now has about 30,000 drivers throughout Europe, so they're not small change.
Yeah, they have billions of dollars of income.
It grossed over $2 billion in 2019 from
Yeah.
300 million trips. So they're out there. Neither Mercedes, this is the interesting part of it, neither Mercedes nor BMW, who owns the company, has electric cars of their own they consider up to the task. So the score in the electric taxi revolution stands at Tesla 60, Mercedes and BMW 0.
0, yeah. Okay, we're up to Saturday,
And we got
January
another picture
11th.
coming up here.
And we have a picture coming up.
And let's
This
look
is
at
a
that
scary picture.
It is a scary picture. And if you haven't guessed it already, that's Australia.
Oh, you can tell just by looking at the countryside.
Yes, you can.
I want to point out that at the bottom of that screen are meadows of some kind. They're parts
Well, it
of
looks like
farms.
that, doesn't
and
it?
farms in Australia are, by American standards, anywhere other than Texas, they are absolutely huge.
Yeah. Well,
So-
when they started these farms, Australia had a lot of vacant land. Still does, but you can't grow on most of it. But all the good land's been taken already. But
Yeah, well, that's, I think, been the case for a long, long
Oh,
time.
yeah.
But see, did you?
And I haven't read what it says, so
Oh, okay.
I will. Australia is burning. The Arctic is melting, yet Trump keeps gutting climate change regulations.
Yeah. So the article that we're talking about here really doesn't talk about Australia. It just came with that particular picture, and I thought that picture was significant enough that it was worthwhile. It was worthwhile putting up so people
We'll
can
leave
see
it
it.
up for a little while.
That is a picture of a fire, which by the standards of the fires going on in Australia right now, it's actually a rather small fire. There's a mega fire, which we're going to talk about. That
It's a merger.
it's
the
20
fires are merging.
Yeah, it's 20% bigger than the state of Delaware. This thing is not that big, but it's big enough that it's actually causing its own weather. And that's what's going on there. Okay.
Well, it says Australia is burning, the Arctic is melting, yet Trump keeps gutting climate change regulations.
Yep. Increasingly, the world is feeling the dangerous impacts of climate change, but the Trump administration is steadfast in pursuit of one of its signature policy goals, gutting environmental regulations, including those aimed at curbing climate change.
I think we got time to talk about this. 'Cause
Okay.
I have some of Trump's rollbacks
Yes.
to mention. First of all, he's overhauling a landmark law requiring environmental assessments. Huh?
So you don't need to do environmental assessments
Right.
before you,
Yeah, go,
you know,
just go
build
ahead
your
and do it.
strip mine or put in a natural gas pipeline or whatever it is you're going to do.
And he's replacing the Clean Power Plan.
Well, he's been working on that
Been working on
from
that
the
one,
day
right.
one. You know.
And this one is cool. Opening public lands and waters offshore to oil and gas drilling.
Why would we do that?
Money.
Yeah, except for one thing, and that is we're opening these things up to an industry that isn't doing exploration anymore. And the reason they're not doing exploration anymore is because the price of oil and gas is so low.
So low, it isn't worth doing.
So it isn't worth doing. Okay.
Well, he's pulled out of the Paris Climate Agreement.
Yeah, he did that.
He's loosening restrictions on methane emissions.
Yeah, why bother about methane?
Methane's worse than CO2.
Yeah, why bother about methane emissions? You know.
Delaying ratification of a treaty on hydrofluorocarbons, which has been a foregone conclusion. These are the things you use in refrigerators and air conditioners.
Yeah.
And if they get out, they're bad news.
They're bad news for the environment. Yeah.
1,000 times greater warming potential than CO2.
Yeah.
And
as
far as I know, they're not using them in modern refrigerators.
Well, they are, but they're not the same hydrofluorocarbons that are fluorochlorocarbons. It used to be that they used Freon.
A little bit better for us.
Yeah, it used to be that they used Freon, and Freon was banned while Ronald Reagan was president. And Ronald Reagan...
He wouldn't do a thing like that.
Well, no, you see, Ronald Reagan looked at this and he said, okay, what is it going to cost to ban it? And, on the other hand, what will it cost if it turns out that these guys who are saying that the stuff is so nasty happen to be correct? And he looked at the one figure and he looked at the other figure and he said, we can't afford not to do this. And that's a thinking that the Trump administration is not willing to do.
He was more practical and Trump is more ideological.
See, the thing is, the way Ronald Reagan was working, if you presented him with the data on climate change, he would say,
I actually read it.
We have to stop this.
Yeah.
We don't. He might even take up the line. We don't know what's going on, but if that's going on, we have to stop it. We can't take any chances. And what's happening with the current administration is they're saying, okay, you're telling me my house is on fire, and I'm going to tell you I've canceled the fire insurance, and I'm not going to get it back because it costs too much, and I happen to know that the house isn't on fire. I don't even have to look. Okay.
Let's move along here.
Okay.
California's renewable energy targets slashed carbon pollution. Now there's a proposal to pause them.
Yep. Analysis shows...
This isn't Trump doing it, although he's trying to do it too.
Analysis shows California's renewable energy targets helped drive a large drop in emissions and pushed the state past its 2020 climate goals early. Yet one California lawmaker wants to put a stop to the mandate for now. Okay, it's for now though. This is from Lost Coast Outpost.
Well, the deadly 2018 campfire burned through the districts of the two lawmakers, the one that you mentioned and another guy. And they say California needs to free up utility funds to harden the electrical infrastructure that stopped that blaze.
Which is a little different from what Donald Trump is doing.
Well, it's having the same effect, but yeah.
They want to make the infrastructure harder. And you know what would make better sense would be to install batteries that are islandable locally so that if you have one of these fires, you can shut down the grid around the area.
Yep.
Or you can keep the grid going around the area and shut it down just where the fire is.
So the fire doesn't start somewhere else.
We're going to have a different paradigm for transmission. You've talked about this many times, where
well, it's going to be distributed.
It's going to be distributed, absolutely. And people haven't got it's complicated to think about, and people haven't quite got that yet. Now, do you want to go on?
Well, while emissions from electricity have dropped, emissions are ticking up in other parts of the economy, like transportation.
Transportation is a
and we're
problem.
going to talk about
We are going to talk about
transportation
a little bit right now.
We've got a picture coming up, and I just love this car. This is elegant. What a car.
What a car.
That is elegant.
That was a car that was built at a time when the word coupe meant something massive.
I meant a two-door something massive.
Yeah, well, that was a coupe. That didn't have a back seat.
Well, a little tiny back seat. Or maybe it was a rumble seat.
It might have had a rumble seat. I doubt that Chrysler had a rumble seat. But a Model A Ford coupe had a rumble seat, and that was my ideal car.
Huh?
I always thought the Model A Ford was my ideal car, at least from an aesthetic point of view. It's absolutely gorgeous.
They used to call it a mother-in-law seat.
Yeah. And we used to call the Model A Ford, the guy across the street owned the puddle jumper.
Oh, yeah?
He had a...
Well, Fiat Chrysler will basically fund Tesla's Gigafactory 4.
What does this mean? This is from
Well,
Clean
big means
Technica.
big.
Yeah, right. Last year, Fiat Chrysler Automobiles made a deal
I'm going to put that
to
car up
pool its fleet with Teslas in order to comply with Europe's stricter emissions rules. According to a U.S. investment bank, the deal was worth $2 billion. They're going to be paying Tesla $2 billion to allow their fleets to be combined so that they can get through without fines. Just imagine what those fines must be. So,
yeah, they're playing games here. Really.
They are, and this will basically fund Tesla's new German factory. This is something that I think is just mind-boggling. It means they don't want to change the way they're doing things, so they're going to pay $2 billion to be allowed to continue, and that money is going to go into funding their competition. Now, is this smart
It's an interesting
thinking?
way of looking at it.
Is that
It's accurate.
smart?
Well, Fiat Chrysler has coming plug-in hybrid versions of the Jeep Compass,
Yeah,
the Renegade, and the Wrangler,
yeah,
plus a fully electric Fiat 500.
yeah.
So they're going to be making electric cars,
But,
so they
you
need the
know,
batteries.
They need the batteries, but for crying out, that gigafactory is going to be building cars in addition to batteries. So we are up to Sunday, January 12th, and we have an item from the Observer Reporter.
This is interesting,
which I
too.
think is a Pittsburgh publication.
I would expect. I would expect it's Pittsburgh. Well, traffic on the Monongahela River slows due to a slump in coal demand. A little geography lesson here. The Allegheny and the Monongahela meet in Pittsburgh.
And the Ohio.
And they form the Ohio.
Which comes
That's why
out.
Pittsburgh is there.
Yeah, absolutely. Pittsburgh's three rivers have dropped from being the #1 inland port in the United States. If you had asked me what's the #1 inland port, I would have said probably Chicago, and if not, Detroit. No, it was
Pittsburgh.
To 4th due to a slump in demand for coal. Shipping on the rivers has dropped from nearly 52 million tons in the early part of this century, that is the 21st century,
Yeah, that's
to
not too long ago.
Yeah, 27 million in 2017. That's almost a drop of half because coal is not being
People
shipped.
don't want it anymore.
What does
you
that
can't make
tell
money
you?
on it.
Wow.
Well, hauling of coal by barge made up most of the tonnage that was shipped.
Yeah.
Okay, so rapid expansion of natural gas in southwestern Pennsylvania dealt the blow to King Coal. Now, Cincinnati has replaced Pittsburgh as the largest port.
Wow.
I wouldn't have thought that. But
I
Cincinnati
never would have thought
No.
it. Never. Absolutely never.
But it's
You
on
know.
the Ohio River, isn't it?
Yeah. And it's like, okay, there are certain things about which I just don't know. Okay, our next item is from The Guardian. We're still on Sunday,
we've got a
January 12th.
picture coming up here.
We do. Let me put that up. That is a picture from Dante's Inferno, actually taken by a guy named Sam Mui. Okay,
I'll
he
take your word
went
for it.
down into the nether reaches and found the people who were being, well,
Well, specifically, it's called the Dunn Road Fire.
man, isn't that horrible?
Wow. Look at that. Look at that.
There's a picture later on that is also, but anyway.
Well, Scott Morrison
Yeah.
can't afford to waste bushfire crisis when Australia urgently needs its own New Deal. Now he's the prime minister.
Own Green New Deal. I just want to repeat those words.
Australia needs its own Green New Deal.
And
that's what
we have to explain this. Scott Morrison is the current climate change denying Prime Minister of Australia. He's no longer
For now.
climate change denying.
He's not going to be in there long.
I don't think so. He says he's
They're
not a
shooting
climate
at him.
denier.
They're really shooting at him.
He says climate change is happening, and then he follows that with being, yeah, but it doesn't really matter. And I'm making fun of his words. Those are not his words. His predecessor was Malcolm Turnbull, who was of the same party, but who,
but a different mindset.
a different mindset, who followed Tony Abbott, who is of the same party and was adamantly opposed to anything that was renewable. And this is what the blurb says: the lies of climate deniers have to be rejected. This is a time for truth-telling, not obfuscation and gaslighting, writes the former Australian Prime Minister Malcolm Turnbull. He calls for a Green New Deal in Australia. That is the equivalent of an important Republican saying he wants a Green New Deal.
I would say that's a good analogy. Yeah.
And if you don't mind my breaking in here, I know you have something to say, but I also happen to know that you've got it written in front of you.
Of course.
When I think of people who are influential, obviously Greta Thunberg comes to mind.
Oh, absolutely.
But Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
She's important too.
Oh, wow, is she ever? Do you remember who co-sponsored that call for a Green New Deal with her?
Off the top of my head, I don't. I should know. I've known that, but I don't. I can't.
Senator from Massachusetts.
Okay.
You know, Senator Markey. And
of course, Markey, right.
Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez called for a Green New Deal, and it got a lot of hype. And I got news for you. It's getting hype all over the world. This is an important movement worldwide, and Green New Deal was not new with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, but its importance.
It rings a bell, though.
Its importance tracks back to her, and I think she's far more important than people give her credit for being.
Well, this particular article from The Guardian is basically a political speech.
Yes.
The whole article is this one guy talking.
It's an opinion piece by Malcolm Turnbull.
Yeah. And
A
quick takeaway is how much of our country has to burn?
Yeah.
How many lives have to be lost? Homes destroyed before we resolve as a nation to act on climate change. And he goes on from there.
Yeah.
Our priority should be our own Green New Deal in which we generate as soon as possible all of our electricity from zero emission sources.
Yeah, well, all of our electricity and all of our transportation and all of our heat. Not that they need heat, but you know.
Well, yeah, he's only talking about electricity, but eventually everything's got to, we've got to stop burning carbon.
Yeah.
It's as simple as that.
Okay, we've got...
Well, we got a scary one here.
A scary one from Live Science. I didn't want to include the picture.
Australian megafire engulfs nearly 1.5 million acres.
You know, this is something that's frightening.
Oh, yeah.
On one of the shows that we had recently, I did the math. The fires in Australia amounted to being about this, close to the size of, comparable to the size of the state of Vermont. 1 week later, they were comparable to the size of the states of Vermont and New Hampshire put together. 1 week later, they were about 60% of the size of New England.
These are all the mega fires
this is
together.
all, yeah, and this is, it's just spreading. And, you know, this thing here, this is what they're, well, let me read this. 2 fires in southeastern Australia have merged, creating one megafire that spans 2,300 square miles, which is a little bit bigger than the state of Delaware.
It's about a quarter the size of Vermont.
One fire.
One fire. It's like all of, you know, from Bennington to Brattleboro and up to Rutland.
It's just one of at least 155 fires that are burning in New South Wales.
Just in New South Wales.
And, you know, I mean,
whoa.
Yeah. According to the Sydney Morning Herald. This is from livescience.com.
Well, the article has 3-minute slideshow with maps of Australia, and you can see all the fires burning in Australia. It's just a click, 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 click.
Oh, it's sad.
And related in photos is a devastating look at raging wildfires in Australia. This is also from that website. So Australia's really getting hit hard.
Mm-hmm.
They are getting hit hard.
Okay, Monday, January 13th, we have a picture here.
Yeah, this is interesting. This is an interesting
It's an interesting picture.
And it makes a lot of sense.
It sure does.
Largest electric school bus program in the United States is launching in Virginia.
Okay, this is from Clean Technica. Dominion Energy partnered with local Virginia school districts to begin replacing diesel buses with 100% electric school buses in phases. Thomas Built Buses Incorporated has been selected as the provider for all 50 of the initial electric school buses. Now that picture is not a Thomas built bus, that's a Proterra bus. But nevertheless, the Thomas Built bus is going to look
very much like
very
that.
much like that. I mean, that's recognizably a school
It's
bus.
a school bus,
just
yeah.
about anybody. But this is, you know, the times are changing.
Well, it's about Dominion Energy.
Yeah.
And they're a utility.
Yeah.
And they're operating in Virginia, obviously, but they also operate in North Carolina. And they supply natural gas in Virginia, West Virginia, Pennsylvania, North Carolina. So they're a big utility.
But they're not dealing for natural gas burning buses. They're dealing for electric buses.
And this is about electric buses. And
Yeah.
electric buses make a lot of sense
Yeah.
because of the way they're used.
Yeah.
You know, they're sitting around all day.
Yeah.
Probably half
absolutely.
the time they're idling.
Yeah.
You
I
know,
mean.
And they go back to their headquarters where they could be recharged.
Yes.
The run of taking the kids to and from school
Yeah.
is short.
Yeah.
They go back and they can recharge. I mean, it's a natural
It's
for
a natural,
electricity.
absolutely. Okay, our next item is from
Let's see
Gulf
this-
News.
Let's see if I got any more about
Oh,
this.
okay.
Well, I do, but I'm not going to bother because a lot of it's evident.
Okay, our next item is from Gulf News.
Well, before we hit this one, in this article, there's
Yeah.
a quote, and it has nothing to do with the article, but it's from from Thunberg.
Oh, from Greta Thunberg.
Yeah.
Well, let's hear what Greta
And she
Thunberg
says,
had
we
to
don't
say.
want these things done by 2050, 2030, or even 2021. We want this done now, as
Yeah.
in right now.
Yes. Well,
She doesn't mince words.
she doesn't, and she happens to be right. And, you know, we can show that, and we've got more stuff coming up that's going to talk about that, even as we've, you know, we're 2/3 of the way through the show. And anyway, our next item is from Gulf News.
It is that. Renewable energy must double in 10 years.
The International Renewable Energy Agency, which is also called IRENA, or IRENA, said that to address climate change, renewable sources need to grow from the current 26% of global power to at least 57% by 2030. This will require annual investment in the sector to double from the current $330 billion to $750 billion a year.
Well, what they also, ARENA now, calls for a change in attitude toward renewables.
Yeah.
The key to sustainable development, which is what the renewables, because of their stability, affordability,
affordability, amazing. That's what everybody,
availability, and scalability.
And this is what everybody's complaining about. They're not having, who is against them.
Well, falling costs strengthen the case for renewables as well, with photovoltaic costs having decreased by almost 90% over the last decade.
Yeah.
And offshore wind prices having halved over the same period.
Yeah.
So renewables are getting cheaper, folks.
Again, we've talked about this in the past.
Absolutely.
It's the right curve. It is the technology curve. The prices will just keep going down according to Wright's law. Okay, we have an item here from the Japan Times, and we've got a picture of a wallaby.
Tiny wallaby down.
A wallaby, by the way, is...
It's like a small kangaroo.
It's like a small... They're not small animals, but they are like
anywhere
smaller
from 18 inches to 4 feet.
Right, and 4 feet...
A big kangaroo can be 7 feet.
6.5, 7 feet, yeah. So a wallaby is like a kangaroo, but maybe half as tall.
Yeah.
But
it's
here's
a miniature kangaroo.
Yeah, miniature kangaroo. This is a picture of a wallaby eating a carrot.
Well, they've been airdropped.
Yeah.
That's what they've been doing here. Australian firefighters say mega blaze near Sydney is under control. Well, that's a little bit of good news.
Yeah, it is some good news. Exhausted firefighters said the largest mega blaze is under control as wet weather promised to deliver respite that is much needed. The vast Gospers Mountain fire on Sydney's northwestern outskirts has been burning out of control for nearly 3 months. This is a fire the size of Delaware, which is sitting on the edge of a city with 5 million people living in it. This is...
Well, yeah. The fire and several connected blazes total over 3,000 square miles. That's
almost
about
half...
a third of Vermont.
Yeah.
Okay? Dozens Dozens of other fires have yet to be brought under control.
Yeah, and I want to point out here in this picture, that wallaby is eating a bunch of carrots. And what's been happening is that the people who are doing this, and I don't know what agency or organization is doing it, but they're flying helicopters over areas that have been burned, where animals who are already traumatized don't have any food.
Yeah, they go back to where it has been burnt and there's no food.
There's no food, they can't eat.
That's why they're
So
doing that.
what they do is they drop these things out of helicopters. They don't land, they just drop them. So they can drop lots and lots and lots of them in a short amount of time. And they don't have to worry about landing, because when they come over with the helicopters, the animals are scared away. And
Oh,
so,
so they're not
they
worried
can just
about-
drop whatever
yeah.
they want to drop and don't have to worry
So
about
the
hitting an
carrots
animal.
aren't landing on the wallabies.
So the carrots, well, they're not just dropping carrots, they're dropping bales of hay. And you know,
Yeah.
those big bales of hay, I have no idea how much they weigh, but you need a front end loader to pick one of those things up.
Well, they say that the only recorded instance of death from marijuana is when somebody dropped a bale of marijuana out of a helicopter and hit somebody.
Oh, no. Okay. Let's get past that. We're up to Tuesday, January 14th, and we have an item from the BBC.
Australia fires will be normal in a warmer world.
Yeah, this
Wow.
is scary. UK scientists say the recent fires in Australia are a taste of what the world will experience as temperatures rise. Professor Richard Betts from the Met office, Met is what's Met?
Metropolitan?
No, it's not Metropolitan. It's
I don't know.
It's the weather.
Meteorological?
Meteorological.
Yeah. Okay.
Office
Makes sense.
Hadley Center said we are quote seeing a sign of what would be normal conditions under a future warming of world of 3 degrees Celsius, end quote.
Well, from the article, it says what we are seeing in Australia is not the new normal. There's a transition to worse impacts.
Yeah.
57 papers show links between climate change and the increased frequency of severity of fire weather.
You know, we haven't even hit 1.5 degrees yet, and this is what we're getting. And
Yeah.
when we get to 3 degrees, if we get to 3 degrees, hopefully we won't. I think we're going to have situations like what's going on in Australia in the United States.
I think we have them going on already in California.
The thing in Australia is a multiple of what happened in California.
Yeah.
But the Peshtigo fire, which happened the same day as the Chicago fire in the 19th century.
Well, there's a lot of large forests in the west, in the mountains in the west.
There's a lot of
And they're
large
very
forests in
vulnerable.
Vermont and New Hampshire.
Well, it's not as vulnerable as the west. Though.
It's not yet.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Okay, we have a picture of the Moy Wind Farm,
We
which is
do that.
that looks like some weird geological thing going up on the left side. You see that snaky stream going up, and it looks like there's an escarpment of some kind.
Yeah. Yes, it looks exactly like that.
And you see those kinds of things in the UK.
Sort of there's a river valley there between them.
Yeah.
And there is a snaky river going through it.
Yeah. Okay, we're still on January 14th, and this is from CNN.
Business leaders must help fight the climate crisis.
This is an interesting article. This is a make or break year. Global emissions have risen 3 consecutive years when they should have been dropping. If the world is to meet the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement, I'm an optimist, and I believe we can respond with material action, but we are running out of time. And who was it that said this?
Well, I was just going to mention that. There's a statement from Grant Reed, who's the president and CEO of Mars Candy.
This is Mars
It's
Candy.
worth reading.
If you eat a Mars bar, you're supporting him.
Well, yeah. My nephew works for Mars.
Oh, okay.
Okay, and as a matter of fact, I was just with him over Christmas. He
Yeah.
was talking about it. It's a big company.
It's a big
Mars
company.
is not, they make more than just Mars bars.
Yes, they
Well,
do.
for one thing, they just recently absorbed Wrigley,
Yeah.
the chewing gum people,
Yeah.
who themselves were a big company.
Yeah.
So these guys are the biggest company in the world in candy.
Yeah.
They really are.
But they do more than candy, don't they?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
But candy's principally what they do. But
Candy.
there is a lot of other stuff, too.
I used to work in a chemical factory near Hackettstown, New Jersey, and there was a big Mars plant in Hackettstown. Big local employer.
Well, that's where the headquarters are.
Is it in Hackettstown?
I think so.
Wow, I didn't know that.
Well, it's definitely in New Jersey somewhere,
Okay.
because that's where my nephew works.
Okay.
Well, there's a statement, as I mentioned, from Grant Reed, who's the president and CEO, and it's worth reading.
Yes, it
His
is.
statement is worth reading.
Yeah.
And a quick takeaway from it is, if the scientific data compelling us to take urgent climate action in this new decade isn't motivation enough, then the threat to human life, the loss of biodiversity, and the economic impact of extreme weather and natural catastrophes should surely make the case.
Yeah.
Global businesses, which he is one, of course, have a crucial role to play.
They have a crucial role to play, but they have to protect themselves, and which is one of the things that he's talking about here.
Oh, absolutely.
We have to be protective of our environment, because otherwise we're in terrible
won't have
trouble.
anything. Yep,
Yeah.
that's just what he's saying.
Okay, our next item is from CNN, and it's kind of scary.
Oceans are warming at the same rate as 5 Hiroshima bombs, as if 5 Hiroshima bombs were dropped in every second.
This is
They've taken a look at the numbers, and this is a different way of looking at the
sure
same
is.
numbers.
A study showed that 2019 was another year of record ocean warming, and this ocean warming thing is a real, honest-to-goodness problem. The world's oceans are now heating at the same rate as if 5 Hiroshima atomic bombs were dropped into the water every second of every day, the scientists
Well,
say.
there's a 7-minute video in this website that's worth looking at.
Yeah.
And basically it says how climate change impacted the world in 2019. And it shows pictures from all around the world where there's been climate change problems.
Yes. And this is one of the things that's a problem here. We've been doing this show now for, I think, 6 years, and we didn't really start talking a lot about ocean warming until maybe a year ago.
Well, that's true, but as the article says, oceans serve as a good indicator of the real impact of climate change.
Exactly. What's happened is these oceans have been absorbing carbon dioxide, and they have been absorbing heat.
They absorb the vast majority of the world's heat.
Right. And what's happening is, as they absorb heat, they become less able to absorb heat. As they absorb carbon dioxide, they're less able to absorb carbon dioxide. I worked in a factory where one of the guys called it carbon dioxide.
Okay, carbon
Carbon dioxide.
Carbon dioxide.
You got to use carbon dioxide for that. Okay.
Well, this is just a different way of looking at the numbers.
It is a different way.
And the amount of heat we put into the world's ocean in the past 25 years equals to 3.6 billion Hiroshima atom bomb explosions. It's just another way of looking at the numbers.
Yeah.
And looking at them this way, it kind of wakes you up a little bit.
Yes.
Which is what it's intended to do.
It's what it's intended to do. Okay, we
Well,
are
we
up.
got 11 minutes left, and then we're on the last day.
Yeah.
So we got a little bit of time
the-
to talk.
Wednesday, January 15th was kind of a special day for my blog.
Was it really?
Well, every
we
day,
got we got a picture here.
We
I'm
do.
gonna put the picture up, and you can talk.
Yeah. Every day I put up usually 15 items. If there's not a lot in the news, I'll put up 13 or even 11, but usually it's 15.
Yeah.
And every day I get bad news and I get good news. And on the 15th of January, there was 1 or 2 mildly bad news items, but the rest of them were all good.
That's unusual.
It sure is.
I mean, it's good news.
Hopefully, we're going to
Good news that it's good news.
Yeah, we're going to be moving to a different zone or something. And we have an item from the Weather Network, which, by the way, is a Canadian. I think it must be a public
I think it is
organization.
Canadian. Yep, I
But
think
it
it
is.
is.
It is Canadian because the money that it talked about was Canadian money.
Canadian money, right. Transitioning to 100% renewable energy by 2050 would pay for itself.
Would pay for itself.
Yeah.
Okay. A global effort to eliminate the world's greenhouse gas emissions implies a transition to 100% renewable energy by 2050. That's not 100% renewable electricity, that's 100% renewable for everything, which means you drive a truck, it's going to be electric. You fly a plane, it's going to be electric or in some other way renewable.
Or you're going to heat your house. It's
Yeah,
gonna be electric.
absolutely. According to analysis, that would cost 95 trillion Canadian dollars, which is 72.7 trillion American dollars. But the investment would pay for itself in 7 years. That's
That
astonishing.
sounds like a good deal.
Now, the story behind this was,
People spend more time paying for their car.
oh, do they ever? The story behind this is material that came from Stanford University, but from other places too. And
Well, it's a good article.
It
There's
is.
a couple of videos in it worth looking at.
Right. Yes.
Well, the transition includes redesigning power grids,
Yes.
requiring manufacturing, transportation, and other systems to run on renewables,
Yes.
and have enough storage capacity to keep the lights on overnight.
Yes.
This is perfectly doable using solar, wind, and hydropower alone.
Yes. And you throw batteries in and it becomes easy.
The proposal does not include nuclear power, carbon capture, and
This is,
biofuels
again, Mark,
for economic reasons. They
Mark-
cost too much.
Yeah, Mark Jacobson is not in favor of nuclear power. He's never advocated nuclear power, as far as I can tell. I've been following this guy for years.
This is the author of the article?
Mark Jacobson didn't write this article, but his work was part of what went into this article.
Okay.
And, you know, his position on nuclear power is, look, we're talking about something here that is very, very expensive. Nuclear power, new nuclear power, you're talking
That's very expensive.
12 cents per kilowatt hour and up, where if you're combining solar, wind, and batteries, you might be talking about 5 cents per kilowatt hour down.
And it goes lower than that.
It goes lower than that. And,
I've seen as little as 2 cents.
well, that's for solar. But
Yeah.
you throw the battery on and you got it up
A
to
little bit
almost
more. It's up to
4,
up-
you know.
yeah.
So 4 cents, you know that big thing that they had in California where the city of Los Angeles signed a power purchase agreement to buy
Yeah, we just talked about it.
300 megawatts
Yeah.
and 400 megawatt battery. It was just in the last few weeks.
Yeah, we just
And
talked about it.
doing that, in order to do that, they had to get rid of capacity that was expensive. So what did they get rid of?
Coal.
Natural gas.
We get rid of natural gas.
Well, it was peaking plants.
Ah,
You
yeah,
see,
they are expensive.
They are really expensive. And this is something that people don't understand. They advocate for, we need baseload power. Well, I got news for you. We really don't need any baseload power. We need to cover the base load, but it doesn't have to be a traditional baseload power plant. It can be a lithium-ion battery or a pumped storage or whatever. But
it doesn't care where it's coming
It doesn't
from.
care. But the thing is, you cannot run a grid like we have in the United States on baseload power alone.
Well, baseload power itself it's not totally unreliable, but it is unreliable. I mean,
It's unreliable.
plants go down.
It covers the minimum load that you
Yep.
need. But the thing is, those big power plants, nuclear plants, coal burning plants, combined cycle natural gas plants, those big plants are built for economies of scale. And renewable energy is undercutting the price of that plant that's been built for economy of scale. And those big plants are built to, in order to get them to the economies that they've got, they build plants that can't be ramped up or down easily. And I do my reports on nuclear energy every day, or at least every weekday. And when I do this, I watch those nuclear plants as they come online. Sometimes it takes 2 or 3 weeks to get them up to full head of steam.
Up and running, yeah, up and running the way they're supposed to be.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, there's a takeaway here. Worldwide, the transition would save the lives of 7 million people every year.
7 million people a year.
And an additional $30 trillion, that's US dollars, in health costs.
You know, not doing this is unconscionable.
The total cost, this is backing up what you just said.
Yeah.
The total cost of not transitioning is in the order of 75 trillion US per year.
Yeah.
When you add up the energy costs, the health costs, and the climate impact costs.
Yeah.
And they're real costs.
They're real costs. Yeah, and unfortunately, you know, one of the things that I keep coming back to is that the American Lung Association in California, the study they did that included the state of Vermont, where they were just looking at the health impacts of vehicles burning fossil fuels, our transportation sector fossil fuels, which would include, you know, diesel-powered trains and whatnot. $330 million a year for the state of Vermont, which is $480 per person per year. Who gets charged that? Well, all of us, except that we don't see it because it's covered by taxes and medical insurance.
Okay.
If we have a child who's suffering from asthma, we see it, and we may not realize that that's what the cause was.
You wouldn't know what the cause was, but you kind of examine things, and
Yeah.
you got to really decide, is this causing the asthma or not?
Yeah.
Pretty high probability that if it's not causing it, it's exacerbating it.
You know, one article that I came across, I think yesterday or the day before, was a really sad article about a girl who was 19 years old, went to bed and died up dead.
Huh?
She woke up dead in the morning.
Woke up dead.
Yeah. And she was
19 years old.
19 years old. And the reason they think was she had her asthma stuff next to her.
Yeah.
You know, when they found her dead.
Yeah.
She had her asthma stuff next to her. She was trying to use her cell phone. And the reason was because she was living in Sydney, I think. And so the smoke from all those fires.
Wow.
You know, and this is something that you have to start dealing with this. You know, this is a real problem. Okay, should we go on?
Well, it's something you don't even think of very much, and it's a very real problem. I mean,
Yeah.
We have talked about on this show many times the health effects of bad air.
Bad air, right.
And they're real.
They're real. They're absolutely real. And we pay, all of us, because we live in a country, all countries really are like this, but in our country, in our state, the state has expenses that have to do with the public good that are health expenses. Yeah. And anybody who's got health insurance, you know, is paying for other people's medical problems.
Well, that's the way insurance works.
That's the way insurance works. We have to take that into account. Do you think Donald Trump has health insurance? You can bet your bottom dollar he does.
I would guess.
Okay, our last item is from Green Tech Media, and this is a
the last
good
item.
item. It is.
Yeah, it is. Well, it better be a good one. Three-quarters of new U.S. generating capacity in 2020. Guess what, folks? This is 2020.
Yeah.
Will be renewable. Three-quarters.
We have a picture going up.
We do.
I didn't include it
get
there.
That picture.
Yeah, somehow. Oh, there it is.
It's there. I just didn't bring it up. Oh, it's because I included
items.
it with the next. It could have gone with either one of these items.
Okay. We have to get that last item too, so we're going to have to get through these two quickly.
Well, we got 11 minutes left.
No, we don't.
Oh, no. I'm looking
We
at
have about 1.5.
Yeah, we're
According to the latest EIA data, wind and solar will make up 32 gigawatts of the 42 gigawatts of new capacity additions expected to start commercial operation in 2020, respectively, dwarfing the 9.3 gigawatts of natural gas-fired power plants that are coming online.
There's a good graph on this article showing exactly that.
Right. Let's step to the last one, because I want to do this also.
Replacing coal with renewables could save energy customers $8 billion a year.
This is just coal that's almost already half dead. And analysts from Morgan Stanley, this is Morgan Stanley, and Moody's Investment Service, Moody's, these are
the big guys,
expect electric utilities to accelerate their transition away from coal. Replacing coal with renewable energy could save electricity customers as much as $8 billion every year. This is from DeSmog.
This is accurate, fact-based information regarding global warming misinformation campaign.
Yes. Well, this is investors coming to the public and saying you're being. In essence, they're saying you're being lied to, and this is what the truth is.
Morgan Stanley, Moody's, these are people who advise. They're investment
This is the
advisors.
U.S. economy.
Yeah.
And okay, it's time to go. So we will say, have a spectacularly enjoyable week. Come back next time.
And save energy, guys.
Save energy. Right.
Welcome, everybody. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Additions to the agenda tonight, I have 3. Under new business number 9, Select Board Secretary resignation. New business number 10, historian's use of space to hold a sale on Election Day. And old business number 3, Wyndham Regional Council broadband project update.
So moved.
Moved and seconded to add those 3 items. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Open public comments regarding agenda items only. Yes, we don't have any department and committee reports. We don't have any regular meeting minutes. Approval from January 7th, please.
January 7th. Under salvage yard, should we bold the motion like the rest of the motions usually are? It's really all.
Okay. Any other corrections? I'll entertain a motion to accept the minutes as corrected.
So moved.
Second. Moved and seconded to accept the minutes as corrected. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? Bills and warrants, please.
Okay, I move that we approve payment of the following warrants. 15T accounts payable, $64,851.79. 1S payroll, $8,430.37. 2S payroll, $7,326.15.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the bills and warrants as read. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Town sand pile discussion. So it was requested by David to put a concrete barrier, I believe, or something to that effect in front of the town sand pile to not allow, I guess, commercial loads of sand with a tractor or what have you, to help in not depleting the town's pile. So what are our thoughts? Chris, we'll start with you.
I had said as long as it does not impede traffic or cause residents to have to park in the church parking lot and cross the street right there, that is fine. I did speak with David about it. He said there was a couple of people that had stopped down and loaded their trucks up with tractors, and that was what the issue was. I am curious, it was also brought up that the people that are plowing for elderly assistance are also utilizing that. And I didn't know how that worked because they are getting paid. So that switches that into a commercial, is my thought on that. No longer is a town use if they're being paid for that.
Sure. Jeff?
Guess I'm not really sure what the original intent was. I guess I'm not sure what other municipalities do as far as allowing residents just to come and get sand. It just seems like kind of an odd thing to do for residents. I buy my own sand to sand my own place. So I guess without really knowing the history behind it and questioning David, what I reserve my opinion at this point. But I don't think it's quite right. You know, as Chris said, if somebody is bringing a loader tractor in and filling up for commercial reasons, I don't think that complies with the original intent of allowing residents to have access to sand.
Okay. Sandy?
I agree with that part of it, but there are those that go down because they're residents with a tractor to get it. So I kind of am reserved on whether we should do it or not.
Okay. Jean?
The elderly assistants, I feel as if they're really just getting paid for their labor, because it's not like they're charging for sand, per se, you know?
How much are they charging, how much do they get paid?
Well,
Just for sanding alone, it's $20.
So they're getting paid $20 to sand with the town sand that the residents are paying for. I don't
and the
think that
people
that's
are
right.
residents, but you know, they've gotta go get the sand, they gotta go back and spread it, so there's labor involved there.
Yeah, but if you were gonna plow commercially, you would have to go down to Lane and pay for your own sand if you're going to charge your client that. So my opinion would be if you're gonna be sanding with the town sand, that you can't charge for that, and we shouldn't be paying you for
I
that.
don't think that, what I'm saying, I don't think they're charging for the sand. I think they're charging for the labor to do the sanding, which is justified to me.
Yeah, they're not charging for the sand because they get it free. So why should they turn around and charge? But
Right.
I think,
And it's for the residents.
but I'm not gonna put words in Chris's mouth, but probably a cleaner way to account for it is to whoever's doing the sanding to charge the elderly assistance fund for materials for the sand.
Well, that still comes out of the same.
Well, sure it does, but like I said, it's a cleaner way to do it though.
Yeah.
And how much do they get paid for the plowing?
I believe it's 40 for plowing alone. It's 50 for plowing and shoveling. It's 20 for sanding.
So I don't have anybody plow or shovel or sand my driveway. Is that pretty standard? It's not like the elderly assistance is getting a break because it's a cheap rate, or I don't know. I'm asking a question, not making a statement.
I don't know what the
I'm not
going
sure.
rate is.
I'd be curious if anybody pays for plowing and what that looks like.
We pay for plowing.
And for your driveway, I mean, that's a straight shot, what are we talking there? What do you pay somebody to plow that?
Well, the person that we have plowing has plowed us for umpteen years, so we get a break.
Fair enough.
But it's $20 a plowing.
Great deal. It's a
When I
big
first
deal.
moved here 11 years ago, I was paying Carrie Tyler $60 a plow. That was 10 or 11 years ago. I don't know what it is now because I'm on the elderly assistance board thing.
Yeah, I know last year I think I was paying 35. I don't know what the rate is this
Yeah.
year, so it kind of seems like they're right in the ballpark. It's not like they're getting a huge break to the elderly assistants to do the work.
And also, I believe that like Brattleboro has a sand pile for
They do.
residents, and I'm not sure of other towns, but.
Yeah, Brattleboro has a thing, that only Brattleboro residents.
Right.
And that's what ours is supposed to be, only Vernon residents.
And I don't know if it's at all feasible that if he were to put that up there so that it is just foot traffic in and out of there, and then during regular business hours, if you needed more, you would have to talk to David and actually go into the yard and get that. As long as you're still a resident and David knows what's going on, I don't know if that would curb any of the
Down.
excess that's leaving, yeah.
Down behind.
This resurfaces every few years if there's a complaint like this.
Well,
There are-
there wasn't necessarily a complaint. It was a concern coming from David, who watches that pile and is obviously seeing us going through more sand than we have in years past because he hasn't brought it up.
I
You
did
know,
see it,
until
I
now.
did myself, I saw a green tractor there, and it was getting sand out of the pile there.
Yeah.
To load, I just did that tractor.
So obviously he has some concerns about
Right.
additional cost to his budget and
And the concern wasn't so much that they're dumping into a pickup truck. They're filling up a hopper on a sander that is
Right.
then
Oh, yeah.
going out and they're making money off from it. So elderly assistance aside, I mean,
Right.
that's what David's issue with this is.
Right.
Yeah.
So,
But there's a lot of little tractors go down there and get sand, which kind of,
and that's the incident where I'm wondering if maybe that's something that we have to work with David on. And if you need that sand, then the gate is open and you guys can work that out. But the rest of it should kind of be reserved for buckets and shovels. And the other side to it is, how much does a load of sand that we're dumping there cost? Because I think you can go down, to fill a sander at Wayne is less than $20, isn't it? I think. So I don't know, I thought that's what one of the classes was saying.
Probably a whole pile of it.
So I guess kind of the general consensus that I'm getting, and tell me if I'm right or wrong, is that we would like David to move forward with putting that concrete barrier up and then work with those folks that, utilize small tractors and things like that to get their sand from the larger pile.
I think that's fair enough.
Does that make sense?
I just hope the traffic doesn't, I didn't really visualize it, but I just don't want people into 142 more,
Okay, so that's the direction we want to give David? Yes?
Yes.
Okay.
Better than doing away with the whole thing. Totally.
Okay. So there's a resolution on that. Great. All right, approved town meeting warning and articles. And you see the note on that, consider additional funding for recruitment.
All done.
Okay, so just to go through some of the changes that have happened, in addition to the recruitment that we had talked about, that's about estimated $5,500 to $6,500. That's not in the budget right now that you all approved. If you wanted to add that, now would be the time to do it because it's going to change that article by $6,500. Additionally, in the article, some changes. We were talking about what to put in the solid waste fund, waiting to the last minute in case the pay-as-you-throw is approved to have somewhere to grab from if it's a negative at the end of the year, or if they decide to get rid of it and pay off the negative balance, where that money would come from. So Cindy estimated about $8,000 would cover it. So I added $8,000 to the solid waste article. So now it's at 108. And you can change any of these at this point.
It's Article 15 if you're trying to find it.
The Farmland Protection Committee reached out and they had a meeting and voted to reduce their request from $20,000 to $15,000. So that is Article number 28. And we can't sign this really tonight anyways because petitions aren't all in yet. And then the Lister article changed a little bit based on Larry's recommendation, that we don't need to have a board of listers if you hire an assessor. But it does need to be done by paper ballot from the floor during town meeting. And we do have one petition in for that election, for the Lister election. So you were gonna talk about whether you wanted to keep that in or not. That's where all of these stand right now.
Okay. Let's start with the funding for recruitment. I believe the last time we went through the recruitment process, it was around $6,000 through VLCT. So I would suggest we probably go with their higher figure. They said 55 to 65 for budgeting purposes, if that's what we want to do. So we would need to amend, it's Article 4, right? To be $6,500 higher and add the that recruitment into the, I think it's the select board budget is where that recruitment line
For the
sits.
hiring.
Yeah.
I agree.
I agree.
Jean?
Yes.
Chris? Okay.
And along those lines, would you like me to have her call in at your next meeting, your meeting after, just so I can set up an appointment for?
Probably call as soon as possible, so next meeting,
Next meeting, okay.
yeah. Just so we can get things rolling. The other changes, the solid waste fund, that makes sense to everybody, increasing that by 8,000 to cover the loss in pay-as-you-throw. Okay, and then the reduction in the farmland, I'm assuming nobody has any issue with that. Okay. Do we have questions on any other articles that are out there? Yeah.
You have an article number 17. Shall the voters establish an emergency repair replacement fund to cover urgent unbudgeted items or expenses for the repair or replacement of town property and or equipment over $500?
Mm-hmm.
You don't have an article putting any money in the fund.
Oh, right, that's just great, yeah. Establishing the fund.
It's another pay-as-you-throw thing all over again.
Which article number is that?
17.
17 is the one I was reading.
Establishes the fund.
It establishes a fund, but there's no money in it.
There's no money. So $10,000 in there still, right?
Yes, I think so. Everybody's happy with that?
Are you going to make a separate article for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions, comments, concerns on the articles as we have them drafted here? Chris? Jeff? Sandy?
I gave Michelle mine on 29.
Okay. I think we're, that's on the agenda to talk about later, I think. And then,
Yeah.
okay.
As
Do
far
you
as the
wanna-
article though, she wants me to put in the article what
What the changes are.
which is just gonna make this really long. Well, won't he can explain that though. Let's see.
Yeah.
Let me see.
But
How do
when
you
you-
put it in?
But in the town records, you're not gonna have the town report. You're gonna have this, and you're gonna have the minutes, so you wanna put what they're changing it to in the article. Because 10 years from now, you're gonna look and say, well,
What were the changes?
what were you amending it to?
Couldn't they go back and look at the CUSIC policy change?
But
Like the actual policy itself to see what those changes were?
it should be, this is a town meeting, so it should be
Mhm.
with the town meeting minutes
Okay.
and the town records.
Because those requirements are all in the town report.
Right, don't have the town report and the town records.
Right.
Okay, so we're
She's
gonna,
check with Larry on that anyway.
we're gonna discuss this down the line about what the possible changes are to this CUSIC scholarship fund, but if for those of you that didn't hear it, because Sandy has a very mild voice, there's some changes that are being proposed to this CUSIC scholarship fund that will be presented at town meeting through article number 29 and spelling those out in the article versus just having a general article and then spelling it out at town meeting. So, I think I already asked you, you got your change, anything for the rest of the articles?
No.
Okay, great. Amend resolution for municipal planning grant. So designate a municipal authorization.
Wait, just for clarification.
Yep.
So, after I get all the feedback from Larry, the petitions are all in, I'll email all of you to come sign it. So you need to vote that this is, with these changes, that it's good.
Okay.
So,
Second.
So moved and seconded to accept the town meeting warning and articles as corrected tonight. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Okay, so we got that done. So the resolution from the municipal planning grant designating a municipal authorizing official, meaning one of us, to help in the municipal planning grant process.
This isn't really to help with the process. There needs to be an authorizing individual who says, yes, give us the check. We're ready for the money. The Planning Commission has designated Martin Lankeveld and Bob Spencer to help with managing the grant. We just got our first disbursement approved for that grant. But it's more a matter of, it has to be a select board member or a town manager or a town administrator who's the authorizing official that says the final, yes, we're ready to take this money back, and yes, all of this is true, all this documentation when you submit the report, that kind of thing.
That cannot be the treasurer.
So I would make a suggestion. I'm not sure that you would be able to be that authorizing official because you're on the planning commission. I don't know if there's a conflict there.
I was gonna volunteer,
but
just because, but I don't know.
Then you're in as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Great idea.
I just want.
You don't often hear people volunteering. If you want to.
I just didn't want to ask you because you're on the planning commission. I didn't know how you felt about a conflict of it. I don't think there is. I just wanted.
As long as I don't have to do anything.
Second.
Moved and seconded to appoint Jeff as the designated authorizing official for the municipal planning grant. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Who moved it, Ms.
Abstain.
Chris.
Gene can have. Oh, look at you're so giving today.
All right.
Chris.
And you can, it'd be great if you could name an alternate.
Gene. Oh, sorry.
Is that an emotion?
I'll second it.
Awesome.
So moved and seconded to add Gene as the alternate.
If something happens to me.
Yeah, if you get hit by a bus on the way home, as the alternate authorizing official for the municipal planning grant, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Great.
Sorry, Gene, that just came right out.
I'm waiting, okay, you wait. So this here? No.
Yes. Yes.
This, just start signing.
Yes, the legislative body.
I'm not signing next to CEO.
Do we have, we don't have a CEO.
It says we do.
I think we're supposed to sign over here.
Oh. His name,
Signature.
signature. Oh, name is.
Name is printed
printed.
probably. Signature, cursive.
Sorry.
We'll keep going as we're passing that around. Planning Commission, Economic Development Commission resignation from Jessica McHurt. I would like somebody to make a motion to accept her resignation. I do know, well, let's just do that and I'll make my comment.
We accept your resignation with regrets.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the resignation with regrets. As a side note, the Planning Commission does have a person that's interested that attended the last Planning Commission meeting. So I expect maybe at our next meeting or the meeting following that we will be accepting that person coming in, which is great. All right, so that's accepted. So the handicap seat, oh, I'm sorry. All those in favor of accepting Jessica Freeman Earp's resignation from the Planning Economic Development Commission, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you for catching on. Handicap Vernon seat. So handicap, for those of you that don't know, is the Nuclear Decommissioning Citizens Advisory Panel. Michael Root has been our appointed Vernon seat for handicap for, I don't know, maybe a year or two at this point. He's resigning from that position, and Madeline Arms has decided that she would like to take his seat in his absence. So I would entertain a motion to accept Michael's resignation and appoint Madeline Arms.
So moved. Second.
So moved by Jeff, seconded by Sandy, because I saw you shaking your head. To accept Michael Root's resignation from IndyCap and appoint Madeline Arms. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? So I will get that to Anthony Lachinsky so we can get him on, or her on record. Accept changes to the Cusick Scholarship Fund.
I can point out the change is really
Yeah.
in number 4. Everybody has the requirements. It was $1,000 per applicant. The fund hasn't been funded at town meeting the last couple of town meetings, last 3, I think. So they don't have necessarily. So you have 2 choices. You can either set an amount of money in this requirement, which if you're not going to fund it every year, I really wouldn't suggest doing that. So number 4 just has that the number of recipients and how much is given will be determined by the money that's available. And the select board is the Cusick Scholarship Committee and the town clerk. So really, I've never been involved in that.
No, it's the chair, the town clerk,
Yeah.
and the principal at Vernon Elementary.
Ah, okay.
Those are the 3.
I don't get involved in this either.
Yeah. I do. So,
Chair of the school board?
Yeah, the chair of the school
Chair of
board.
the school board, Mary Ross as the principal has joined us, myself and Tim.
Okay, yep.
Yep.
Well, I agree with number 4 as it's written.
Okay.
Okay, so I'll write that up per Larry's instructions in the article.
Let's make a motion to accept that, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded, Jeff moved. Jeff moved it already, sorry.
Second.
We'll take Sandy's second. To accept the changes to the Cusick Scholarship as written. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye, those opposed?
And you are supposed to review this every 5 years as a select board for the requirements.
Is there any record of
So there's
the last
some of
time that it was done?
I do.
No idea.
We're good for 5 more years, just keep it in the back of your mind.
I know we've talked about it before in the past, just to try to determine what to do with it since it's not being funded. There was talk of having an actual scholarship contest at some point where instead of just, I'm a Vernon resident, give me money, that the kids would write some sort of, this is why I love my town, or these are the things that I want to see going forward for the town of Vernon.
Similar to other scholarship.
Yeah, very
And
similar.
now is your chance to make those changes.
So, or
I mean,
we
if
can
you
just
want
say
to
you're a
make-
Vernon resident, and instead of getting $1,000, you get $500 because that's all we have left in the fund is to, give you little chunks here and there.
But his change did say, he did suggest saying
An
500.
essay and letters of recommendation.
Yeah. So, maybe something that we revisit next year and determine whether it's something that we want to turn into a scholarship contest versus just being a Vernon resident as the requirements.
I agree with waiting.
Okay.
So for this year, it's good.
Let it ride as it is. Okay. We need to go into executive session regarding Diallo versus Vernon.
Mr. Chairman, I move to find that premature general public knowledge of the pending litigation of Diallo versus Vernon will clearly place the town at a substantial disadvantage by disclosing its negotiation strategy.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session.
No, to find-
Or, excuse me, say that again?
Find premature general public knowledge.
Yes, to find premature general public knowledge. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Those opposed?
I move we enter executive session to discuss the pending litigation with Diallo versus Vernon under the provisions of Title I, Section 313A1 of Vermont statutes.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? We are in executive session at 7 o'clock. All right. We went into executive session at 7 o'clock, out at 7:24. No action was taken.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we go into executive session on appointment or employment evaluation of interim town manager per 1 VSA 3133A3.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded to go into executive session. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed? We are in executive session at 7:26. All right, we went into executive session at 7:26 p.m., out at 7:34. No action was taken. The next item on the agenda is our own Michelle Milrick. Our select board secretary has put in her resignation effective the end of this month. So we need to accept that resignation.
I move we accept it with regrets.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the resignation of our select board secretary, Michelle Milrick. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay, historians.
So what would you like me to put an ad in the paper for a new select board secretary?
Unless anybody's got any bright ideas.
Because you're gonna have a meeting in 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yes.
So I would suggest, instead of putting it in the reformer, former employer, putting it on Indeed.com.
What is that?
It's a free website that gets a
Is it
significant
free?
amount of, yes, it is.
It is free? Okay.
I utilize it for Leader all the time.
Okay.
Could we also have Mark add that to the unofficial
Yes.
Website?
Yep. Post, once we have
Oh, yeah.
once we have it, we can post it on Facebook and get it up on the app.
Do you just want the same one that we did last time, the same ad?
Yes, that's fine.
Front Porch Forum also.
Yep. So that is all free advertising, and like I said, I do very well with Indeed in my real life. So historians use of space to hold sale on election day.
I move we allow them to.
Second.
Moved and seconded to allow the historians use the space on election day for a bake sale or whatever they're doing. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Great. All right, census boundary approval.
So you all have to approve this. And it is, no, it's new business. It is a map of Vernon. As far as I can tell, it is a map of Vernon. We have to approve that as the census boundary. Oh, okay.
That's in the white. Correct.
If you want.
So if you look at it,
Here's Rover.
so if you look at it against our map on the wall there, it is consistent.
So it is an opportunity. I think we ought to move the western boundary of Vernon further west.
When is the census? Do you want to see these other ones?
This spring.
Officially April, I believe.
That was so
That's the wrong spot. It's not there.
No, it's not.
What?
It's up further.
That's Jeff's land.
Yeah, that's Jeff's land.
Give that to Mass.
No, if you look at,
You want to change states?
That's right across here.
That's fine with
Yeah.
me.
oh, on the
Oh, that's
bigger
right.
map, it has.
It doesn't go down,
Miller's
it's not a
airfield
good map.
down
It
here
doesn't go down to,
on
you don't
his
have Concord
property.
anymore.
What?
So we
There's a
approved that,
southern
so you're gonna have an
part
airstrip down there.
Okay.
Okay.
And it ended at the Pleasure Airfield.
Be an air traffic controller.
You could. Go out there with glow sticks.
Yeah. Okay, it's safe.
All right.
So just so you see.
I'm happy with the boundaries. Are you guys happy with the boundaries?
Yeah, if we can't change
The
them.
southern one, this one with the southern.
Yeah, unfortunately, we can't take Guilford or the river over in
This
this
is the
meeting.
largest.
Sure, it's not really
Pay for a
that.
bridge.
That's a good thing.
You don't remember what it's like when it was open. Used to go to it for a while.
Mr. Chairman, I move we sign the initial boundary evaluation program as the legal boundary for government is correct.
Okay.
Second.
Moved and seconded to accept the census boundary. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Ordinance enforcement,
So I did hear back from the health officer. He is not interested in being able to do this. He's got the health ordinances that he works with, and that's it. So as far as people on this list right now, and your interim can take this to the next step, but you need to name a different custodial official, which would be the person in the office that's making sure the records are just filed.
Did you table this then?
I would do that.
so we would like to table this? Yes, yes?
Yes.
Table it.
Okay. So we will table the ordinance enforcement and the appointing. Chris has asked us to table the emergency services billing as well for tonight. Everybody okay with that?
Sure.
Great. Wyndham Regional Council broadband project update, please and thank you.
Thank you very much. It was an interesting meeting. I learned a lot about a lot of towns. If it's all right with you, I'm gonna read what I sent you, Josh and Michelle, there's some edits, but it's easier for me because I had put
Sure.
my thoughts out.
Yep. That's what you sent us this afternoon, right?
Yesterday, but yeah.
Yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday.
I don't remember.
The timeline for this project has been mandated by the Vermont legislature to be 6 months, starting last Monday, not yesterday. And there is a lot to be done in a short time, beginning with a survey of residents of participating towns, including Vernon. The ultimate purpose of the project is to make recommendations to the legislature to ensure that all of Wyndham County and Vermont is covered by fiber optics. The first part of this will be a survey to collect data by March 17th, so the timeline is really, really short. I would like the select board's permission, and in my email I said to set up a table at the back of the hall during town meeting. I really want to change that to a place that you recommend. And it maybe not during town meeting, but during breaks. And also downstairs in the town office during election day, on Tuesday. I know now we have the historians, the Girl Scouts, and just a small table somewhere. So that we can ask voters to the survey would ask them about their current cable coverage and future needs. Representatives of participating towns will be meeting February 6th
which is after your next select board meeting, to finalize the survey. So we haven't even seen the content of the survey yet. Another part, one of the reasons for the survey, another reason is to educate participating towns, voters, about current technology and also future needs. And Vernon is currently, as we all know, Vernon is currently well-served for today's technology. Our concern is and should be for the future, we will not be attractive to new home buyers and businesses as we currently are, which is why we should participate. Boy, that's confusing. And we need also to find the pockets, and there are pockets of Vernon that are not served. There's some places that have DSL, dial-up. I know of two, and there's especially to prepare for future needs. There are a lot of towns participating that don't have what we have, and they'll be served first, and then. But I think we need to be ready to find ways to fund this ourselves if we're going to prepare for future needs. Where am I? Okay, in addition to tabling, we would like to advertise this, we will plan to advertise the survey on Facebook, Front Porch Forum, the newsletter, and the unofficial website. We also hope to put surveys in the library and the town clerk's office. We'll have to talk to those two places. And to and I also want to talk to the school, to send them home in their packets. A lot of towns will be putting it as a article, but it seems a little bass-backward to me because we'll be tabling during the time, and the article will probably, so that's why we didn't ask for an article. And we also would like a select board liaison to work with us, or with me. I'm the official and he's my backup. Is there anything else on this?
Yeah, just basically, the idea of the survey is to figure out the feasibility of what needs to be done in order to bring high-speed internet. The survey will have a take rate survey. In other words, how many houses and at what price they're willing to pay. An analysis of the underserved and unserved areas. An idea of what you said, bandwidth need for now and for the future. Then this will discuss deployment and methods of doing it, whether it's the Communications Union District or the CUD, how that, if the legislature puts together a certain number of people, the towns want to be, say we joined with Halifax and Guilford to create a district, and how that would be deployed, what's the most effective and how be paid for, whether it's private, whether it's public, whether it's a public-private organization, whether it's connected to EC Fiber, which is very successful in the Upper Valley, and how to decide which are the best CUDs to put together. And an estimate, the basic estimate basically is it costs $30,000 a mile. When we did this before and had a study, we know that basically that it would cost $2 million to wire the town. We know that Velco has a lot of open internet access that they are interested in using. They only using 15% of their network, and they don't know what to do with the rest of it. That'll be the feasibility, and then it'll move on from there to create business models to work it. As you probably know, it is not allowed by the state to use tax funds. It has to be revenue bonds to pay for it. There are grants and loans and that sort of thing. The idea is to figure out the best way to feasibly bring all of us, because we say we're well served. In 3 years, we won't be. I mean, we literally, it's going faster than we can, and the value to the town in getting people to live here and increasing the home values and business values for being here by having an internet that is ready for the future will be very attractive. That's the selling point. But the main thing is to figure out what's the best way to do it. And that's what the CUDs, this feasibility study, the 6-month study, they would like to have a 35% return. That's huge to do in 1 month. So we're going to need, if we're going to do this survey, it's going to have a lot of input. We're going to have to, we're talking about getting all the school buses that are at the high school, handing them out and saying, bring this back tomorrow from your parents, or going to the rec department and going to the games and catching people. It's not going to be, and we're willing to do that. It's not, but obviously the more volunteers and the more people get involved, the better the study and the better for the town.
And the project won't cost the town anything.
Except
I'm even willing
some printing.
Well, I'm willing to donate a couple of reams of paper and we'll figure out the printing.
So what you're looking for us tonight is approval to have a space at, on election day and at town meeting somewhere, which I don't know.
You know, Senator Doyle used to put out a survey, and it was on the table, and you filled it out and then just passed it back into the town clerk. When you came in, it was a little bit of the papers you picked up. You might want to have one of those when you come in, so they'll pick it up, everybody that comes will pick it up.
And have Tim announce it?
Mm-hmm.
And a brief description of why this is important.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
The whole project is, that part of the project is also educational. Because when we did the survey from the fiber optic subcommittee, it wasn't anywhere near as exhaustive as this is going to be, exhaustive and exhausting. And people did not understand. Very happy with what we had then. And that's really outdated. It's going to be outdated, as Munson said, very quickly.
So the other thing that I would suggest is, I don't know if Sarah Coffey has plans to come visit us at town meeting and do, the typical political spiel that we get from our Senate representation, the House of Representation, but obviously she's well involved in this, so maybe as part of her, if she plans on attending town meeting and taking a few minutes to speak, maybe she can touch on that as well, and let the people in town meeting know that they can come pick up the survey from you in the back corner or whatever we decide to do.
It would also be very helpful if we could get some sort of assent of support from the select board. The select board says this is something we think is a good idea or a good thing. If you do, that the more support we get from every different part of the town, the historians, the seniors, the rec department, everything we can get to go to get an effective and useful survey will certainly lead us down a path that I think is important.
And it's in the town plan. So we're ahead there. So, yeah.
That's where we are.
Thank you.
So the question for us is, do we want to allow the survey at election day and allow them a table during town meeting?
So moved.
Second.
So moved and seconded to allow the, what do you call it? The Wyndham Regional Council Broadband Project Survey to be brought forth at election, in the town office on election day and at town meeting. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome.
She's touch base with Tim on the election day, because, yeah, it's really his realm, so you're gonna make sure to dovetail both.
Yeah.
He's part of the
with Tim.
Wyndham Regional.
Right, yes, he is, but just,
And he's on top.
because you gotta get his okay before you do it
Yeah,
on election day
thank
too.
you.
Just wanna thank you.
Thank you all.
So, public participation on non-agenda items only. No, we tabled that one. Seeing none, correspondence and town admin report, please.
You have all the correspondence in your packets. And my report pretty much is centering around getting the annual report ready to go to the printer before the 30th of January. My goal is also to get the mailing for the town meeting morning all set to go. So that can just get brought to the post office for the door-to-door mailing in time. So hopefully you will be in good shape by the time finally.
Okay. Upcoming meeting, February 4th, and local government day.
Actually, 1 second.
Yeah.
I received an email from the fire department, and I think that the amount of scrutiny that they fall under in this town sometimes, that it deserves to be pointed out that on Sunday, they received the call to 142. Our units responded very quickly. Within 2 minutes of the call, we had a firefighter on scene that was addressing it. Upgraded the alarm, got mutual aid coming. They saved 4 animals out of the home. All the occupants were able to get out as well. The home is not able to be occupied, but all in all, they did have a good save. The structure is still standing and is rebuildable. And that is the second one in the last couple of months that they have actually been timely and efficient in, the other one being the one on Huckle Hill. But they are still 2 structures that are standing, and I think that that deserves some acknowledgement given everything that they get criticized for.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. We are adjourned.
welcome everyone. It's like we didn't adjourn. Almost. This is now our new committee room. We have a little more room for guests, a lot more air, which is the goal. Why don't we go around and do introductions of the committee members and actually maybe the room too, so people can know who's here. Ellen, would you start?
Sure. Ellen Tchaikovsky, Office of Legislative Counsel. I will be the Legislative Counsel on Act 250, natural resources more broadly.
Jim McCullough. I serve as representative of the brave little hamlet of Williston.
And I'm Carrie Dolan. I represent Washington 7 District, which includes Wheatsfield, Warren, Facein, Moortown, and Duxbury.
Leland Morgan, representing Grand Isle County and West Milton.
Harvey Smith from Madison County. I represent the towns of New Haven, Weybridge, and Bridgeport.
Paul LaFave from Newark, and I represent 8 towns in the Northeast Kingdom.
Usually you tell us.
It'll take a long time. I can remember them.
Maybe Sheldon. I represent Middlebury.
Trevor Squirrel representing Underhill and Jericho.
Chris Bates, Bennington 2-1.
Matt Hill, I have Johnson, Hyde Park, Wolcott, and Belvedere.
Carol Odie, I'm at the confluence of the Winooski and Lake Champlain in Burlington, the New North End.
Tom Terenzini, Rutland Town.
Hi, I'm Mark Grimes. I'm the new committee assistant here at
And if it's okay, I'd love to go around the room. So just say who you are and if you're representing someone.
I'm Hannah Johnson. I'm interning for MMR.
Marcy Gallagher. I'm with Deepford.
I'm Karen Blakelock. I'm with the Necrasson Group.
Good afternoon. My name is Chris Cochran with the Department of Housing and Community Development.
Peter Walk, Deputy Secretary of the Agency of Natural Resources.
Millie Archer, Vermont League of Cities and Towns.
Kate McCarthy, Sustainable Communities Program Director at the Vermont Natural Resources Council, VNRC.
Diane Snelling, Chair of the Natural Resources Board.
My name is Helen Van Beck. I'm interning with Vermont Transportation Agency.
John Brabant, representing Vermonters for a Clean Environment.
Ed Stanek, retired state employee.
John Dillon, Vermont Public Radio.
Jane Clifford, Morris Government Relations Group.
Greg Bobo with the Natural Resources Board.
Evan Meenan, also with the Natural Resources Board.
Michael Snyder, Commissioner, Forest Parks and Recreation.
Andrew Brewer with Downs Ragland Martin.
Laura Notes, newly with the Nature Conservancy.
Nancy Lynch, the Vermont Association of Realtors.
Who's with the camera and where are
Hi,
you from?
Orca Media, local community access.
Great, what's your name?
Adam Blair.
Adam.
I'm Jim Dandidel. I'm with Kramer Piper, Eggleston, and Kramer here on behalf of the City of Burlington.
Brian Shoup, the Executive Director of VNRC.
I'm Billy Coster with the Agency of Natural Resources.
Great, thank you all. So with that, we are going to do a review of our committee bill from last session with Ellen, and then we're going to hear about some new work that's been done over the summer after that from the administration and Vermont Natural Resources Council. Without further ado, Ellen, take it away.
Great. Just as a reminder, Ellen Tchaikovsky, Office of Legislative Counsel. I am here on 19-0040, which is your committee bill, an act related to changes to Act 250. So when last we spoke, I was here in April, and this is the committee bill that you have spent quite a bit of time on. But to review where we came from, in 2017, Act 47 was enacted to create the Commission on Act 250 the next 50 years. There is a big, beautiful compilation of the report over there that I'm going to reference briefly, but 6 legislators spent a year and a half looking at the history of Act 250, the original purpose with which it was enacted, and the legislation asked the commission to look at how successful the act had been at meeting the original goals of the findings. So the commission had 14 advisors, and they spent a year and a half engaging with the public, learning the history of Act 250, and looking at the changes that have happened in Vermont in the last 50 years. Act 250 was enacted in 1970, so now that it is 2020, we are approaching the 50-year anniversary, and the commission looked at what could be ahead for the next 50 years of Act 250 and what changes might need to be made to reflect the changes that have happened in Vermont. So the report came out about a year ago. The commission made 33 recommendations and also produced a draft piece of legislation to incorporate those changes. And your committee spent time looking at that draft bill and all of the recommendations and deciding which ones to focus on. So I'm going to bring your attention to the chart in a minute. But you worked through multiple drafts. You heard from a number of the technical advisors from the commission, as well as a lot of members of the various agencies who were involved in Act 250, and you took a significant amount of testimony from the public and the private sector on Act 250 and the proposed changes from the commission. So when we left off in April, we were on draft 9.2. That document is on your website. I am not going to do a walkthrough of it. I'm going to walk you through this chart that's on the screen. And this chart, you have seen a version of it, I think last February I had a draft of it for you. And it does a high-level overview of what the changes are that incorporate the recommendations into this bill. So, the first major set of changes have to do with the capability and development plan. That plan was part of the original Act 250 and it was called for in section 6042. So the first major change is in the bill adds a new finding. The capability and development plan is a set of 19 findings that list the details that are to guide the implementation of Act 250. So this one so the first change adds a new finding to address greenhouse gas emissions and climate change. The next change amends finding number 2, which adds ecosystem protection to the already existing section related to utilization of natural resources. The next change in the bill adds a section 6000, which adds a purpose section to Act 250. It explicitly references the capability and development plan, as well as the goals of the municipal and regional planning, which is chapter 117 of Title 24. So I think, stepping back, we're gonna look at this chart broadly, and I'm not gonna do a specific walkthrough, but if you have questions, we can talk about them now, or I will definitely be here more in the future for the specific language questions. So the next change updates the maps. So it requires the county level capability and development maps to be updated to reference, for reference in Act 250 review. They have not been updated in a while. So you will also recall that there are, so those are a couple of the minor changes, but there are some large categories of changes. So the first one being amending the existing Act 250 criteria to address climate change. So this is accomplished in a few different ways. So first, there's an amendment to criterion 1 to separate out air from water pollution. Currently, criterion 1 addresses both air and water pollution. So first, we make criterion 1 just related to air pollution. In addition, your bill adds subcriterion 1A to address air contaminants, and it also adds subcriterion 1B to address greenhouse gas emissions and climate change. Next, the newly created criterion 2 is for water pollution, and so it updates the definitions to reflect the Agency of Natural Resources' extensive work related to flood hazard areas and river corridors. So the definition section is updated to match and reference the water regulations, and criterion 2 is amended to reflect that as well. Next, the existing criteria 2 and 3 are combined, and those are both related to existing water supply. Next, criterion 5 is amended in 2 ways. That's the traffic criterion. So first, it is amended to require review of projects for safety and congestion impacts to both bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure. And also, it clarifies when it is appropriate to require transportation demand management strategies. Also amended is criterion 9F, and that is amending the energy criterion to include explicit reference to energy efficiency and stretch codes. It currently only references energy conservation. So the next major set of changes relates to forest fragmentation and habitat protection. You will remember that this work originally related to a bill known as H233, which came out of a few sessions ago, but you did amend it a bit. So you amend criterion 8 to include a new subcriterion 8B, forest blocks, and 8C, connecting habitat, and it adopts an avoid and minimize strategy for fragmentation. You did remove the requirement for mitigation in April when we last spoke. Another change is the burden shift. The burden is shifted so that the burden of persuasion under criterion 8A is on the applicant now. Currently, under statute, it's on the person opposing the application.
To remind us what 8A is and what that really means, the burden of persuasion.
Sure. We rewrote the whole burden section. 8A has to do with wildlife, and so currently under statute, a person who is opposing an application has the burden to prove that there are adverse impacts to wildlife habitat. The committee heard testimony that this is a difficult thing for an opponent to prove because the landowner is in control of the data related to the actual project site. So having the burden be on an opponent to an application is difficult. So this requires that the applicant has to provide enough information to persuade the district commission that they have not caused adverse impacts to wildlife habitat. And another change requires the Agency of Natural Resources to include forest blocks on their resource maps. So the next set of changes relates to interstate interchange protection. It does a series of things related to interstate interchanges. It adds a new subcriterion, 9I, to protect the area in interstate interchanges that are outside of existing settlements. It also adds a jurisdictional trigger for development that is proposed to take place within an interstate interchange that is not within an existing settlement. And you add a definition of interstate interchange area. Also, it adds a change so that permits can be denied under the traffic criterion 5 if it is located within an interchange area. Next change is to criterion 9K, which is the public investment criterion, and it updates this criterion to include forms of public investment that have been developed since 1970. Next, we get into some changes related to planning. First, regional plans. It requires, your bill requires regional plans to be approved as consistent with the statutory planning goals. It also clarifies criterion 10 so that regional plan provisions apply to a project if they meet the same standard of specificity that is applicable to statutes. And this came out of recent case law, which requires that a regional plan be clear enough to be understood by a person of ordinary intelligence. Yes.
I'm not sure what that is, but
It's not me.
It's not too hard. It's not too hard.
Next, it also requires the regional plans to include the location of critical resources, which we will talk about shortly. Next, municipal plans. Your bill requires municipal plans to be consistent with the statutory goals for municipal and regional planning. It also amends Criterion 10 so that it can be used to be used in Act 250. A municipal plan must obtain approval from the Regional Planning Commission. Next, you added the road rule as a jurisdictional trigger. That is a former piece of Act 250 that had been repealed and has now been added back into your bill. And then next is one of the other major groups of changes that both the commission looked at as well as your committee. It's the idea of multi-tier jurisdiction combined with enhanced designation. So, as part of a balancing of interests to support economic development in compact centers while promoting rural countryside and protecting important natural resources, your bill amends jurisdiction to allow municipalities that ensure compliance with the criteria in centers to receive an enhanced designation under 24 VSA Chapter 76A, while increasing Act 250 jurisdiction in critical resource areas and at interstate interchanges. So those two things are together. It also creates an appeal process for the designation decisions. So your bill adds a definition for critical resource areas, and any development within a critical resource area are subject to Act 250 jurisdiction. So you're increasing jurisdiction in areas that you have determined to be critical, while exempting development that is located within an area that's been given enhanced designation. So you added a definition of critical resource area, and you also added a definition for rural and working lands. And development or subdivisions within the rural and working lands area trigger Act 250 jurisdiction depending on the number of acre or lots. So then, related to enhanced designation, you establish an enhanced designation program. So a municipality with a designated downtown, village center, new town center, or growth center are eligible to apply for this enhanced designation. And the municipality that has one of those areas must demonstrate that its bylaws comply with Act 250 criteria, that it has the capability to review development for compliance with those criteria, and they must identify the critical resource areas in that municipality. And if a municipality can demonstrate those things, the state board can grant an enhanced designation, which would allow for development in that area to be exempt from Act 250. Enhanced designation decisions are appealable to VERB, which I will talk about in a moment, which is the new board your bill creates. And it exempts the projects within the enhanced designation area. And it also repeals, your bill also repeals the exemption for farming, logging, and forestry if they are located within an area that's a critical resource area. So that is a brief summary of the changes related to multi-tier jurisdiction. Next, you add a definition clarifying commercial purpose so that it is not necessary to determine whether monies are received whether monies received are essential to sustain a project. Also, your bill requires the development cabinet to meet regularly, and I will point out that last session, another committee repealed the development cabinet entirely, so if you want to move forward with that change, we'll need to either reenact that statute or do something else. Next, you also increased the per diem rate for the district commissioners to $100 from the current $50. And then we have the new board. So your bill proposes to replace the current Natural Resources Board with the Vermont Environmental Review Board, or VERB, which would hear appeals from the district commission decisions and the Agency of Natural Resources, in addition to their current duties. This board would be a 5-member board appointed by the Judicial Nominating Board. They would, with members having 4-year terms, and the chair is full-time. The Environmental Division of the Superior Court would continue to hear enforcement issues as well as local zoning permit appeals. It also assigns the risk of non-persuasion to an appellant in an appeal. And then,
could we have clarification? Risk of non-persuasion?
No.
I'm at risk for that all the time, I think, but
I think that's just, I can't speak to it at the moment. I need to refresh my memory.
Alrighty, that works.
Because that, yeah.
That's cool.
So another change made is related to the supervisory authority of permits. So it reaffirms the supervisory authority of the board and the district commissions in matters under Act 250, which was the original intent of Act 250. Next, there's a set of changes related to permit presumptions. So your bill revises and clarifies the statutory authority on the use of other permits to demonstrate compliance with the criteria, and including ensuring the reliability of those permits. So to get a presumption, the board must determine that the permit was issued as part of a program that reliably meets its goals. It lowers the standard for rebutting a presumption, and no presumption is allowed for permits that allow for the discharge of pollutants into impaired waters. Next, slate quarry, we have a series of changes related to slate quarries. So slate quarries under your bill, slate quarries cannot be held in reserve if they are not in use. Registered slate quarries must provide notice to their adjacent property owners, and the Agency of Natural Resources will add the registered slate quarries to the Natural Resources Atlas. In addition, your bill requires that owners of pre-existing pits and quarries of other rocks and minerals submit extraction data to the board in order to establish a baseline against which substantial changes may be determined. Your bill also creates a process under which property can be released from Act 250 jurisdiction. And finally, some of the most recent changes that you made in April relate to a racial equity review. So the session law provision in your bill asks the Executive Director of Racial Equity, the Racial Equity Advisory Panel, and the Human Rights Commission to conduct a review of the processes, procedures, and language of Act 250 to assess the extent to which Act 250 has contributed to adverse impacts on racial equity and diversity within the state.
All right. Do members have questions or want clarification on? Everyone understands it all?
I have,
Already.
I have one.
Yeah.
We have to go back to the municipal plan.
Sure.
Where it says required municipal plans to be consistent with statutory goals for municipal and regional planning. What exactly is that again?
So under 24 VSA 4302, there are a list of goals and requirements for municipal plans, and currently municipal plans may be consistent with them. So your bill changes the may to a shall, so that they have to be consistent with those goals.
Okay.
And they have to be consistent with those goals in order to be approved and accepted, and then therefore part of Act 250 review.
Yes, the regional planning commissions then approve the municipal plans as consistent, and then they can be used under criterion 10 as to evaluate whether the project complies with that also.
So one more thing. So how does that work for like Bennington? If we don't really follow, we're parallel to Act 250, but we don't actually follow it. So how would that work for Bennington, or it doesn't? It would work for something like Arlington, where they would follow it.
So, and I am not an expert, but I do know that Bennington has a pretty detailed town plan, and so I don't know specifically to the extent to which it has been approved as consistent, but because there is significant detail in that plan already. So when a project would come up, the project would be evaluated against criterion 10 to see if it is consistent with the plan that Bennington has in place.
Okay, perfect, thank you.
And is there, Chris, would you be able to speak to whether, do you know anything about the Bennington plan?
Bennington's plan is approved, so it would play into Act 250.
Yeah, I was just kind of wondering how, because when I talk to Dan Monks, he says one thing, then I come here and I hear another thing, and it's kind of confusing, so.
So both the region and the local municipality have plans that play into Act 250 through criterion 10.
Perfect, thank you.
There are town plans that have been adopted that have not been approved as consistent. And so I think that is sort of the space that this change is looking to address.
Yeah.
Towns have adopted plans, but they aren't consistent, and so they haven't been approved.
Do we have a sense of how many plans that might be? I realize that's a total. Maybe someone else in the room knows how many plans. About? Not, we won't.
I'd have to hunt. It varies. In the majority, I want to say 80% of towns have, and this is ballpark, have plans that meet the requirements.
Yeah, 80%. Yeah. And there, how many towns don't have plans?
A smaller subset. Certain communities, a very small subset of towns just don't have plans, and then there's a smaller subset that has, they may have a plan, but they don't have zoning. And I can get you the data on that if you want.
No, yeah, that'd be good.
Okay.
Any other questions for Ellen?
I have a question.
Sure.
On the slate quarries, did a letter go out to the stakeholders, and they were going to meet over the summer and then come back with a report? Is that correct?
Yes, this committee did send a report, or a letter to the stakeholders.
Yes, and did that result in a report from the stakeholders?
I haven't heard anything, I don't know.
So what's being proposed here, this precedes what we were talking about in terms of sending a letter out, right?
Yes, this is, the last time you made changes to 9.2 was in April, I think it was April 12th, so that predated the letter.
Yeah.
All right, thank you so much.
All right.
How's everyone doing on temperature? Is it warm in
Warm in
here?
here.
The folks by the thermostat can just turn it down a little bit towards cooler. It'll go pretty quick.
We're going to be co-presenting or vaccinating on some of our testimony.
You both can share.
Look at that, he came with one.
Nice, brings it wherever he goes.
Prepared.
Would anybody like a copy of this estimate?
Yes.
And actually, for the future, everybody would like a copy of everything.
No, so
maybe?
I think you'll get to know our particular
overestimated
hard
my
copy.
Brian.
I
guess I
The
overestimated.
new guy to the right.
We have a few,
Yeah, stuff.
yes,
Could
sorry,
have
who are clinging to the forest products industry, no, supporting it.
I already got it. Oh, you already did? Very good.
Oh, this is, I see.
Yeah.
Maybe for Mark's benefit, the folks who generally like to have paper copies, can you raise your hands?
Yeah, well, we can do that, yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
So I think as many of you are aware by now, that administration represented by Peter Walk and Vermont Natural Resources Council, kind of representing the environmental community, if you will, has been hard at work all summer long on looking at our draft bill and trying to find some ways to create a bill that many of us can support. They've been checking in with me along the way, and so I thought it would just be helpful for all of you to hear where they're at, and then we'll see where we are. Today's review is going to be a little bit more similar to what Ellen did, high level, and then we are expecting actual draft language on this Tuesday of next week, a week from today.
Yes.
Great.
For the record, I'm Peter Walk. I'm the Deputy Secretary of the Agency of Natural Resources.
And Brian Shoup, Executive Director of the Vermont Natural Resources Council.
We really appreciate the opportunity to come here before you today on obviously the first day of session. Really excited that you guys are getting back into this immediately. We're talking about one of the most consequential historic laws in the state of Vermont and necessary updates to it. And we appreciate the opportunity to come here and talk to you. Your work last session, as Ellen discussed, built on the work of the Act 47 Commission and raised critical challenges and opportunities to modernize Act 250 and to meet the contemporary issues that we deal with today. As the chair mentioned, over the course of the summer and fall, the administration, along with Vermont Natural Resources Council, came together to see if there were opportunities to take where you guys finished off and see if we could make progress to an area where we could reach consensus on certain issues. And in doing that work, we relied heavily on both where you got to, and then the intent behind the work that you were doing. What challenges and problems were you trying to solve? And so some of the things that we will present to you today will look very similar, and some of them may vary, but comply with the sort of intent behind your deliberations. And so with that, I'm going to hand it over to Brian, and we look forward to walking this through with you and then hearing your feedback.
Just as a reminder, some of the issues that really prompted the legislature to establish the commission and start this work included just that the law is 50 years old. It's dated. Some of the environmental challenges that we recognize today really weren't widely recognized then, like wildlife habitat connectivity and forest fragmentation. Climate change wasn't a large issue. There's been changes in the law over the years that have resulted in it losing some of its consistency across the state. The elimination of the Environmental Board in 2004 or 5 has made the districts a little bit more unwieldy than they were. Projects are more complicated, and the process has gotten more complicated. And a little bit, it's become more challenging for folks, especially folks who aren't really experienced in Act 250 or represented by attorneys, to participate in, especially the appeal process. And the changes in state permitting and local and regional planning and state designation programs those have evolved considerably since the early 1970s when Act 250 was written. So this is an opportunity to align the law with kind of where we stand today with environmental regulation and land use planning. As Peter said, we really relied heavily on the work that the committee did, although we did agree that we would keep an open mind and agree to kind of revisit some of our past positions in an effort to see if we could come up with new ideas that haven't been talked about, and I think we've succeeded in that, and we'll tell you about those. So as Chair mentioned, we're going to be prepared to provide a more detailed draft bill to you. Matt Chapman from the Agency of Natural Resources, Donna Groveman from former NRB chair and from VNRC, Greg Bubel, the general counsel for the Natural Resources Board, have been working with Ellen on drafting a new bill to put some of these ideas into draft statutory language. So we're going to organize our presentation into 5 categories, similar to what Ellen did. Changes in jurisdiction, modernization of the Act 250 criteria, the structure and function of the NRB, updates to Act 250 permitting and permit conditions, and then some additional work that we feel is warranted on some of the issues that we weren't able to resolve, but we think with further time and deliberation, we can come up with some additional changes to complement the work that we're proposing. So the probably the area that's in some ways most similar to what Ellen walked through was jurisdiction. We all, from early in the process, I think the states have acknowledged that the state's land use and development goals are for that kind of elusive settlement pattern of compact settlements surrounded by open countryside. That's been on the books in various forms since the 1960s. The state has created some designation programs and planning processes in order to try to achieve that pattern, that smart growth development pattern. And we feel as though, like the committee decided last year, there's an opportunity to align Act 250 to reflect those goals and those other programs that are in place. So what we were proposing, similar to what the committee did, was we exempt development in designated downtowns and neighborhood development areas from Act 250 review. Those are the areas that are generally the most carefully thought through and the most rigorous designation processes from the state, with some environmental protections associated with those processes. And we think that it's inappropriate to send a signal that this is where we want to see our development occur in our designated areas to reinforce those historic settlement patterns. We also, though, there are other designated areas that don't have as rigorous a review process, but do have certain benefits associated with them now. Growth centers, new town centers, village centers are all treated different for priority housing areas or priority housing exemptions. Just for affordable housing and mixed-use housing. I don't want to get into the detail now, but we propose no changes to that, continuing to maintain those programs to support priority housing in those other designated areas. Forest fragmentation and just general resource fragmentation has been a big challenge. This committee has recognized that as a goal to deal with it. Ellen mentioned bringing back the road rule. I would characterize it differently. I think the road rule wasn't particularly effective. It had some it resulted in some perverse development patterns as people tried to avoid it. So we looked at a more kind of comprehensive encroachment rule that would look at that combination of roads and driveways with a larger length to trigger Act 250 jurisdiction. We'll get into detail about that. So it's a form of the prior road rule, but we don't feel as though we feel it's a much improved one, and will do a better job and not result in some of the adverse consequences that happened with the old road rule. We also agreed to a variation of jurisdiction around interchange areas, with the caveat that some regional planning commissions and municipalities do planning around those areas, and if they're can document that they are they changed the boundaries from the arbitrary 2,000 feet that we would suggest, that there be a process in place to allow the municipalities to do that through their own local regulations. And we've outlined that in the draft statute, or the draft legislation. And then finally, there was an issue that the administration brought before the committee last year about exempting transportation facilities from Act 250. We opposed that. The committee also didn't agree to go along with that. What we've agreed to do is identify for jurisdictional purposes the acreage requirement necessary to trigger Act 250 review. Just a reminder, in some towns that's actually with public process, it's 10 acres of new area. We agreed that we would exempt already developed area. If it's a road capacity increase, you don't look at the existing road that's already built, you only look at the new area to trigger that review, with the understanding that any new accesses to controlled access highways to our interstate system would not be subject to that, would trigger Act 250 review because of the growth and development issues associated with that. So those are the jurisdictional changes we'd propose. I think I missed one, yeah. You also struggled with whether to lower the 2,500 foot elevation trigger for Act 250 review. Currently under Act 250, anything above 2,500 feet triggers Act 250. You, I believe in the draft bill, had lowered it to 2,000 feet. After a lot of kind of map reading and analysis that we did with the agency and talking to a lot of other stakeholders, we thought that we should not treat everything equally, that we should look at the physical characteristics of the land in determining jurisdiction. So what we agreed to with the administration, and this is supported by some of the folks who we've been sought advice from on this issue, is that we define ridge lines in that we identify ridge lines over 1,500 feet as triggering jurisdiction, but just the ridge lines, not all land over that. So a high elevation plateau, I know in some towns there's a lot of development at about 15, 16, 1,700 feet because it's not a defined ridge line, it's old hill farms. So we would exempt those areas, and we're still kind of working through how that definition would work and how it might be mapped to provide guidance to the district commissions. So again, ridge lines over 1,500 feet, areas around interchange areas, and a combination of road and driveway construction would all trigger Act 250 review, and it would be exempted in neighborhood development areas and downtowns, and we would continue to treat growth centers and designated village centers, new town centers as priority housing areas.
I'm not seeing the elevation one here.
It is tucked into the question. We really framed this around the issue we were trying to tackle, and the question was sort of connectivity, habitat, and forest blocks, and so it's
Third
in
bullet.
together with the road rule section and ridgeline jurisdiction.
Okay. Oh, I got it, right.
In some respects, the two are related because generally you have long roads and driveways to access our remote areas.
Just one quick clarifying question. Did you indicate that the definition for ridgeline would include land above 1,500? Is that elevation
The intent
included in
is
the
to
definition?
have a ridge line above an elevation. So if
Okay.
you have to be above a certain elevation, and it has to be on a ridge line
Okay.
to qualify.
Thank you.
So a 1,200 foot ridge line would not trigger Act 250.
I wrote it down, but I just still don't see it.
That level of detail's not here. We'll walk you through in the language. I think it's going to be easier. There's going to be, as you see, this is a big package. We want to walk through and sort of be able to talk about all the concepts and discuss them with you, and then go and get into more detail as we go through, if that works for the committee.
Representative Odie, it's the very last couple of words in the third bullet.
On which page are you?
On page 2.
On page 2.
Any other questions for this section?
So I'd like to talk about the sort of updates to the criteria component. You'll find that many of these are similar to what you worked on already last session. One of the challenges that you worked through, and there was a long section in Ellen's spreadsheet around climate change, we believe we found some ways to address those through existing criteria and updates, and some other updates as well. So if you'll go to page 3 of your packet there, first we start with, as you did, updating criterion 1D to incorporate river corridor and flood hazard area concepts that is consistent with the way the Agency of Natural Resources views those resources. The update to criterion 5 to address walking, biking, and transit concerns. The same with forest blocks and connectivity, connecting habitat in criterion 8. We suggest that it would be appropriate for the board to issue rules around how to comply with that, because it could be something that could be complicated, and therefore it would make sense to have very clear and explicit instructions from the board on how to prove compliance with that criterion. We propose to add lands that are conserved by the Vermont Housing Conservation Board to the definition of public investment in 9K. And the same with the change that you made to only those towns that have a approved plan would receive that deference under criterion 10.
And I have a question, and it's maybe just for the lawyers who do this in the room, but that, the town plan, I mean, that, you go to the town plan now under Act 250 review, is that only when the zoning is not clear? Am I remembering that right?
No, I think it's the opposite.
Other way around.
The district commissions currently go to the town plan,
Okay.
and if the plan is vague and ambiguous, they look to the zoning for clarification.
To see if it's clear.
And that's based on case law.
And the zoning doesn't need to be approved. I mean, this is.
That's true, and just for the committee's information, currently, a plan does not need to be approved to have standing under criterion 10.
Right.
That's a proposed change, both in the committee bill and what was mentioned.
And presumably, though, if it's approved, it would have the clarity that would allow it to be useful to the review.
Not necessarily.
Presumably.
Sometimes municipalities are reluctant to be too prescriptive in their plans, and that leads the decision makers to look elsewhere for clarity.
But they're too prescriptive.
No,
they're not prescriptive
Yeah, right,
enough.
that's been the problem historically, okay, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Okay. And then the final piece relates to your work around climate change. You talked a lot about residential building development, commercial building development, and energy standards related to that. The good news is that the Public Service Department is working on the RBs and the CBs as the residential building energy standard and the commercial building energy standard. There'll be updates to those by this coming fall, and so we believe it's appropriate to build those into to meeting that criterion. And right now, meeting the stretch code is sort of the only way to comply with that portion, and we suggest making it explicit so it's easier for everybody to understand. And those are and I will say, so that the other piece that is really important is many of the Act 250 criteria address the adaptation to climate change related to river corridors and other things, and we we propose some clear indication that we want to that Act 250 would look to see site design and building design that made sure that the property was resilient to a changing climate, which we think is appropriate. Moving on to the middle of page 3, the permitting and permit conditions. This is, you took significant testimony on these topics last year. These are ones we believe are pertinent to discuss, and there's some new concepts in here that we want to consider with you. The first one you've heard, this is part of part of this was in H197, which was the administration's bill last year on proposals on changes to Act 250 relating to conditions on the activity of forest-based enterprises. We built on that proposal and worked to address some of the committee's concerns about the private property rights of abutting landowners, while still addressing the need to create reasonable hours of operation for changing land conditions under the operation of these facilities, right? We have a changing climate that is preventing our forest processing facilities from operating at the same length of time that they did throughout the year, because the ground simply isn't frozen. We can't get logs out of the woods. So this changes that opportunity and makes some changes that we think that the committee will appreciate, and we look forward to moving forward. This is the next one is a new one. That's the last paragraph on the bottom of page 3. The Public Utilities Commission requires for certain projects a 45-day notice process, and so what essentially a notice of that you intend to file the application. What that gives those people who are involved in the review time to do is to get together and talk to the applicant about the project to understand where the issues may be, so that we can all talk together to see if we can resolve them well in advance of them coming up for actual application. We have found that process to be significantly helpful with project applicants who have opportunities for change before they get to the sort of full permitting process. That is really helpful, and it helps make sure that we're getting the resource protections that we need in order, and having it work on project applicants' timelines. So we propose under Act 250 for all major permits or permits that would likely be majors to have a 30-day public notice process. The next piece is the inclusion of the provisions to encourage industrial park master planning that was in H197. I believe most people felt comfortable with in this room. And then one of the issues we've heard from stakeholders is the amount of time it can take for district commissions to get feedback on criterion 6 and criterion 7. We propose a simple change to establish a timeline for that feedback, so that there is some knowledge of when that's going to occur, so that the that a applicant has some clarity as to when that is going to happen. Finally, you talked a little bit. Ellen talked a little bit about the idea of the presumption that A&R permits are afforded under Act 250 currently. In H197, the administration proposed to change that presumption. What we've instead done here is to expand it beyond the current list of A&R permits, which is established by board rule, to all A&R permits under the same presumption scheme that currently exists.
And you'll probably be able to give us a list of those permits.
Yes, we will.
And is it just because like new permits have come online and they were never added, or is it?
Yes.
Still, it would be interesting to see.
Yep.
What will get added.
So one of the reasons that initial scoping process is important, because we really took a new, fresh look at the administration of Act 250, and this is probably the most significant change from the bill that you considered last year. And it would, if it went into law, would be a very significant change to Act 250. It would probably be as significant as the elimination of the environmental board in 2005, when appeals were sent to the court. We've been concerned all along that there needs to be an accessible process. It needs to be fair. It needs to be consistent, within reason across the state, and it needs to be relatively predictable in terms of at least how much time is required to get through the process. So, very much like the verb, what we're proposing is an enhanced natural resources board, which would be 3 members with representing different professional backgrounds, not only law, screened by a judicial nominating committee and appointed to 6-year terms. However, and the significant thing about that Natural Resources Board is they would not be an appellate body. They would replace the district commissions in the review. We were concerned, however, when we talked about this, that we need to keep some regional representation. So the review would be conducted by a professional board and 2 regional members who would participate in certain aspects of that process. So there would still be a regional review meetings with regional representation, but you'd have a standard review by the 3-member Enhanced Natural Resources Board. And those decisions would be appealed to the Vermont Supreme Court. So that's significant in several respects. It replaces the district commission process with a consistent statewide board representing a broader a range of perspectives, which was a value of the environmental board when they heard appeals. This would only apply to major projects. We would define what a major project is. That determination would be made by the regional coordinator, the district coordinators that exist now, although we are proposing some restructuring of the districts and how they're configured and the number of them. And those decisions on whether it's a major or minor would be appealable to this board. So there'd be oversight over the district coordinator, but they would be responsible for handling the minor, much like a zoning administrator handles a minor. They really are writing the minors now, and district commissions play a minor role in reviewing them, signing off on those decisions. So that's, I'm gonna back up again. So that's very, very a significant change. Eliminating the district commissions, replacing them with a professional board, an enhanced natural resources board with district or regional representation for major reviews. And that would eliminate a step in the appeal process. Currently, if the district commission makes a decision, it's appealed to the environmental court. Their decision is appealed to the Vermont Supreme Court. So, original jurisdiction at the local, at the Natural Resources Board, and that skips a step on its way to the Supreme Court. We're still writing some of the rules around making sure that citizens who aren't represented by attorneys would be treated fairly and have access to the process, which is an important principle that we think we can achieve through this board. So,
can I also add that the plan is, the way we have drafted now is all hearings for those major permits would occur in the municipality where the project is located.
Read my mind, that was my
Right,
question.
so that it is still a local process, but the consistency is occurring by having the same three individuals making those determinations around the state as the application of that law.
And have you looked at volumes of major applications and whether a single board would have the capacity to fulfill the review requirements in a timely manner?
We have talked about that, and we have agreed that this needs to be adequately resourced. We feel as though it can do it. One other aspect of the enhanced NRB is the ability to appoint hearing officers. So if it's a major project, but it's not especially complicated or heavily contested by different parties, a hearing officer could review and conduct the review, write the decision, and then the board could decide whether to sign off on that.
This model is other than the local representation, which is a new component, and we think it's particularly important for the jurisdiction of Act 250, but the sort of board process and the hearing officer process models very closely the Public Utilities Commission's current process, and we've relied heavily on the existing precedent there.
And some of the feedback we've gotten about the PUC is it's not as open to citizen engagement, so how would we be addressing
So we address that through, as Brian mentioned, the work to help it make it a more accessible process, and to be having all the hearings in the local area where community members can participate.
And that early kind of dispute resolution process, or that early process is I think more meaningful than the Public Utility Commission. They often have a pre-hearing, but it's not on the record. It's not anything that really feeds into their decision making, and we view this as an opportunity to work out some of the disputes before they get to the board.
And are you imagining that district commissions still exist?
No.
Not at all, but the district coordinator positions still exist, and then
So there would be district commissioners still appointed, or how did we label those, Matt? Regional commissioners appointed to be the representation from those.
So in Middlebury, for example, there would be 2 Addison County, or however the district configured, it would be multiple counties, representatives from that region who only review projects in that region, in conjunction with the Natural Resources Board.
Representative Lefebvre.
Did you take testimony from members now who serve on the district commissions?
We did not take testimony. We met with prior and existing district commissioners, prior and district coordinators, and some of our partners out there. This is not a consensus piece. It was agreed among us that it would be a workable solution to some of the issues that we've been dealing with.
Well, it seems to me we've been at this for about 18 months now. This is the first time I've ever heard it. We had sat in commission with a 6-member commission. It never came up there. Never heard it in any testimony that people appeared before us. We had all last year. We had this bill in front of us. Now all of a sudden we're presented with a whole new ball game. And I mean, it's my feeling. It's we are the legislators, we're the ones who supposedly write policy, and all of a sudden we're now being, confronted with something like a fait accompli. This is what we're proposing, this is, everyone here is saying that we get along with this fine. I just feel we're being left out of this process.
No, well, if I could respond to that, I would say that's not how I'm looking at this.
Okay.
I'm looking at it as this, we will be reviewing this, and this isn't, I think this is the single biggest thing we haven't, this is the single biggest new thing in this proposal. And I understand, like, this may need more vetting than we are capable of doing in this session. And that's what that's why we're doing the high-level walkthrough today, and kind of processing that as a proposal. The reason that I said, yes, let's keep this on the table when they came to me is that we didn't get a lot of traction on the verb that was in our bill. We had a pretty big split on the committee, on our committee, on the changes that were in the draft bill. And this one, to me, starts to address concerns on both sides. And I understand if it's sort of, I don't know where it's gonna take us, but I think it's worth just hearing it out. I don't see any of these proposals as fait accompli. Right now, we're just hearing what folks with more resources to work year-round on this issue have done to help us move forward. And if we decide it's not helping us, that's fine. But that's the way I see this work.
Yeah, I don't think either of us wanted to create a perception that we expected the board just to accept this as a fait accompli. Again, our goal was to try to take a fresh look at how to resolve both sides of the issue. And it was one that the administration could agree to, in a certain portion of the environmental community. I'm not even saying representing. There's other groups who may not agree that it's a good idea. We thought that we could accomplish kind of our various goals through this.
Representative McCullough.
So I'm curious, and my question is about this last topic. Did you get feedback from the people you worked with about this particular change? Other than myself, who said it eviscerates Act 250's original intent?
We did get feedback from some. I'm not going to represent anyone other than VNRC. And it was like you, it was a mixed bag among some folks. It has support, and it doesn't. I think our perception is the appeals process, especially, is not accessible. It's time consuming and it's expensive, and this is a way to resolve that while still maintaining regionalism and more professionalism in the review process.
Sounds like you're describing the legislative process with 180 legislators.
I'm not describing the legislative process. I wouldn't do that in front of you.
I think it's also, to speak to Representative LaFay's earlier point, what we're presenting to you is a package of things that we could come to terms on. There are portions of it that individually we may not love, but we come to you today to say that we are trying to do some work and present it to you in a way for your consideration, but to know that we've agreed to present this together as a package. And it certainly doesn't represent a fait accompli. It just represents where we got to in our work.
Representative Terenzini.
So did you people speak to the local districts about this proposal to basically take away their power?
There, as Brian mentioned, there was a number of conversations around with individual members, both past and present, but we're not going to speak to the sort of the full range of current and
well, how many
past.
boards did you talk to?
I can't answer that question directly. There have been multiple conversations from multiple people, so I don't know that number.
Board members and district coordinators.
Did you talk to anybody in Rutland County?
Yes.
Who'd you talk to down there?
I'd rather not represent anybody else. I'd rather not. And I think there's going to be plenty of opportunity for witnesses from Rutland County to come in and testify.
Yeah. I bet there will be, Al.
The issue last year before us, in terms of whether or not, was not in terms of the district commission hearing a project, it was what happened on an appeal. Would it go to this verb, or would it stay with the environmental court? That was the issue that never got resolved. Now, all of a sudden, both those issues are out the window.
I think there were broader issues that you were considering as well, and I don't
Well-
want to speak for you, but I think you were considering issues of consistency, consistent application, oversight of the district commissions, and the individual processes that were going on in those commissions, and we feel that this change would address many of those concerns. There are very few permits that are appealed, and this would create consistency across all of the permit reviews rather than just those that were appealed.
I think some of us felt, at least I felt anyway, that the district commission level, that was where that people got a chance to voice an opinion and have some status in terms of what they offered as to what they thought about the project. And then the district commission would make its decision, and then if that was appealed, then this would go to the select board, the environmental court, and it was being offered as a verb, as its alternative, and they would take a very close look at what the issues were and if the appeal should go forward. I just don't, so if this professional board now says no go, then you're looking at a Supreme Court case.
So for it, yes.
Representative McMillan.
So, gentlemen, I don't want my pointed question, which divulged my position, to overshadow the great work you have done. I'm very appreciative, and the process has been a good one, and I thank you both for that. Many hours, I'm sure, of sweat and angst went into what the bullet points are here, and there's more work to come as it becomes legislation proposals, and I do thank you for that.
I think there's one more section.
Oh, sorry, that's me. So bottom of page 4, these are areas where topics of conversation during the commission process, during your committee hearing last year, and some other topics that we believe are pertinent to discuss. First and foremost, the discussion that you had and that Ellen mentioned around the critical resource area piece, one of the critical components of that was river corridors. There is an existing river corridor permitting and flood hazard area permitting program now within the Department of Environmental Conservation at the Agency of Natural Resources. We would propose to align the permitting jurisdiction. So one of the things you were considering, let me step back. One of the things you were considering was expanding Act 250 jurisdiction into all river corridors. As a counter proposal, we would suggest that it makes more sense to align the river corridors program, or the river program, with a direct permit to address that rather than pulling all projects into Act 250. So right now, we would propose, we're able to move forward within the program to create a, if you needed to comply with 1D under current Act 250 jurisdiction, to meet that, to get that presumption, you would come into A&R to get a permit from the Rivers program.
And we do that now?
No, not for all projects. The same level of analysis happens as the river program comments on during the Act 250 process. This would create a specific permit that aligned and created a presumption.
And, okay, because it's part of your 3 steps.
Yeah, the second step would be, we're in the process of mapping high priority river corridors across the state. We would propose, when that process is done and we've had time to figure out how the program will work, to increase jurisdiction to those high priority river corridors. And then we would propose a third step of sort of stepping back and evaluating to see whether changes in jurisdiction from there were needed. So that is the proposal we propose to make with regards to river corridors and how they interrelation with Act 250 and beyond.
What makes a corridor high priority?
I'm happy to provide a river scientist to provide that analysis. That is not my expertise.
Representative
Question about the mapping.
Mm-hmm.
dent in my disgruntlement. Agency mapping work, of course, blocks and connective corridors, we've been told is not to be used for jurisdictional purposes. We need a specific, I believe, statement that says the mapping that you're doing in this regard is to be used for jurisdictional purposes. Is that your intent?
I think we want to be clear that we use mapping across the agency in multiple forms. Some of them are
Understood.
jurisdictional, some of them are advisory. In this particular instance, it would be jurisdictional.
Thank you.
Then we propose two planning processes to occur, or stakeholder processes to evaluate a couple different components. One builds on whether or not the A&R permitting presumption should change. We'd also like to include in that review of A&R permits on the record. That has been something that was under discussion under Act 150 of 2016, and the legislature directed us to make some significant changes to the way we conduct public processes and other components. We believe it's time to evaluate whether on-the-record review is appropriate for A&R permits. The next step, it really involves many of the plans that you heard about through Ellen's discussion, is looking at many of those topics, how they're approved, how they're, the findings associated with them, et cetera, and putting those together into a broader stakeholder process to go through that. We think that there will be a significant period of time needed for that, but we, in our work together, did not feel that we were ready to come forward to the recommendations on those, and so we think that, and obviously we are only a small component of the relevant stakeholders and want more people involved in that process.
And I think have the Vermont planners been working on some of this as well?
I believe they are constantly working on some of this, but yes.
But I mean on providing us input, I think they are.
Yes. I also would be remiss if I didn't say very clearly that what you might see as missing from this proposal is a proposal from around trails. We want to make clear that a trail component of this is a key part of the package. The stakeholders continue to work to develop that proposal, and we in the administration will continue to provide technical and support and feedback to that group. And we believe that the topic can be resolved in time to be included in a package that moves forward.
On the House side?
Yes.
Good question.
Never ending.
Believe is a relatively weak word.
And yeah, so can you tell us what the sticking issues are? Summarize what's happening. This process has taken a lot longer, I think, than any of us anticipated.
Where are you asking specifically?
I'm asking you, okay. But if there's someone else in the room that you think would be better able to answer, that's fine to hear from them as well.
I am happy to look to I would presume to look to my colleagues or some of the stakeholders in the room who might like to speak to it. So that I have not been directly engaged in that discussion.
Sure, Jeremy. Billy Coster, Agency Natural Resources. So you might recall that at the end of last session, representatives from the Vermont Forest Partnership and the various trail user groups asked for time to work together to see if they could negotiate an alternative review structure for regulatory review of trails. That work commenced through the spring and into the summer, and late summer, early fall, they provided A&R a conceptual proposal on what that might look like. We spent some time in the fall trying to flesh that out to what an actual program to support that concept would entail. That process identified a number of fairly significant gaps and questions in that conceptual proposal that we brought back to the stakeholders. They're currently working to resolve those issues and determine whether they have agreement on how to handle them. We're also working on a slightly different approach that we think can bring conclusion to this issue in a more expedited way. So we hope within the next week or so to wrap that up, and that's what Peter, I think, suggested we would hope to bring, or believe we would bring back.
So there's two parallel things happening. If
we've got a plan B,
in the unlikely event that the I shouldn't say that. Okay, so if we get one or the other, or possibly both.
Yes.
Yeah.
Will Act 250 still have jurisdiction on trails? Now you
I think it depends on which one of these avenues emerge at the end of the week.
What we think.
Okay.
Yeah, just for why it was, maybe one reason it was a little time consuming. The Forest Partnership is 5 different organizations with different perspectives. The trail groups are, there's mountain biker associations, there's the big statewide trail groups, there's motorized trails, so there's different perspectives that have and different issues associated with the different trail organizations that we've been talking to. So it was more complicated than just, you would think, talking about trails, and it took longer than I think we had hoped.
And to all their credit, they worked extremely hard and did a remarkable amount of work kind of bridging those divides and getting to a place where they could negotiate in good faith around the details. But just all of that with those many participants took some time.
And maybe, just don't want to put you on the spot, Jamie. Jamie Fidel has been our point person on doing with that, if you have anything to add.
Yeah, Jamie Fidel with BNRC. I would just say that we've spent many, many hours on this, and we're taking this really seriously, and there's a lot of different organizations that have invested a lot of time, and I think even more than just that diversity of the organizations, it's just there's a lot of complex questions to ask, a lot of different scenarios, a lot of different good questions that the agency asked our groups to further clarify, and our goal is to try and speak with one voice and offer the agency and you as the legislature the most comprehensive, well thought out package possible. And so I know that from the Forest Partnerships perspective, groups that I've been working with, we have answered all the questions and shared them with the trail groups. And right now we're hoping that we're going to be able to come to consensus and quickly get that feedback back to the agency, and then in a best case scenario, allow for there to be a legislative proposal that could be part of this package that would allow the program to be built, which would ultimately create an alternative program.
Are you aware of what's going on now in Eastwood? In the trail, the mountain bike trails up there?
Yes.
You know, I mean, that's created like a fissure or a crack in that whole kind of sport that everybody thought was going to have a very benign impact on the environment. And was very much a big money maker for those towns up there who have no industry whatsoever. And all of a sudden now it appears to be in jeopardy. If someone else besides the town of Victory objects to these trails going forward without an Act 250, then what's going to happen to the existing trails? You know, I don't know. I guess those are legal questions, but I know it's created a lot of unease, and it's added to. I might point this out too. It's added to a lot of people's dissatisfaction with 250. So I'm hoping you take those into consideration and the impact it's having on that area especially.
I appreciate that, and I would just speak from our perspective.
Sure.
We're aware of that, and we have discussed that scenario and how it could be addressed through the work that we're doing.
Any questions? Other questions, thoughts? Ideas, concerns?
The only thing I is I again appreciate you all working together to help us move forward with a more thoughtful, more collaborative bill. I mean, this is a very complex bill, and to have the coming together of you all over the course of the last few months really help us address some of these important issues that are having an impact across the state is really commendable. So I thank you for that.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Yeah. So committee, let's take a break and then just come back at 2:30. Yeah, no. That's great. Our committee assistant,
I haven't read it.
Okay. Here we were.
On the record.
Here, I'll get it.
We're back on the record for a little bit more. Do committee members have thoughts that they're interested in sharing with the whole group at this time, knowing that the idea of this was the overview, introduction, and then we will get specific language. But are there things that are on your mind right now? Trevor?
Thanks. As I was listening to the conversation, I think it's important to go back and think about what the Act 37 Commission was set out, what it set out to do, which is to look at the fact that the status quo of Act 250 in many cases doesn't work in and that we set out a track, if you will, to modernize Act 250. We certainly, 50 years later, have a better understanding of the environment, natural communities, and corridors, forest fragmentation. We, I think, came to the understanding that through testimony that the district commission process in many cases is inconsistent. That doesn't really work that well, particularly for majors. And we've listened to a lot of testimony from a lot of different stakeholders, and we heard more testimony today from the administration and environmental groups, other stakeholders. And I think it's important to listen to what they have to say. What they're saying to us is not necessarily what we're going to do. We as a committee decide what's going to come out of this committee, not the stakeholders. They have expertise, they provide that expertise, and then it's our job to reach some consensus if we can about where we want to move forward with this process. Those are my 2 cents worth.
Yeah, good, thank you. Others? Carol?
Well, I'm just glad to know where the administration is and where the NRC is, and you know, then we'll make our decisions. But at least we've gotten that far. It feels like progress.
Joe?
Notwithstanding my observation about evisceration, I think that the summer's work, so this is a duplication of what I said afterwards. I think the NRC and others, along with the administration, have done yeoman's work. It is up to us to take all the input we get and come up with the best product we can. And I think it's important that Trevor's 2 cents be recognized for at least $1.98. It was good advice for all of us, and for myself included in that, all of us. So I look forward to a renewed focus this January. Starting immediately 2.5 hours ago, of getting this bill as good as we can get it and pass it with a good voice out of this committee and get it on its way to the Senate with a good voice on the floor. They will have their work cut out for them no matter what we send them, and guaranteed what we send them cannot be perfect. And what any more than it'll be perfect when it gets out of their end. But we really need this focus, and I'm looking forward to all of us working together for that.
Great. Other thoughts before we move on? I guess I would just say the process right now that I've outlined was this orientation today, put Act 250 on a pause till next week when we get specific language. I'm open to hearing if there's something that you all feel like you need to hear that's not in this, or that you have questions or concerns that our council could be working on. If you can bring them up, if you know them now, that would be great, or if that makes sense to you, that's sort of that's what I'm thinking, is that we would be revisiting Act 250 again in a week, unless you're ready to hear from others. As pointed out in the break, this does not represent all of the stakeholders or on either any of the sides of the issue. I thought it would be most productive to have specific language presented before we started to hear from others on this, but if you have other ideas, I'm open to how you want to go forward on this.
I don't know that this comment is exactly to that task. Anything about the Slaters is still glaringly absent.
Right.
And I understand a letter did get written, and the sooner we see that and can start thinking about the impact of that letter, the better.
Well, that letter did not result in the administration pulling together the process that we requested.
Mm-hmm.
That was sent in June.
Yeah.
And they didn't do it, and Diane just left.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was thinking of having Diane in to tell us the current status,
Mm-hmm.
but it could be also that, is Billy here still?
Greg is here.
Greg is here. Greg.
Yeah, I mean, there's really not a lot to report from the board's perspective. There is no report, there was no stakeholder process. I think the chair is really interested in completing the mapping of all the slate quarries that currently exist pursuant to the exemption in Act 250. About 90%, and this may not be news to you, but about 90% of the quarries have been mapped. At one point, about a year and a half, 2 years ago, A&R IT took it on. They had an intern who was studying GIS at UVM who was able to do the vast majority of the work. And as I understand it, there's about 10% left to map, but that requires some resources that neither the board nor the agency has right now.
Well, I would suggest that we need that kind of testimony. And what does mapping mean? Because they were all mapped a long time ago on a dinner napkin.
Right.
So
That's right.
we need a better understanding of what that means, and then but I would also say we don't need any more testimony from either side in Slate Valley. I think we've heard it all a lot, and from the administration, yes.
Mm-hmm. You want to hear testimony from the administration?
Yes.
Yep.
On the slate issue, I am wondering if we could have a map of the affected homeowners and other owners' properties to see how many people are we talking about, how many homes are we talking about where there is an issue with noise or trucks going by and so forth. Is this 15 houses? Is this 28 houses? I'd like to know that.
Okay. Anything else?
Have you given any thought to whether or not we should try and get another deadline on the trails? I guess the hope is that they'll be ready to have something when this bill, Act 250 bill passes out. And I'm just wondering if that's really feasible.
I guess the trails has been in motion for quite some time, and if we don't get something back, it stays the way it is, and I think then it's a bigger issue. We could we could set the wheels in motion in our bill for a requirement for planning for trails or whatever we identified as the blockades. We could put that in our bill, but if we don't do that, I would say it stays the way it is and we move the rest through, and then it's something we take up later, next year.
So just cut it out. I mean, I'm not really, have a very sure understanding of what the issues are, what are the major issues that are resulting in causing such a long delay or such a long work process. I don't know if someone would come forward and define them for us a little better. Maybe we'd have something to report to our constituents who keep on asking.
Can some of the folks involved in that conversation speak to that request? I mean, we did ask for, we got a nice answer earlier, but it wasn't very specific. Like, what are the issues that are hanging us up? If you're not ready to talk about them now, would you be able to talk about them next week if you haven't actually been able to address them?
Yes.
Okay. So one way or the other, we're gonna hear something back on trails.
Yes.
That is specific. It's either a specific ideas for solution
Not a
or a
belief,
specific
it's a
outline
yes.
of the challenges. Okay. That's a promise. It's on the record. That's good news. Schedule that in. Okay, great. So, as Harvey pointed out, we're all getting in legislative shape again, which requires a certain different set of muscles. We will adjourn probably now for today. I would like us to come back together tomorrow morning for more of a committee planning session to talk about other items. You have maybe, I hope, noticed that on our agenda is for Thursday an overview of S54, which is the marijuana tax and regulate. The reason that's on our agenda is that last year when we thought it was in a hurry, I worked to get some environmental provisions included into the bill with the folks in government ops working on the bill. And I would very much appreciate a more in-depth review from our legislative council on the bill and the process that's been set up. And then to have you all review what we put in there and ask questions and see if we want to be more specific in what we recommend that goes into that bill. The growing of cannabis in other states has created unforeseen environmental impacts, and we can learn from what the other states have done and not go down the same rabbit holes if we can help it. That's my hope, is that, you know, if we're gonna do this, let's try and do it right, and having our brains in the conversation now, I think, can help make it more specific what's in the bill in terms of environmental protection. So we're gonna do that on Thursday. Tomorrow, I'd like to start off the day with a review of the reports that we get every year, and then ideas for how you want to follow up. How many of those reports do we want an actual testimony taken on and a presentation on? Obviously, last year we worked on a lot of stuff that will come back to us. So the plastics working group report will be on for the next week when we have time. An update on PFAS. We are going to ask, I think that will be you, Peter, probably, or
Two of us combined, yes.
Great. So we'll get an update from the Agency of Natural Resources on the PFAS water quality testing that we started, the report we passed last session. And I'm out of legislative shape, so my brain is tired already from the day. Stuff like that. So that's what we'll do tomorrow morning, and then I expect tomorrow morning before lunch you will have free time to take care of stuff. If you're like me, I have a new phone, I need a password on it, we're all supposed to be transitioning to new iPads. It's time to do homework that you need to do to get yourself back in the game here. 9. Yeah. So generally same schedule as last year, like 9 to 12 on the morning session when we have committee time, and 1 to 4:30 on Tuesdays. We all have other meetings on Tuesday evening, and then Thursdays we may 4:30 or 5, I would count on, and Friday generally 3, might expand for adjournment or reason. That'll make sense. All right, thank you all.
So, it's 7:02. It's 7:02, I guess, or so. I will call the meeting to order. Welcome. This is the West River Modified Union. It's going to be one of these nights. Modified Union Education District budget meeting. Before we get started, I just want to, if you please sign in so that we have a record of who's here. When you speak, please identify yourself, first and last name, and town of residence for the viewing audience. You can't get fan mail if they don't know where to send it. And lastly, all the comments and questions should be directed to the chair, and then we'll refer it out. You don't get to talk to each other in the audience or individual board members. Okay? Okay. Are there any additions or corrections to the agenda, folks? The one addition I have is, since we did move a budget forward at the last meeting, the easiest way to continue to make modifications to that budget would be that if we have a motion to rescind that action and put it back in play again. We can also amend individual pieces of it and put forward a combined budget, but the cleanest, simplest way is before we start changing it to just make that motion. Just requires a majority of the board has to be made by someone who voted in favor of the motion, but I just wanted to sort of bring that up to the board because that's the cleanest way if we're talking about making additional changes to the budget, which I believe we're considering.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Is that necessary when we didn't vote on a warning? Because I don't believe I wasn't here, but I don't believe you voted on a warning.
We did not vote on a warning. It is a Roberts issue, not a legal issue, and that was the cleanest way to do it.
Same question, but it's fine. I'm fine with it. I just didn't know
Okay.
whether we needed.
I'm not sure we do, but for just clarity, that was suggested as the easiest way to do it. Okay. Anything else anyone wants to add, change, adjust? Okay. I remind you of our board norms. They're in front of you. I think we need to remember to maintain focus, communicate respectfully, and the rest of the list, respect the agenda, all of it, but just the reminder. Members of the public, if you're here to discuss one of the items on the agenda, we'd ask that you talk to us then. If you're here to discuss something that's not on the agenda, now is your moment. Anyone? Bear with me. Some of you are behind pillars. I'll look for hands. I'll find you and keep track of where you are. But if I miss you, jump up and down. Okay. Okay. Anybody have any?
Side to side.
Yeah.
They're behind the pillar, up and down.
Yeah. Side to side if you're behind the pillar. Somebody in red back there is really in trouble. Ah, Patty. All I could see was like a little line of red. I'm like, so I know there's a person, but that's it.
I lost weight.
Wow, have you ever? Okay, any correspondence to report? I have nothing. Anybody? Flying through this agenda. Okay, the first item under old business was the announced tuition rate for the 2021 school year. We had started discussing that, but we had a request for more information. Everybody has that information now. So I believe the recommended rate was 17.9. 17. Thank you. 17.9. And then there was discussion about what we should do with that. So further to that, is that still the recommendation from the administration?
Yes, that is still my recommendation.
Okay. So we can discuss that further now that we have that information. And if you have questions, please. Yeah, go ahead.
Lori, what was the tuition rate? I know you don't have. I should ask. Do you yet have the maximum allowable this year?
It just came out.
Okay, so before you tell me that, do you also have not only this year's but last year's and what our tuition rate was as well?
Your tuition rate last year was 17, or this year is 17.4.
17.4.
Last year 17. Okay, and then the allowable came in at 23,000.
For this
For
current?
this?
Or for next year?
It looks back. No, it looks back.
Okay, so.
Right, so what happens with allowable, and I can go ahead and explain it if you all would like, okay? what happens with, between the time you invoice tuition and the time that allowable comes out. So it's, allowable is always looking back at the previous year and what was billed, and if it's 3% over or under, then the receiving town could bill the sending town that over and above that 3%. Now, the Leland and Gray, to my knowledge, and you would have a better idea of being on the board for all those years, is they have never done that to Wardsboro, Dover, and Marlboro. Allowable tuition reconciliation, basically, is what it is, has never been done. And I think it's basically, there must have been an agreement in place between districts many, many years ago, long before me. So we probably should talk about that as far as an agreement is concerned, or whether or not the two boards, or the three boards, will engage in reconciliation of allowable tuition.
Do we get any tuition students from outside of our SU?
Yes. But if you do it for one, you need to do it for
I
all.
understand that, but I'm, so comparatively, what do we have, one or two, or compared to?
Yeah, just one or two.
I mean, it's a very low number.
Yes. Yeah, the majority of tuition students come from Wardsboro and, or River Valleys now. And next year, that actually is going down. So, because they're, you know, you're looking at Burton, and you're looking at actually early college. So nobody gets tuition if the student takes advantage of that. And then there's just less students, less sixth graders in Wardsboro, Dover, and Marlboro.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
More questions? True, go ahead.
Would it make sense to look at this after we've discussed the budget more? Seems like setting our tuition and we still don't, assuming that we're going to discuss our budget, we still don't know what our cost per pupil is. Maybe a little premature. If we're talking about charging $17,900, the allowable is $23,000, and our current per pupil is $25,000, maybe that decision would be better made after we look at the budget.
We can, I think we can rearrange the agenda and look at the budget first.
Lori, is there a date?
It has to be announced by the 15th or it reverts back to last year. I also do have, if you want it now.
15th of January?
January 15th.
In 2 days, okay.
In 2 days, it has to be announced,
Okay.
and it reverts back. You will only get 17.4, so.
Okay.
I do have some other comparables for around. I didn't get them on paper, but if you want them now, or if you're going to push the conversation, I can talk about them later.
We can, I mean, we pretty much have to make a decision on this tonight, whether we have a budget or not, or we set it at 17.4 by default.
Right.
So,
We're already talking about it now, let's just hear them.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is the comparison between announced and then the allowable. So BUHS announced, and this is all prior year because nothing's been announced yet, obviously. So BUHS announced at 15.5. Their allowable was 19,072. Okay. Twin Valley announced at 15. Their allowable was 22,114. Springfield announced at 17.6. And there must have been a calculation error because their allowable is 79,000, so. But I thought it would be good for a chuckle. And Bells Falls didn't, announced at 16.2, but they must not have done all of the, this is all from the statistical report that we do. So they don't have a allowable. So those are just some comparisons of.
what's Burton's current tuition rate?
Burton announced tuition at 17,990.
17,990.
2.8% increase over last year.
Okay.
They don't have they don't have
right.
to, they're an independent school.
Okay. Yes? Do you know, does BUHS charge the difference between the 15 and the 19 when they're allowed to?
They're allowed to, I don't know if they have agreements in place. They have not charged us, but we really only send, yeah, I don't know that they do. I'm trying to think, really Marlboro's the one that sends the most kids there, and we haven't done their books, so I'm not 100% sure, to be honest. There's very few other, I'm trying to think if Wardsboro sends.
Yeah.
Just being the former principal of Dover, they did not.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We didn't do the books for you.
Okay. All right, so we can move and discuss the budget and circle back to this. We just have to make sure that we come up with something tonight, or we did by default. So, we have the budget is the same as as we adopted last time. I know that people have been, taking the week to look at the documents, and I'm sure there are questions and comments, and that's what we're here for. So, any questions from the board after a week of looking? Okay. Drew, let's start, please. I just want to clarify a few things before we get, so we're going to open the budget back up, or we just answer questions on the budget that as it existed? If we can either amend certain parts of the budget, or we would need a motion to rescind the action that approved the budget, and then we would be back to no budget. We can certainly discuss possible changes, and then someone can make a motion, but, I mean, there isn't a, I don't know, someone can make that motion. Okay, because there's no motion at this point. Just to clarify a couple things about this budget. We've reduced our student count slightly, but not significantly this year. We've added 4 FTEs to maintain the current educational programming for our kids, but we're not adding or subtracting. Just want to make sure that I understand the facts that are behind the budget, as we have members of the public here that are wondering why the increase is so significant. So, looking through the documents that were presented to the board, we're adding 4 full-time employees, or FTEs, in order to maintain where we're at, for a total of $700,000. Great document. For a total of $739,000.
329, is that what you said?
Our total increase this year is $739,000.
Oh, right, yes, I thought you were referring to the 4 FTEs.
So that's where we're at as far as this budget goes.
It is the 700, right.
So I guess I took some opportunity, can I keep going, Joe? Yeah. Took an opportunity to look through some of the rest of this budget, and there's a lot of services that are contracted. So first page of the budget, special education, line 5593, total. I'd like to point out that the 40% increase, I'm assuming is probably staff related.
5593.
On the first page, in the pre-K section. When we work our way, through the other aspects of the budget, I had asked in December about the difference between staff members hired by the district and those that are hired by the SU, and it seems to be a fair amount of shifting of employees around. I did notice when you look at the total increase in salaries. For example, the kind of the direct instruction in the art line. Employees that are employed by the SU, total new dollars to that employee 2016. Total new dollars to the SU that we got billed back is $3,676. Seems like we're paying a $1,600 premium on the kind of the sellback of that service, which I thought was a bit excessive.
1106.
Looking down at some of the other services, guidance services. We have
Drew, can you say what page you're on when
I'm
you're
sorry,
referring?
on page 3, they're all 11 on mine.
Okay.
So under guidance services, line 2120,
Oh, yeah, sorry.
we had a 0.8 went to 0.99. So this position's $113,000 one FTE. So we're seeing an increase there. So it seems to me as I look through this budget, there's more than just the 4 FTEs that we were presented. There's FTEs that were purchased through agency funds of the SU that were never really laid out to us. So what is the total number of new employees that are actually in this budget?
The 4.0, the agency fund budget is coming in, for years has come over and fed into every district's budget. And just to clarify, because I know you had a question about the nurse being so much more expensive. So if you look at the nurse, for instance, 2132, that's the function on there, it's on page 3. There is an additional 0.5 nurse being added, but there's also nursing services purchased through the SU because they see more than one district. So in order to be able to split the costs, that's what happens. So if you were to take lines 5111 all the way down through, excluding the purchase service line, and increase that by another half, right, to compare apples to apples, it's $102,000 for that nurse versus the $113,000. So not a big difference, and that's personnel. That's where they fall on the salary schedule, what insurance they take, all of that. So really not a big difference there in the 2 services.
10% difference.
Because of being a different spot on the salary schedule, or maybe a different tier of insurance, one employee over another. That happens throughout the whole budget.
It does, and it happens with all of the SU sold back services, are all sold back at a much higher per employee rate than the employees that are employed by the district. When you look through and you start looking at the numbers associated with total cost from these employees, all of the SU employees are total compensation package in the mid-90s, $95,000 or $100,000 a piece, getting billed back to the district.
For their whole program, not just salary and benefits, right? So that's supplies and equipment and any other types of.
Okay, so in the, again, just to clarify for the public, like in the nurse section, total supplies are $1,000. So the supply number is not a big difference. What I'm looking at is where did the increases in this budget come from year over year over year? And we can look back to the 2019 budget we approved in 2018, and there are significant changes in the actual costs associated with certain programs. And I'm just trying to figure out why we're seeing such huge differences. So, for example, and this isn't an SU question, but it's a staffing question. English salaries in 2019 for the high school were $207,000, and $271,000 this year. It's a pretty substantial increase in what we're looking at. Math salaries, we went from providing math to our students here in 2019 for $255,000, and this year we're asking for $324,000. It's a lot of money over a 12-month period. You look at other areas, like science, we were at 242, we're at now at 253. To me, that seems like a more reasonable increase in the cost of the education. Cost of nursing in 2019 was $95,000, it's now $164,000. So when we start looking at the numbers and trying to explain to the public, all these people are sitting out here looking at significant tax increases. I think they deserve an answer as to why these numbers went up. You know, principal office cost, $292,000 in 2019, $475,000 in the proposed budget. Those are my questions as to why are we saying we have to cut programming? Where did these expenses get so big? These numbers are huge.
Answer that?
Yeah, so would it be helpful on those line items that you lay out to provide for the board a line item, the year-over-year cost, and some narrative detail, so that, say on the 27th, when the board meets again, they would have a full picture of the questions you're asking?
Well, at least two of those that you pointed out, English and math, both have notes next to them that there was a personnel change and a requested increase in teachers. So obviously, if we added another salary, then it would go up that much. I mean, it's not that things are staying the same in two of those areas that you pointed out, just as I'm going through looking at the budget that you have, that's published. You know, there's a personnel change and a requested increase. So those you would expect to go up. I lost you after that and haven't found the other ones that you've been talking about, but, you know, I mean, obviously we can get, there should be explanations for all of them, and we should be able to get them for you. We should get them.
Okay, keep going.
Sure, please.
So would it be helpful just to have a full comparison of purchased service from the agency fund at the supervisory union level and an explanation of each one of those?
Well, I think we, you know, as representatives of the public, owe it to the public to understand what we're putting forward as a budget.
Sure.
If there's a justification for the cost increases, I'd like to see it. We have established that we're not increasing programming for children. We've established that we've reduced our overall student population, but yet we're seeing significant increases in a lot of these line items. And to me, that I haven't seen a justification as to why we should spend this kind of money.
We can certainly do that analysis and bring it back to the board.
Is it possible to let people speak up? It's really hard to hear you in the back.
We got chairs in the front row. Come on up.
We'll do our best.
Thank you.
So we have a request to better explain line item increases and the comparison of purchased services versus our own staffing. Anything else we want to task as we evaluate this? We do have another budget meeting in 2 weeks, so there's plenty of time to put the administration to work and see what we want to see.
Can we ask you to do something, or is it only like a board decision?
Well, the board has to make the request, but you can certainly ask a question.
Okay, so my name is Keegan, and I live in Jamaica. I'm a teacher up in Windsor. And I have struggled to really understand how the whole education funding thing kind of works. And it was really like a conversation that I had heard regarding a 19.1% increase in taxes that I'll be responsible for, provided the budget as is would go up. That being said, this was a nice opportunity for me to get to know a little bit more about education funding. So budgeters, I appreciate the work you've done. My questions are kind of two-parted. I actually met with our CFO at my school district, and I gave him our information. I said, can you help me better understand what this means? And based on the numbers that I picked up from the SU last week, our equalized pupil spending threshold for this district is $18,756. We are currently spending, according to this budget by the numbers, $21,127, which is a difference of the 2,371. And it's that number. If you wanted to reduce that over expenditure, you would end up having to cut $1.2 million from your budget, which is significant. That's programming, that's offerings, that's salary, that's a lot of things. And as a teacher, I would never want to be the one to deliver that message of thank you for your service, but it's just not jiving anymore. So my question is, how creative can we get, or can you get really, with your programming, with your offerings, to bring down like the reduced number of student population that you have? I would hate to ask, like, but what does this look like? Because I don't recall ever in past years of voting for budgets, I don't recall an increase being this so significant with no real plan of how, like, this is not sustainable for our communities, truly. So what's your long-term goal? Like, if you need it one time, maybe, but what's your long-term goal? Kicking the can down the road is doing no one any favors, especially with a continuing declining population of students, an aging demographic of retired seniors who live on fixed incomes, and people like me that have 2 master's degrees are pretty valuable, really good teachers, but you know, how am I supposed to justify all of this and still be a taxpayer on a teacher's salary? I don't make $100,000 a year. So I'm hoping that you guys have a strategic plan long-term, because 19% to maintain no new programming for children and no building improvements. I understand you guys are still rocking some chalkboards. When are you going to provide your kids with 21st century learning environments and tools? How is that going to work? Like, I could be on board with 19% increase to bring your buildings and your facilities forward to provide an environment truly conducive to future learning for our kids. But 19% to maintain the status is incredibly unfair. It's a disservice to your kids, it's a disservice to your community. You know, we can pay, we will find a way, but we demand more. Our kids deserve it, and our teachers deserve it too. So what's your creative plan? That would be my suggestion. If someone on the board would take on the task of maybe making a motion to reevaluate your budget plan, looking at some degrees of creativity, bringing in a financial analysis person. You know, I want to say yes to a school budget because I'm so deeply connected to them, but 19% this year could be 20% next year to still maintain a chalkboard in 2020. Not that there's anything wrong with chalkboards, but that's my request. How creative can we be in either reconsidering 1.2 million or coming up with a serious plan that extends bigger beyond year to year?
Well, you know, I agree with you. This is not sustainable. We proposed some really creative plans before we even became operational, and we're told that, you know, we couldn't, the status quo needed to stay the status quo. You know, there are a number of things we could do in terms of consolidation and changing how children are educated and where children are educated. And we could be very creative. But those conversations are going to be extremely difficult because towns are going to lose their schools. You know, we're going to have to come together and have less buildings because doing the same thing in a bunch of different places costs money in each place. And until you start doing, you know, until you're not teaching first grade in 3 places, it's hard. That's one way anyway. But those are really lengthy conversations where we engage the entire community, and there's not time to do that for this budget. And I said at the last meeting that, you know,
I think this is actually the tipping point. It's like, we can't do this. This is what it will look like every year going forward, where we try and squeeze a little more savings out of what we have, where we're not expanding opportunities and we're not giving children any more. We're just maintaining what we have because it's expensive to maintain all that we have. So yes, we need to actually, get a budget and then start talking about how do we, going forward, change what we do into a sustainable model, because we don't have one now. But that's a conversation that's gonna take,
I understand where.
laying that plan out, I said it would take the entire summer, and then next year's budget, we could start talking about, well, in this budget, these are the changes that we're going to make, and this is how we're gonna start to whittle away at that 1.2, so that we aren't over the excess spending threshold anymore. The only thing we could do now to get close to that would be draconian, I think. That's my answer. One sec. I believe Drew had a comment, and then we'll go to you.
So reviewing the superintendent's budget that gets assessed back to us, which is why it's important, what percent of the $103,000 new employee, which is a behavioral specialist, is getting billed back to this district? Because it's the first I heard about it was reviewing your budget. So I'm just curious, that's another new full-time position at $103,000 that's coming into this district. What percentage of it are we responsible for?
If it comes from special education, the SU bills on 80. So I believe you guys are 61%. Does that sound right? So 61,000.
So that is another new employee. So $60,000 worth of new employee in this district that wasn't actually formally brought to this board as a suggestion.
A position such as that, correct, would go through the WCSU board.
It's also special ed, so it's not like we have a choice.
Can I ask
Sorry.
Sorry, please.
Go ahead, and then we'll go back to you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm Clara Robinson. I'm from Jamaica also. And I'm listening to Drew, but I also listened to your board presentation on the 6th. And where somebody brought up, I think it was Drew, said, can we look at the SU budget? And I think you said no, flat, like that. And then somebody to your left said, no, that's not true. The SU can look at their budget. They can do whatever they want to do. Am I correct in, that's what I saw on tape anyhow. So I want to know, as somebody who's going to be looking at the 19% increase, what part of the SU budget does Jamaica get a benefit from? Can you tell me?
I can, sure.
Jamaica directly, if we're going to be paying 19-something%, close to 20%,
sure.
What part of that budget does Jamaica get a benefit?
So every purchase service that specific to Jamaica. So if art is purchased there, if PE is purchased there, if counseling is purchased there, all occupational therapy, all speech language pathology, all physical therapy, all special education paras, all special education teachers, part of the behavioral specialist. My office, all the services from my office. So finance, superintendent, director of curriculum, the operations director, the special ed director, all of those services. The SU budget is in 3 parts. There's the central office budget, there's the special education budget, and there's the agency fund budget, which Drew was referring to earlier about the difference in cost of purchasing a service that is housed at the SU versus directly employed. So for a place like Jamaica, you would receive all the services that every other district receives from my office, the central office, and in particular to services that are purchased through the SU in the agency fund, and then every special education cost and transportation that goes through Jamaica.
So the budget that's within the SU for the, the office budget, we get benefit from the office budget?
You get all the services of everybody that is employed at my office.
We don't feel it.
I understand.
just for clarification, believe we were gonna go back to you and then we'll start going around. But just for clarification, the WCSU budget, we don't control it. I mean, the WCSU board has representation from every board in the supervisory union on it. And we have representation on that board. That budget could be re-looked at, but we would not be able to force that with our representation. And then but that budget is voted on by, representatives from this board, representatives from River Valleys, and representatives from Marlboro, and also Wyndham and Stratton. Because every school district or education district in the Wyndham Central has representation on that board and gets services from that central office. We all share.
So you say you can't force it, but you could ask.
Certainly we could ask.
I mean, the other night it sounded like, no.
We could ask, but we can't, we can't force it. But, when I said, no, we can't, because we can't, it's out of our control. But then, whoever corrected me, it's like, well, we could certainly ask for that budget to be relooked at, but.
But that would be a cost saving, I would think we would ask.
It would be a discussion amongst all the schools as to whether, amongst all the districts as to whether it was a cost savings. Clarification, yeah.
The agency fund has not been voted on by the SU yet.
That is correct.
So the numbers I'm speaking of have not been voted on. So the SU agency fund is set after school budgets are set. So all of these numbers that I've been putting out can in fact be changed without changing the superintendent's budget, which would be the superintendent in the administrative office. That's the one budget that's been set. The special ed. The other employees that we're speaking of are at the discretion of this board.
And the services you got to be asked, right?
That's correct. Okay, correct. You had a follow-up, and then I don't even know, Patty, we'll go to you next.
So your current equalized pupil number is 512, and I'm aware that that number is based on a 3-year average. Do you have a projected, you guys go based on 2?
The state.
Oh, I thought it was 3, my apologies. So my curiosity then would lead us to, do you have an understanding of your projected potential pupils? Like, will you continue to see a continuous decline? Like, I understand like the 512 is designed to keep a sharp drop off from occurring number-wise. So do you have a projected estimate of how many equalized pupils you're going to have for your next budget cycle? You're going to have some hard conversations. I might start thinking about what you can do now to start preparing for those so that you have a leg to stand on when your election comes due. You know what I mean? So what are we going to continue to see a decline in student enrollment? Or is there some kind of plan for like attracting additional kids to come into the district to kind of increase that?
Do you have those numbers yet?
Well, we have, I did put together a chart here that has past years, and so it shows the decline in students.
Do we have forward-looking numbers yet?
It is, I did talk to our IT director today, who he's been analyzing mainly Leland and Gray, and is seeing the leveling off that we had talked about that has, I think we've been talking about it for at least the 3 years that I've been here, that at some point there is a leveling off. And so that looks like that's what's starting to happen with the Leland and Gray students. So that's good news. And then the elementary have been actually pretty steady or growing because of pre-K, offering pre-K offerings. So, but there has been, as you can see from this sheet, 17% over 3 years is a lot of students to lose. I'm concerned, honestly, about the tuition students as well.
Right.
So it's not just equalized pupils, but.
Beyond the 17% decline, over time, and this might just be a foolish question, I know when I have to plan out my budget for my classroom, which is a very small amount, it has to go according to the number of kids I have. So if from one year to the next, my number of students goes from 100 to 85, then my supply budget is decreased by that much as well. My curiosity is, how, like, does your budget match the decline? Either, I would doubt very much for teachers because it's truly a minuscule amount. But in general, does the school budget match the declining enrollment as well? Or is this truly like the needs of our students that we have tends to increase despite the fact that we have a lowering number? Is that the relationship that we're seeing
Yes.
as a result of this?
Yes.
Fewer students, higher needs?
So we have had a 17% decrease over the last 3 years, but correct me if I'm wrong, it was 1.3% reduction from last year to this year. That's what we're working on
1.6,
now.
yeah.
Hence the bottoming out and the potential for.
Right, last year's equalized people, this year's equalized people were 1.6. 6 students, so that was actually very good news because I expected we have the hold harmless, but we can't drop more than 3.5%, so I had thought we might hit that, but we didn't, so that was good news.
Patty, you had your hand up next.
So, my first concern that I have coming here tonight is the fact that this budget was voted by the board on draft 2. No drafts were available to the public anywhere unless you came to a meeting or called the central office. There was nothing online. They were all, the warning time deadline for budget approval was originally the 27th of January. So one could think that they had this week to come and talk about the budget before you voted on it. And I don't know that any of you had it days before you actually voted on it. My thought is maybe you just got it that night. So that really is a deep concern for me. And second, I believe that when you're thinking of cuts, the first cuts that should be thought of are cuts that do not directly impact the students, such as the superintendent office, the agency fund, those kind of things. So that's my thing for tonight.
Sure. So another question that we could get answered for is, go to the back page, not the very back page, second to last page. Section 50, line 5591. There's another 1.6 FTEs that we've purchased from the SU that wasn't in our new employee list. So I have no idea what that service is.
So, Drew, I just want to point out too for the public, if you go back to the 12-9 video online, the BCTV, I went with the whole board, went line by line explaining the budget. So it'll be a little easier to follow, I think, if you watch that video. And so that is just a note so that you understand that we have talked about it. So as I said then, in the elementary line item, under direct instruction, you will see, and I have a note there also, that the
Page
one,
you're on.
I'm on the first page, that the 1.6 FTE moved to the WCSU for the academic AST, means academic support team. And there was also a 1.0 position, teaching position, that was, there was no cost for that because it was a shift. But the 1.6 was moved to the WCSU because we created an academic support team. So that's where I talk about on the I think it was the 9th of December, where it comes back in, Drew, where, do you remember that? Where I said it comes back into this budget in the purchase service.
Does it come back to the same price or more?
It comes back the same price.
And while I have the floor, can I get an explanation of the technology services? Because we got 3.5 FTEs for $440,000. The bottom of the same page.
So again, this is not just the personnel, right? It's a whole program that's through the agency fund, and the whole technology budget is through the agency fund, which involves software, hardware, of which, you know, West River has the biggest portion again, because you are the biggest district. So it's not just salaries and benefits. I think that's important. I put those numbers, those FTE numbers in there so that you see year over year what the change of FTEs are. But when you're purchasing a service, you're purchasing the whole service.
So how do we know if it's cheaper to purchase this service? Because, you know, when you divide this up, it looks like we're paying $140,000 an employee.
But you're not, right?
But we
I
don't
just
know
said-
that because we can't see that.
Right.
So we're just supposed to accept a $440,000 number as a fee in this budget and not know exactly what's in that?
And that's
We're
all
talking
part of that
1.2
agency.
million is what we need to cut. And this is 440,000. We don't even know what's in there. We just know there's 440,000 on this line. So can we see what's in that line?
Yes, that's all part of that, what we just talked about. That's part of the agency fund that.
I mean, 440,000 is one line, more money than we put towards the entire Jamaica Elementary School. Like, we should see what's in these lines. It went up by $65,000. And I still haven't had an explanation. Does anybody else know what's in that 440,000?
Salaries, benefits, software, hardware. Well, we all knew that. Do we know the exact amount? I don't remember.
I think it's in
We
that-
had line items
Right,
in the budget when we went over it.
I mean, we can bring the agency fund budget and give you the line-by-line breakdown of that 440,000.
We're asking them for 20% more. I think we should probably know why we're asking.
We can get the agency fund budget breakdown. Yes,
So I don't know if this is going to end up.
could you identify yourself?
Yeah, sorry, CJ King from
Thank you.
Jamaica. First thing to put on that I'd like to say is that I went back to my notes from 2016 or 15, and the reason that the way that we were sold on going into this union to begin with, as I recall, were two main goals. One is that we would save money. And the second is that we would provide better educational opportunities for our children. And as we're saying, we're just staying even and not saving money. So neither of the promises that were offered to us as we voted ourselves into this union have been realized. And I'm very interested in this long-term plan as well. Where are we going with this? Because we can't sustain it. I guess I do have two questions. One question, two parts. What is the increase in salary for the district? And what is the increase in salary for the supervisory union in the upcoming year?
What's this, how we increase in the SU budget?
So, the percentage. So different people receive different amounts. I can only speak at the central office level. It was 3% to 3.5% in this budget, of which you are assessed $610,000. We are in negotiations right now for every member of the master agreement, which includes all special education employees and all West River employees. So that has not been determined yet, but we built in increases based on historical precedent.
Last year's increase for the union workers was 3.25%. And we're negotiating for this.
So I also put that information on here so that people could see negotiated increases over 3 years.
Page 81.
This sheet here. And also the healthcare increases. The average healthcare increase over the 3 years that we're talking about, 18, 19, and 20, and 21, or that's 4 years, but there was a plan change in 18, was 11.33%. Healthcare has increased. that is not a controllable cost.
So just to clarify, I know that at my district, like healthcare is a completely non-negotiable when it comes to our union conversations with our board. And it's only like the salary increase because healthcare is really like done through the state.
Yeah.
Is my understanding, isn't it?
As of January 1st, 2021.
Okay.
Didn't you have a second question?
That was the two questions,
Okay.
supervisory union and other.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Drew. So what that really works out to is new money for our district employees between $3,000 and $5,000 a year per employee, new district money. You know, looking into what our seniors get, they got 1.7% of increase in Social Security. So just to kind of put it in perspective, those are the people that we're asking to pay this bill. They got 1.7% and the cost of Medicare went up. So they not only got a small increase, but then had to shift that to their health insurance. And we're asking them to front another $3,000 to $5,000 per employee in this budget.
Yes, sir.
And Williams, Jamaica. I can't grasp something here. Jamaica's got the smallest population in the school, and yet we've got the largest increase in taxes. So are you telling us that our teachers and our personnel at the school are being paid that much less, and you're gonna bring them all up to the standard? How did you justify the increase of each town? What was the factor that said, you know, Townsend's gonna pay this, Newfane's gonna pay this, Jamaica's gonna pay this? What was the balancing?
That's all done according to the state school funding formula. All, by adopting a budget, we end up setting an education tax rate, and then it goes through the state funding formula where it goes through CLA and there's a, I'm sorry, what? There's a, there, it goes through the threshold and the yield and this funding formula, and then Newfane and Brookline did not hit a target tax rate last year, so they were held, they could only have a 5% increase or decrease in their taxes, whereas Jamaica and Townsend hit that target threshold last year for a tax rate. So Jamaica has the largest tax increase, and Townsend is right behind it with 17%. I'm sorry?
And so the new information that I just gave you, we can talk about. Townsend actually did fall into the 5% protection. That was my conversation on Friday afternoon with Brad James at the FASBO meeting.
But I think what's important to sort of looking at it from a higher level, Jamaica's always been part of, or has since the very beginning, been part of the Leland and Gray Union High School District, which doesn't exist anymore. But the formula and the way we distributed the dollars and took in the dollars is the same as it is for, essentially the same as it is for the West River District. So, you know, we just have we're just doing it from pre-K-12 now instead of 7-12 like we did before. So it's based on the number of students you have and the costs that we incur, and each town has their own CLA. That's still the same, you know, that hasn't changed. So every year, towns can see some spikes and decreases, and they have been able to do that to the Leland and Gray District for
It
many
seems
years.
like
So it's a
years ago,
similar.
they went way over budget. And Jamaica did. I think it was like 10%. And the state, at that point, wasn't allowing a 10% increase. But they put it through anyway. Now, are we being penalized for trying to have a better school? And that's one of the things that I'm really starting to get interested in, because it seems to me with 35 students, why do we have a 19% increase?
So how many students does Jamaica have?
Jamaica has more than 30-something
Yeah,
students.
because you're talking about school and we're talking about town. So some of Jamaica students may not go to Jamaica building. So I guess it's maybe easier to look at it as a building. So that is not, you're, no matter how many students you have in the building, there you go, there's 65 students that Jamaica has to count, that they count, not the 35 that are in the building, or I don't know how many are in the building, but yeah. So it's hard to make sense of that. I know it's harder to make sense, but it's still the number of students that reside in the town of Jamaica that you're funding.
Okay.
Some go here, to Leland Gray. Some go to Townsend, I think. Yeah, it's a complicated funding formula.
But
It has been
meanwhile,
for
we're
20
supposed to
years.
put our money down on it without understanding it. So if I go to the store to buy a can of beans, I can look at the ingredients on the back of it, and I can say, oh, okay, I want to spend $1.50 on this. But we're being asked for a 19% increase for something that's too difficult to understand. We don't know what we're getting for it. That's why we're here.
Crystal, you were.
Maybe we need some state representation here.
Crystal Gorville, Wyndham, Vermont. I have a question, kind of two questions. So, like with Jamaica, I mean, their population has decreased dramatically. A lot of people choiced out to Townsend. So, and I'm not sure I fully understand this. I know with Wyndham, we're a really small population. Our cost per student is $28,000, going up to $30,000 next year. Is it true that you pay some kind of a penalty if you don't reach a certain goal? So my question is that why Jamaica's seeing a huge increase, because of the amount of students in their building? And my other question is, I thought I understood consolidation to be like we would decide to keep 3 buildings open, like Newfane, Townsend, Leland, and Gray, and put like K through 2 at Newfane and 3, 4, and 5 at Townsend. I thought that was going to happen with the consolidation, and that's where we would see the dramatic decreases in our costs.
So the only penalty that is in play here is a penalty that's district-wide for the West River District. The threshold, the spending threshold is $18,756, and we spend over that. And so every dollar over that is taxed double. And that penalty is spread out over the entire district. Our budget creates a unified tax rate of $2.16. Okay, and then it runs through the funding formula, which takes into account CLA, and excuse me, that takes it and makes it, you know, the 35% increase that Jamaica has. You know, everyone starts with that same base education tax rate, and then it goes through the individual town's CLA, and depending on what your CLA is, that boosts it or drops it. And that's where the increase is coming from. I mean, everybody has the same base tax rate. Lori?
Joe, can I just
Fix
talk
me?
about the CLA?
Yes, please.
About a little bit,
Got you
because
next,
this
and
is
then
important
Phoebe,
for
I got you.
Jamaica residents to understand.
Can you
is
tell us, first of all, what CLA
Common
stands?
level of appraisal.
Yeah, that's what it is.
And it's about it measures your fair market value. So if your houses are selling above fair market value, your CLA is going to be higher. And if it's selling below, then your CLA is going to be lower. Did I say that backwards? I just heard myself. But anyway, the Jamaica CLA in fiscal year 16 was 113%. So that meant that your properties were selling 13% basically above fair market value. The CLA for this budget here is 99.46. So
Across the whole district?
no, that's just for Jamaica.
Jamaica.
We just had a reappraisal.
So you just had a reappraisal back in fiscal year 18, was it?
Right.
Yeah, okay. So that's a very large difference. And that has nothing to do with what this board voted for a budget. Has nothing to, that CLA has nothing to do with that. Right, so if you were to, another example would be, if the budget from last year, fiscal year 20, was exactly the same, and that's what was being presented. The CLA from last year to this year also dropped from 101.49 to 99.46. Your tax rate would go up even though the budget was exactly the same. So it's not just about the expenses that the board is approving or not approving.
Okay, Rick, then Phoebe, then you in the back.
Just to speak to the CLA, Townsend's CLA this year is almost dead on what it was last year. And the original projections anyway was still for a 16.23% increase. So that can't be blamed on the CLA. I mean, I want to make that really clear because we got hit by CLA last year. But this year it's almost dead on. We're still looking at a 16+% increase in the 30 cent. You know, so that is directly attributable to the costs.
Right.
Yes.
Right. I was saying if the budget didn't change at all from one year to the next. But yes, you're right.
Phoebe.
Phoebe Connolly, New Fame. I just wanted to answer the question about what do those 65 students from Jamaica, like what do they get? I'm sorry, I think it's your comment or question about the students from Jamaica and what do students get. I think one thing that we have to realize is what those students get is if you take a Leland and Gray employee that's been at Leland and Gray for 2 years and a Jamaica employee that's been at Jamaica for 2 years, we could tell you every single thing about those 65 kids that are within that school and further within that community. And that's something that the current structure makes happen. And I think that's one of the most amazing things about being in this community is that we get to be educators who know our students and really know them. So that being said, I agree, 19%, whatever the numbers are, is an incredible increase. And I've been at many board meetings to see and hear, to also be dumbfounded that we're in the situation that we are at this point. So really, none of us in this room are in an envious position because you all have to figure out what to do about the increase and we potentially have to pay it. So I feel like that's kind of how we're gonna figure this out, is recognizing we're all in a crappy situation, but we know all those 65 kids and we wanna do what's best for them. So good luck.
You, sir.
Greg Jolly from Jamaica. So if I understand correctly from what was just described as the CLA, that even if Jamaica school closed, helping the district decrease their budget needs, that we could still be looking at sizable percentage increases in our taxes because of the CLA. So even if we shut a school that we want to have in the town to save the district money, we will still be potentially looking at large percentage increases to our taxes. That's what I just heard. That's why people are concerned.
Yeah, go ahead. Thank you.
We discussed those numbers kind of, last week. Closing Jamaica isn't where we're going to find the bulk of the savings. And I think, Laura, you had some information, one about the small schools grant that Jamaica brings to the district is quite valuable. And the total budget that we spend there is around 300?
I think it's closer to 400. I think it's 388 I'm just trying to get in to look again. But it also would trigger losing the small schools grant, which is around $91,000. So it's really, between the two, it's not a lot of money that it would reduce this budget by.
Look, can I ask you a question about that?
Yeah.
The small schools grant that you're talking about with Jamaica, that's actually what we were calling the merger support grant, is that correct?
Yes.
So that's a flat number that is given to us currently today because the four towns merged together to form one district. Mm-hmm. There are new calculations, so new ways to calculate. The state board created new restrictions around small schools grants, and I'm not sure Jamaica would or wouldn't apply, wouldn't get them without having merged. That is a in perpetuity grant we get as long as the school stays open.
I was going to say, as long as that
the school closes. Right. And just because somebody asked it earlier, the decision of the study committee to present articles of agreement to the 5 towns was to include an article saying that no school would close without a vote of the community. And that was something that was a little unusual from most articles of agreement around the state. There may be 1 or 2 others who did it, but this West River District, what became the West River District, the people who proposed the study and the articles really felt it was important. The schools were all important in each community, and that if a community wanted to keep their school open, they could. It didn't mean that they have to be configured the same way they are, whether they're pre-K 6, pre-K 5, but it needed to be, we need to be able to keep a school open if a community decides to do so. A community can decide to close it, but just important that it's part of the articles.
Okay, I got you guys all out there. I got one up here, and then there's one way in the back, right? Behind you. Mike, go ahead, and then somebody was way back there, right? Yeah, okay, right after Mike, and then I got you and you.
Just talking about the small schools grant, and Jamaica, because that is the most obvious thing if we were to look at that. I just want to point out, I think I heard when I watched the last meeting that Townsend's dangerously close to losing its small schools grant based on the number of students. So it just for everybody to realize that if Jamaica were to close and a lot of those students came to Townsend, it might not just be 90,000 we lose, it might be 180,000 in small schools grants that we lose. If it puts Townsend over.
Well,
okay.
not just, so there's 2 triggers. It's if you're over 100 students, but then there's also a class size.
And it doesn't count pre-K, right?
I don't believe so.
No. Okay. All right, way in the back there, and then closer to the front, and then catch you.
Danielle West from Jamaica. So my understanding when we had merged together, as brought up before, it would be equal everything for the students. They would have same opportunities. This was going to increase their education. And one thing I've noticed this year is maybe a New Brook student gets this, but a Jamaica student doesn't or has to pay for it. Is that different in this budget? Does every student get the same exact thing? Like I was told the 5th grade field trip, New Brook students, it's paid for. Jamaica has to fundraise for it. So has that been taken into consideration in the new budgets?
Yes.
Yes. Also to go back to Keegan's about she gets a certain amount per student. for supplies. We did that throughout, actually, the whole SU. We tied the amount of supplies that a teacher gets back to the amount of students in their class for equity purposes, too. So.
Thank you.
I had a question. I'm Bonnie West from Jamaica. And on the small school grant, would it be advantage to us if Newbrook and Townsend are not eligible for small school grant, if some of their students was reconfigured and come back to Jamaica, so all 3 schools would be eligible for small schools grant and increase your revenue?
Unfortunately, as of fiscal year 18, if the town or the school district did not qualify for a small schools grant, then in Act 46, they don't get it in perpetuity.
That's
I can't
too
say
bad.
that word. Perpetuity.
Increase the revenue.
So Newbrook and did not, well, it's actually Brookline and New Thane that actually get the revenue, but they did not qualify in fiscal year 18, so they don't get it going forward.
Does Townsend?
Yes.
And will they continue to?
That is the hope. It depends on class size.
I'm going to say if that's the case, so they can keep it, it should be, the student should be reconfigured so that we take advantage.
Karen Amidon, Jamaica. So there's a budget for all the schools, and then taxes are raised. The amount of taxes raised, is that the same amount of the budget, or does money go to the state?
Ever since Act 60 and Act 68, it's a statewide property tax. So no, it is not a one-to-one correspondence between what is decided on by each individual town approving a budget pre-Act 68.
Try to figure that out? And where are we at?
I do not know that figure.
So the state, well, it's not that it's just really, it's a formula. So the first thing that people need to recognize and understand is that spending happens at the local level. I know a lot of people, because of the system, the formula that we have, which is a statewide education funding formula, a lot of people think that it's the state that sets your spending, but it isn't. The local school districts around the state develop budgets and pass budgets and decide on spending. Then those figures are sent to the state, and then the state has to come up with the revenue to pay for that from the spending plans that happen in each district. So then it goes through a big funding formula, and Lori can speak to all the little pieces of the funding formula because she has to deal with it all the time. And there are lots of factors like weighting factors, which we are now hopefully looking at to maybe modify down the road. And then it gets redistributed back. And it's a very complicated formula that a lot of people don't understand, and you mentioned it as well, that it's really hard to understand, but it can be understood, and every step can be explained, and Lori is, I'm sure, really good at explaining it to any individual who wants to understand it, but it's just really important to recognize that it's the local spending. I will say that large spending districts can impact, everybody's spending impacts each other, right? So that's part of the reason why there's an excess spending threshold. Some people love it, some people hate it, but it is designed to encourage folks to not spend too much in their own individual district because everybody's spending impacts each other in this statewide funding formula.
And it's been that way since Act 60.
And 68.
Jamaica has been struggling with that every single year. We've cut back on everything. There's nothing more to cut back on. And now we have a principal who is struggling to do the job with 104 days a year, and we don't have a principal 5 days a week. Do the other schools have a principal 5 days a week? Are you both there 5 days a week?
Yes.
And that's hurting our school. It hurt our advisory group. I mean, we weren't doing the same things that the other advisory groups were doing because there wasn't a full-time principal. So it's tough.
So the reason Act 46 came about, and there were several proposals prior to Act 46, but they all came about because of decline in student population. I mean, and it's not only been coming on us for a really long time, it's continuing. And we're still seeing it continue. And it's continuing in a way that wasn't anticipated even 5 years ago. It's a national trend. It's not just Vermont. We're feeling it everywhere. It's a global challenge that we're dealing with right now. And I think, you know, I was in the legislature when we passed Act 46. And even I didn't anticipate it continuing to go, the trends to go the way they are. And when this district made the decision to open up school choice, that's what changed, inter-district school choice. That's what changed the numbers in Jamaica itself, and why parents get to choose within limits of whatever we said in our policy on inter-district school choice, and that's why the numbers in Jamaica went down. I think the number of students actually in Jamaica went down as well, but the number of students in the building there also went down because of parents choosing another school to send their child to.
Yep, you had your hand up for a while.
So real quick, and if it's not public information, I'll apologize for asking in advance. The school district that I currently work in, we lose a good portion of our population of high school students to go to like an ODP type program or like an alternative setting. And some of our students through special education needs will typically head to another school that's more conducive to maybe meeting some of those needs that kids have. Those schools are typically very expensive, they're very good, but my question is, based on the current population of kids that you have here, is there the intention of like reintegrating any students that are headed out to an alternative program to kind of get them to come back into our schools? Now, I get it that sometimes the best placement may not be a general education school or public school setting, but to be fair and equitable and inclusive, I think foundationally all kids from this community ought to be with other children, regardless of how old they are. So I'm curious, what portion of your budget is being sent out in tuition for those higher needs programs? And is there a possibility where you could rethink or use some of that funding that's going out to implement a program that can be here that could support the needs of those students in a fair and equitable way that would maybe also be cost effective? Does that question make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'll start, and if you want to jump in, feel free. We currently have 3 in-district programs, 2 that are housed here at Leland and Gray, 1 at Marlboro.
Okay.
That is part of the, when people say, what are you doing at the central office? That's part of what we are doing, is planning and preparing for that. The behavioral specialist that was hired is part of that long-term plan to do exactly what you're talking about. It's preparing the environment so that students that grow up here can stay here. Each individual decision is made by an individual education team. But what
and parents, I'm sure, too.
Absolutely. So our responsibility is to look at the demographics and the reality, and then prepare environments in which we can do exactly what you're talking about. In terms of the amount of money sent out, I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay.
But when we had our, now 2 years ago, audit of our system by the district management group, that was one of the big pushes, was to start staffing up your environment so that you can then receive those students back. But that is a long-term proposition. That is not a one-year thing.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm long-term. I know immediately some things, sometimes it is what it is, and I can appreciate that. But I like knowing what will happen and what can be anticipated. And if we have time to come up with a solid plan that does take into consideration, like, let's make a plan beyond next year. Contract negotiations with teachers, it's really a huge burden on them to have to ask for, please accept my professionalism and pay me my value and worth.
true. I heard the proposed increases per teacher being like $3,000 to $5,000 depending upon where they fall in the pay scale. In the grand scheme of things, that's not that much spread out over 52 weeks. In the private sector, a 3% or a $3,000 increase over the course of the year is really like a cost of living increase and maybe a night out to dinner to go to a good place. Thank you for my question.
So, just to go back to the school choice thing, and it's a little off topic, but can the Jamaica students who went to Townsend, can they, if they want, if we do special things, come back to Jamaica?
Yeah.
Can I take this question?
Sure. Sure.
Yeah, the board's policy is that when you make a school choice decision, that becomes your home school, and we open up school choice every March. So if I am in Townsend right now, I live in Townsend, and I chose to go to Jamaica, Jamaica is now my home school, but in March of the year, my parents and I can apply for that, and depending on space in all the other schools, what the board has tasked me to do is look at what the current population is, and then determine based on the board's class size guidelines, how many slots are available for school choice. But that is an annual choice that is available to parents.
Yes, sir.
A question, going back to the discussion about the local districts or the towns set the budgets, and then the state has to figure out how to pay for it. So my question is, with Jamaica having a 19.5% increase in front of us, is 19.5% of that increase coming to this district? Is all the money that we're going to be putting forward, paying in our taxes, is it coming back into this district, into these schools, into our kids?
No. Part of that is the excess spending.
Go ahead.
Where exactly does the excess spending penalty money go? Does it just filter through with how they divide it across the entire state?
Montpelier.
Well, it goes to the ed fund.
That's where
it goes. And it depends, and then, as all of the tax dollars go to the ed fund, and then it's dispersed based on the spending. I will tell you that Friday, I did learn that the ed spending fund, or the ed fund has an $8.8 million surplus right now, or fund balance, which they will be most likely raising. So the yield is something that the commissioner uses to raise and lower tax rates. And so they're most likely, and there's never, I can't be quoted on it because I'm not sure what will happen in the end, but before town meeting, the yield will probably go up because they'll use that $8.8 million to offset. And that means your tax rate will go down. Will it go down a lot? It will probably go down 2 pennies, roughly. So, but that's the balancing act. It's the same type of thing that the districts do. They might have a fund balance, in which case, in a future year, they use some of that money to pay down their tax rate, right? So West River's only this is only the second year in, so potentially next year, if there's a fund balance, they could do that.
Yes.
Thank you. So realistically, the likelihood of this body of caring, heartfelt community members, the likelihood of cutting $1.25 million out of this budget is probably not going to happen. Fair statement? Because you don't want to alienate your schools, you don't want to alienate your communities, no one wants to fire a teacher, because if you're that person that's like, sorry, well, the only thing that's worse than that is saying, sorry kids, you're not worth the time or money either. So, big picture, how do we fix this? Is there an opportunity this year to come up with a feasible, sustainable plan? Or is this one of those moments where it's like, you know what? It is what it is. We've kicked the can down the road long enough, and now we're here.
and this is what it is. It's not going to improve. At best, we can do some strategic planning and come up with a better plan next time. I'm looking for clarity. Is there anything we can do to fix this now, or is it what it is and we just have to figure out something better long-term after town meeting day?
I can answer that, if you want to hear my answer.
There's one opinion, sure.
In my opinion, you can't fix this right now. It's going to be a long-term thing, and there's going to be drastic changes. It's going to have to be, okay, we're going to have to look into combining supervisory unions. We're going to have to look into cutting that excessive administrative cost that we have. We're going to have to look into buildings that have outlived their usefulness. For me, I don't think it's closing an elementary school is going to do it. Every town should have a public place in it. It might have to be that this building might have to close. We might have to be a sending school for high school kids. That might be the answer. I'm not going to recommend that, but I'm going to tell you that might be the answer.
But for this fiscal year and
This fiscal year, it looks, last year, Newfane is the one who bit the bullet last year. Newfane and Brookline. Newfane had like the 12%, Brookline was 10%, and then there was like, I think, 4 and 2, something like that, for Townsend and Jamaica, the way the budget went. But I knew that and predicted that for years, that the first year we were gonna get banged because we had the lowest cost per pupil at that level, and then all of a sudden we had to bring all those students up to where everyone else was at a higher level. So they took less of that $1 million increase in the budget, because it was $1 million increase last year. Okay, so theoretically, the budget's going up what it would cost to run a small school every year. And it's going to do that because you have salaries, there's increases in salaries, medical has been jumping up the last 2 years like crazy. Special education, and that's going to special education is even going to get worse. The state has a new funding formula that they're going to be sending us less and less every year, no matter what our needs are. So, it's going to get worse. We're going to have to look and be proactive. Where are we going to save the money? What are we going to cut? I don't want to see any program cut for any child. I don't. I want to see more programs added. But we're not an endless fountain of money if everyone's going to say my taxes are going up 20%, and we're not getting any more. And it's true, but this was bound to happen. And we have now the retreat might close, so you got those people that might be moving. It's an economic thing. It's just if the economics turn around. More people will move here, more people will have kids, Can't do that overnight.
You're going to tax rates and they're not going to move here.
And we're actually losing people because of that too. You're absolutely right.
Okay, Drew, you were next. We got this down. So Drew, go ahead.
I would disagree. I think there's something we can do. We're adding a whole bunch of new employees to maintain the same level that we have today. I think we look back to our administration and we say, continue to provide the same level today without the new employees. It may be time to ask our employees to step up and provide a little bit more. We're going to ask the taxpayers to throw 20% more on the table. Why don't we look at our teachers and staff and say, we need you to put a little on the table too. Maybe you need to run a little bit more lean. And this is no different than any other business in this country. When your product gets too expensive, you got to cut costs, you got to run more lean, you got to run a better operation. And we can't just keep throwing people at this problem. We're not adding services, but we're adding new employees. And maybe it's time to look at our administration and direct them to say, figure out how to do this more efficiently. And I think we can fix it this year. There's a big chunk of this money that is new employees and new benefits This is not maintaining, this is adding staff to maintain the same number of programs. You know, cutting $500,000 out of this budget is possible, and it would have a significant effect on the tax rate.
But you would still need, to truly fix the tax rate piece, it would have to, $500,000. Sounds like a lot, but it's really not gonna be sufficient.
So
Even if you
because
cut
you
$1
can't
million
solve it all,
from the
doesn't mean we
budget, it
shouldn't
would
try to
still
get
wouldn't be high
somewhere.
enough.
This
It would
is
still be
what we
high.
were talking about, the conversation.
sorry.
Everything gets directed to me, we go back and forth.
My
You can
apologies.
speak to it. So, yeah, I mean, in this budget, there are still 4.25 FTEs that are added to this that admittedly do not add new programs. They do add services to some students that aren't getting them now. You know, there's additional guidance, there's additional nurse, there's a math teacher, I believe, isn't that, to address AP?
0.75.
The 0.75 math teacher. You know, there are some, I mean, there are some things that are new, but I mean, we are adding essentially 4.25 to maintain the status quo. It's not wrong. You had a question?
Yes. If and when this budget fails, what's your first step? I mean, realistically, I mean, you're putting out 19% to Jamaica, 16% to Townsend, and the votes are commingled or whatever. If this budget fails, what's your first step? As a board, what's your first step?
We have meetings like this where we say, okay, what do you want to see different? And I mean, we already know that this is a very high tax rate. You know, my hope is that if we you know, go back and maybe look at some more ways to bring this down, it's not going to get to. I mean, we need 1.2 million to cut to get under the excess spending threshold, and 1.2 million is. They asked for an example at the last meeting, and you know, it's like no more electives, no more AP courses, you know, bare minimums. So that's what 1.2 million looks like now. So we're not going to get to where we want to be in this budget without some really, really draconian cuts. So we would look at further cuts and we would talk about what we were going to do, but the real answer to this is not to continue to cut and do things the way we're doing now. It's to really sit down and have a serious conversation about how do we deliver education more to our students for less money.
But it's not unheard of that you'll have to come back to the drawing board if this, I mean, it's happened in the past. Jamaica has been, historically, has supported every single school budget that's ever been, not without question, but has always supported. Townsend has not. You've gone, I mean, I'm sorry, but you haven't. I mean, the Townsend, you know, so the possibility is that this may not pass is out there. So, I mean, Jamaica, to this point, has always said, okay, yes, if they're it's costing this amount of money, our kids are worth it. I mean, I've lived in Jamaica over 50 years, and I've never not, and served on school board for 15 of those years, and I've never not been, you know, supportive of a budget. But I've always asked questions, but I've been supportive of the budget. This one is tough, and I have to say, I just want to know, right away, are you going to get together and say, what are we going to do? Because if you have to come back, you have to come back. I mean, you have to have a budget. That's all.
Exactly.
And that's why I'm asking the question.
We would come back and figure it out.
Okay,
Exactly.
so you'll figure it out.
Emily, your hand was up, and then okay, Karen.
Let's look at this from another angle.
Or not, Karen.
Instead of looking at it from the education standpoint, when this union merged, I was hoping that you would have more buying power. In other words, you got X number of teachers that are under insurance policy. Can you dicker with the insurance company because you've got this massive teachers? Can you go to the fuel companies and start putting this stuff out to bid and say, we got this school, this school, this school, and this school. You know, what can you do for the price of oil? And every little bit could add up to a fair amount. You know, you got books. So you go to a publisher and you say, what can you do for this many books? we got this school, and this school. Now, I don't know if you're already doing that, but it doesn't look like there's any savings there.
Well, I can tell you this, the healthcare costs are now state mandated. You know, the state now negotiates the healthcare and sets the benefit rate. As for the others, I know we do some. Lori can probably speak to, you know,
Sure.
what we do and how we negotiate it, but we do have that.
Yeah, we do fuel, absolutely. I put out a bid every year and include Jamaica School. Actually, the town of Jamaica also comes in on the bid, and all the other schools.
But do you combine them?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. I take the total consumption for all the schools and put
I
that
know
out.
Townsend has a chip burner, nobody else does, so, you know, but that, it's hard to get anything off that fuel.
Right. Anywhere that we can combine, we are doing or plan to do.
Have been growing.
Karen.
Yeah, we've been doing
Karen,
that.
and then we'll come back up here.
I would like to ask that one of the board members that voted yes ask to unapprove the budget and you look at it and come back on the 27th.
Okay.
Does anyone want to do that?
Hang on. Emily?
I was just
Al,
going to speak. I was just going to speak briefly to the impacts of of reducing. I mean, I wasn't here at the last meeting, so I didn't vote, so I'm not going to be able to do that. But if we can, there's no question we can lower the budget. The school board has the authority to do that anytime they want, right? And if our budget fails, as Claire mentioned, our responsibility would be to come back and look again and see what we can do to, I mean, we're not actually required by law to lower it, but that is my assumption is that's what this board would do. The thing that I want to make sure everybody remembers is that, first of all, the driving factor behind, not the only factor, but the driving factor behind the challenges we're facing right now is the continuing decline in enrollment. And when if we're going to make cuts in any form here, we're reducing our programming in one form or another. That's what we will do, because we have no choice in that. And we know that, and we're prepared to do that if we need to. But for so many years, in all the years I've been a school board member here, it has been the decision of most boards that I've sat on over and over again to not reduce programming because we become less attractive to students. And so we have worked, we haven't succeeded always. We ended up losing the French program at Leland and Gray. It's not something any of us wanted to do, but we have reduced some programming. When I first started on the board here, we had, at Leland and Gray anyway, we had Latin, you know, that we did away with that a long time ago. We have reduced our programming, and the more we reduce our programming, the less attractive we become. And if we're less attractive, we have less and less students, which is what drives our, so it's a conundrum that we have to deal with. It does not mean that we cannot come up with other proposals to find other ways, without reducing our programming necessarily, to lower our spending. Whether we can do that, it's very unlikely for us to be able to do it before we have to vote on this budget to present it at town meeting day, because these are not decisions that this board will be making alone. Those decisions are significant, and they will have to be taken to the communities. Every community needs to have input into those decisions that we will have to make, and they're not simple. And we did it once. We did sit down and actually present to the communities a possibility of shifting the grade configurations throughout the buildings to save some, I don't know, it was $1 million, or I can't remember, 1.4 million at the time. And there was a huge outpouring then telling us not to do it. But times are different now, and that was only a year and a half ago or something. But I think that we're in a different place right now, and we're going to have those conversations, there's no doubt about it. But I just want to make sure everybody understands, if we do make cuts, we will cut our programming in one way or another. And it's going to be tough no matter what.
And I think we all realize that from
Yep.
Jamaica, and we're not
Yep,
wanting
no,
to
I hear
cuts,
you.
but Drew had some points, and
Yep.
I'm just asking that you look at it.
Yep. Okay. Thanks. Al, we got you, then Howie, then we'll go out to Paul. And Ken. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see you.
So to kind of come back to Keegan's question about what can we do now versus later, and I would say, yes, we can touch on the margins and it might make sense to do that. But when also back to Patty's question about, what did we do to prepare this budget? So initially we got a budget that was a 7.7% increase. The board decided, let the budget committee go back and see what we can come up with. We decided to decrease 2%, try to get down to 5.7%. The administration pulled together the information they had, made as many cuts as they possibly could, came up with an additional $140,000, got us down to the current budget, 6.3%. And they said at that point, if we cut any more, we're going to cut deep and in programmatic. And so that's when we decided we didn't want to do that. We didn't want to go any further. And I completely agree with Keegan. We need a plan for the future. And I think that the budget committee will probably need to have multiple sessions each month for the next 6 to 9 months. I'm thinking more next year's budget, the budget after that. This is going to be a multi-year process in order to tackle that $1.2 million to get back to the education spending threshold. So the 6% increase in the budget, how does that translate to the 19%? It's all the things that have been talked about, the CLA. I mean, Jamaica got hit hard because of the combination of the CLA and the education spending being doubled. So it gets doubled, right? So it's think of a loan shark charging you an extra 100% on you being over. The penalty is extreme. So that is really what has caused us to go from the 6% to what ends up being 19% for you. And we're not going to solve that in a day. We're not going to solve it between now and the budget. We might be able to chip at the margins, and I'm sure that's what we'll do over the next couple of weeks, but there needs to be a longer term solution.
Okay, Howie, I think. Then
Yeah. I asked last meeting to see what a level funded budget, a cash, same dollar value, level funded budget would look like, but I was outvoted on that. I would still like to see what cuts, we know that there would be deep cuts involved. What deep cuts do we have to make to get to a level dollar funded budget so we can go to the voters and say, hey, we did our part. We held the line on spending. If your taxes are going up, it's not on us. We didn't generate any increase. And I think really that's our only chance of getting the budget passed, because I don't really see the communities swallowing this increase.
Hang on. You guys are so far down the line. Paul, I think it was you, then
Yeah.
Rick, then Jen, then, okay, go ahead. And then there's hands over here.
Is it true that you were thinking about cutting a teacher in Jamaica, the school in Jamaica? Has there been talk of that?
If
you don't mind me asking.
No, it's fine. Of course, I have to maintain flexibility for after parental school choice happens in March. But in order to create a budget with 9 students leaving the 5th grade and a projected 1 coming, there is a projected 2 teachers and a para-educator at Jamaica rather than 3 teachers.
I was just wondering if that would affect the students that might want to go back and when you would make that decision.
So after
March.
We will do all this,
Okay.
March will happen, and then the board will say, solve that, and I will have to do that.
Rick?
Yes, I may have misheard Emily, or she may have misspoke, because this is all kind of new. But there's one little piece of information I think we need to get right out for everybody here tonight. This budget will not be voted on at town meeting. Don't expect for this to come up at town meeting. I just want to make sure that we're perfectly clear on that. this is going to be voted on by Australian ballot on March 25th.
That's right.
So, you know, don't go to town meeting and expect to do anything, because that's not gonna happen. I just wanted to make sure everybody was clear there.
Thank you. Jeff?
I'd like to make a motion that we rescind the budget vote from last meeting and open up discussion and take a look at the areas that Drew pointed out.
I just want to make sure we get the motion right.
Okay, tell me what it is.
You got it. You got it.
You got it.
Is there a second for
I'll
that
second
motion?
it.
Okay.
Aaron, you got that?
Yeah. Okay. Okay, it's been moved and seconded to rescind the budget that we put forward at the last meeting to allow us to take a look at some of the other things that have been brought up tonight. Any further discussion on that? Seems like we've been discussing it for about an hour and 45 minutes now. Okay, so no further discussion. You ready to vote? All in favor of that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, the motion carries. So we're still working with this budget, but it is no longer approved budget. We've received. Mike, you wanted to speak?
Yeah, I just had a, you know, hearing what the sentiment in the room is and thinking about things, I'm wondering if before March, we should be re-looking at the school choice policy, because my concern is, right now, it's like a max class room size, right?
Correct.
But as I pointed out earlier, a few more students, we could lose $90,000 small schools grant in Townsend. So maybe we want to reconsider that policy just to be forward-looking enough to say class size or total amount of students, because I don't, you know, or we have to decide that we're fine with losing that small schools grant in Townsend. Either way, it might be prudent to relook at the policy before we open it up for a choice to see, you know, hey, if we can save, you know, keep 90 grand from the state coming in, let's keep it coming in.
What's the guarantee on how long the school grants are coming in, Lori?
In perpetuity, right?
From the state.
In perpetuity, year by year.
Only the merger support grant.
Under 20 or under.
Does that,
Average class size 20 or under.
and
K
our policy is under 20?
We don't have a school size.
Gotcha.
We have individual classroom
Right.
size. And we do it K.
And it's both?
K3 and then 4-5.
It's a both.
And it's a both.
Is it actually over 2 year, it's a 2-year average too, 2-year at the end. Ooh. Okay, good luck with that one.
Okay, so is that something we could ask the policy committee to just take a quick look at?
I will prepare something for the policy committee, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I believe you haven't spoken yet.
Who comes up with the threshold? I mean,
What
if-
threshold?
If the amount that they say we should be educating our child to, who comes up to that $17,000?
The commission.
Okay, so if all of the schools are having difficulty coming up with that amount to budget, wouldn't you think they'd rethink that amount of money? I mean,
They'll make it worse.
well, I mean, come on, I mean, you know, it doesn't make any sense if every school, or they enjoy getting the excess money up in Montpelier, to sit there and wait for something to do with it. What else are they doing? They're not helping us if that money is just sitting up there.
No idea.
Maybe we need, who wants to run for mayor?
Ken?
Was there another one over there? I know you want to speak again. Was there another one over there? There were hands everywhere for a while. Okay. Go ahead, and I believe you had your hand up too as well, right? So go ahead, ladies first.
So I don't really have a question, it's more of a suggestion. 19% is scary, but I think with the right amount of communication and outreach to your community members, instead of scaring everyone away with what 19% looks like, not everyone is looking at that 19% increase. A good portion, so between 66 and 75% of Vermont residents qualify for the income sensitivity. And I think you might have a good opportunity of getting the things you want in your schools and the quality of education you want to provide, not only through the teachers, but for the children as well. If you guys could, like, I'm only here because I heard someone freaking out in a grocery store.
So if you guys want to step up your game of communication and clarity and education of your public, we would be more than happy to lightly say yes to anything you want, because we do love our communities, we love our schools, our teachers, and our kids. But you gotta help us and understand what your aims and goals are. Like, let's talk about a multi-year plan. Let's have a night where you invite folks to come in and get a little bit of an education finance understanding. This is feasible. I would cut, like, please don't cut your programming. If anything, increase it. Come up with a cool budget that puts in awesome, like, give us an astronomy lab. I'll say yes. But you gotta find a way where you're better able to communicate, because 19% is gonna scare the bejesus out of people. Find a better way to communicate what those needs are and how we're going to do it. And that's the last thing I say. I promise.
I doubt it.
Well, for now, I'm actually gonna go
Can I
home because I have
just
to go to
respond?
school tomorrow.
Sure.
I just want to respond.
Go ahead.
So there are packets of information about the income sensitivity over there and how it's calculated. So I don't know that we have time tonight to go through all the steps. I'm happy to sit down with anybody. I'm not a tax expert, but I can walk through the formula. So.
Can we put that on the agenda for our next meeting?
To walk through the
To
income
walk through that? I think that would be a great idea, now that we're advertising it ahead of time.
Tax rate scenarios. Yeah. Okay. Bring that to the 27th. Okay. I think you had your hand up next, sir, then you, then back to behind you. Go ahead, sir.
I'm stepping down the policy chair.
I'm still bandwagon. Just, I've been thinking something over. What is the mission of your board as far as student education? Are you trying to produce 100% college students? You're trying to produce 50% college students, 50% tradespeople? What are the counselors doing in talking to people in like their second year of high school, like they used to do when I went to high school? In other words, if I wasn't making grades to go to college, you sat down with the counselor and the counselor would say, look, Ben, I don't think you're ever going to be college material. Why don't we start talking about a trade?
You can't say that anymore.
No.
Yeah.
You're not allowed to say that anymore.
Maybe it's time for reality to start sinking in, because everybody's not going to be a college student.
It's a good question, and actually the answer is written on the back of our name tags, because it's something we want to keep in front of us. We sat down and worked through this as a district before we became operational. One of the first things we did was to come up with sort of our goal, our mission. And in the West River District, all students will have an outstanding educational experience in a safe and welcoming environment so that they may achieve and surpass their learning goals. The West River District is responsible to the needs of its community and provides the necessary systems, staffing, and resources needed to ensure that all of our students will become informed, empowered, and engaged global citizens. We've also talked about how that means that they're ready to go on to the next stage of life after high school, whether it be college or trades or the military service or straight into the job market. I mean, there are a number of pathways for kids after they leave high school, and we'd like to make sure that they're ready for whichever pathway they choose to try and pursue. That's our goal. That's a great question. That is a good question, thank you. I believe you were next, and then there was someone there. Okay, I got Scotty. Oh, I got Scotty too, okay. You first.
Hi, I'm Mary Ann Bouchard, I'm from Jamaica. I just wanted to say thank you for wanting to reopen and look at the budget again. I found out about the 19% increase, and as a potential home buyer, I'm actually hoping to close on my home next year. It really put me off to where I was starting to look at other towns. But I think that if we just had a little bit more clearer communication as to how exactly it's being allocated, because just you hear the 19% and you automatically freak out. It's, oh my God, you know? And I actually did the math, and it's another mortgage payment for my husband and I, who already work 2 jobs each just to make ends meet. So it's going to be very rough. It's going to affect everybody. It's not just homeowners. It's going to be renters. Their rent's going to go up. I know a lot of people that survive on food pantry and emergency donations, and I'm sure it's not just something that's akin to Jamaica itself. It's all around southern Vermont, but it's a huge number. So as long as we keep the communication open exactly as to how this is being allocated. I'm saying thank you for willing to open it up and start looking a little bit more closely at hopefully shaving this down a little bit. Like 17% maybe? Please?
Patty,
Yeah. I recall when we were doing Act 46, and we talked about doing like a 5-year plan and building budgets based on that 5-year plan. And I don't know how we go from being reactionary to proactive, but somewhere in there, I guess it has to flow somehow. And it sounds impossible to do myself, but I remember that was, and the high school I went to, that's how they did it. They made a 20-year plan, and they'd know when they were going to build a new elementary school for a town, when that building would be obsolete. And it seemed to work up to a point. I don't know where they are now, but I remember that was one of our goals during the Act 46, was to not be going through this every year, because you guys, it's hard, I know, and I appreciate all the really thoughtful time that you've spent. I watched the January 6th meeting, and it was painful. Just so, really appreciate all the time you put into it.
Scott.
I'm Scotty. I'm principal at Newbrook Elementary School, and the thing that's really striking me about this situation that I think is really unfair is that we're writing one budget that impacts all of the people in all 4 towns, and all of their children. And it sounds like we all agree that the kids deserve a great education, but it impacts us in drastically different ways by no fault of ours. And the people in Brookline are not looking at the same reality as you folks are looking at. And so I agree that this group right here maybe could shave or do little bits and pieces to make things better, but really the system itself is flawed, and it's unjust. And the poor people of Jamaica are looking at a year where that doesn't make any sense. I mean, if I was buying a house this year, I'd be doing the same thing you're doing.
Believe me, I wanted to run screaming.
But please don't think that's not this body's work, and I'm not part of this body, but that's not their work. Their work is to make a good budget that makes sense for the kids that we're serving. And I'll tell you, this year I feel like I've got what I need to serve the children in Newfane and Brookline and that come to my school. And I'm very, very appreciative of that. But again, I mean, I don't understand all the math and the figures behind this that leads us to a 19% for you and a 0% for Brookline. But I really feel like that's where the fault is. I think that our budgeting is. I really trust all these people, and I think our budgeting is what it needs to be, and maybe we can make changes. Maybe we can have another look. I'm not against that at all, but I just want to make sure that we all recognize that the people of Jamaica are here. You know, the people of Brookline are not here, and that's not because of the work we've done, but instead it's because of what's happening out of our hands. And it really, something needs to change, because I've been working really hard to get my school to have lots of kids in it, and I've been doing that by trying to brag about what we do. But if we get to nickel and dime our programming, that's not going to work, and then people will choose to buy houses in other towns, and I want them to buy houses in the towns I serve.
All right, Drew, and then Mike.
So I'm going to agree with Howie, which doesn't happen very often, but I'm going to agree with Howie. I think this administration can come back to this board with a budget that does not cut any programming, that's level funded through efficiency. I think you have a lot of talent. I think we've given you
Give me a lot of credit.
Besides the administration alone, we have a budget committee as well.
Well,
Help, I mean,
I'm going to recommend that we disband the budget committee in a little while, because you were right, and I was wrong at that meeting, so I want to get to that. But I believe this administration can look at our schools, look at efficiencies, look at the staff that we have, and I think we can get this budget. I think they can do the work, and I think we can come back with a tax rate that's reasonable for everybody. And the idea, I still am struggling with this idea that we need, more people to do the same amount of work. No other business in the world works like that, and this one shouldn't either. So I think we look at tasking our administration with coming back with a budget that is level funded based on efficiency, not cutting programming for kids.
Could I ask clarification?
Sure.
So looking at the district summary sheet, you're talking the 739,110 from this budget.
And don't forget that you can dip right in the superintendent's budget and grab some if you need to. I give you permission.
Is he making a motion?
I'll make that as a motion if that's what's necessary.
I'll second it.
Holy smokes.
Okay, as I understand it, it's been voted, it's been moved and seconded as a budget exercise to prepare a budget that has no programming and $740,000 from the current budget.
Not affecting programming?
Not affecting programming. So no student will lose a single opportunity in that.
Good.
I want to see that.
And if you can do it, I'm going to pay you whatever you can,
No, you
whatever
can't,
it
because that
costs
screws up the budget.
to do my personal budget, because I've never been able to do everything and spend significantly
Is
less.
the board okay with defaulting on your loan? I just want to know that. I'm just kidding.
Does that affect programming? Then,
No.
no, okay, yes. So that's been moved and seconded. Discussion? Drew, as the motion maker, you get to speak first, if you want. Amen. Al?
So, $740,000. Does that get us under the equalized education spending?
No.
9%?
That's one
That's 1.2.
So that would still be over by about $500,000?
We'll be paying a lot less because it would get us lower.
So,
It wouldn't get us under.
I'm not sure if now's the time to kind of talk about the 5% protection. But I think it should be put out there that if you lower your budget enough to get your tax rate down, then Newfane, Brookline, and Townsend lose that protection. I'm not, and there's nothing against Jamaica here. I'm just putting it out there that the lower you get your tax rate, right? So if you want to pick up this sheet, this is what I'm talking about. This was put in place as an incentive for a voluntary merger. And I'm perfectly fine with whatever the board decides. I just want to make sure everybody understands the reality here, right? The implications of... And we really are in a catch-22 here, right? I mean,
So you want to hold us harmful?
I don't want to do, I want to do whatever you want. I just want to point out that the lower that you get your tax rate, which has always been the purpose, right? Takes away any of this protection for those towns that are currently protected. Because it will surpass that 5% plus or minus.
How much longer do we have that?
So if you look on the front, and this is from the finance manager at AOE, that it will last no longer than the 4 years of the 864 and 2 cent reductions, but it likely will be less lengthy than that, but I don't know what that means because it was not told. I think it's probably would be something the legislatures would deal with. So I just want everybody to be aware of that protection might go away. So once we get to that 0%, that cutting that 700,000, then we can look at that and see. But I just want to make sure everybody's keeping this in.
Sounds like that needs to be part of the exercise.
Yeah, well, it will be. I mean, it's a simple calculation. Well, it's not a simple calculation.
It's programmed in the system.
It's programmed.
Yes.
And will be, but it could impact that. So then Newfane would go up and Brookline would go up.
And without protection this year, Newfane's at what? Where's
So
that
it's
number?
on page, the back side.
18, remind me.
So with this protection,
Oh,
it's getting late.
it's the other sheet.
1.951. So up 6.34% is what Newfane is up, 12 cents. Brookline is actually down a penny, and this is because of the CLA. Their CLA last year was, I want to say 99%, and it's 105.83%. So you see what you see what happens. That's nothing that is controlled by the board. That's something that happens with the CLA.
Just to clarify, without that 5% protection is on this sheet,
You would be $2.16.
it's 21% for Newfane, right?
Right.
So with, Jamaica's at 19 right now because they didn't get that protection. Newfane currently has it because the powers that be said so. If Newfane didn't qualify, Newfane this year would be at 21.
Correct.
If we lose the 5%, we're in that category. And eventually we lose the 5%, whether we like it or not.
Right.
So we're all clear.
Yes.
Mike? Just wanted to relay something that I heard recently, just so everybody knows, it's not just our district. Grafton, what I heard was they did cut their budget 100,000 below last year, and they're still looking at a double-digit tax increase. So it really comes back to the convoluted state funding formula. But I mean, I'm all for reducing where we can reduce, and it's just letting you guys know it's not just this district, and even when you cut below last year's, you might still find you're not happy with what you get. So.
Well, if it's, as I said before to this gentleman here, that if the budget is exactly the same as last year, Jamaica's tax rate is still going to go up because of the CLA dropping.
Yeah.
Oh, but not 20%, right? And we're fighting two things here, so it's not just the $700,000 increase, it's also $100,000 of decrease of revenue based on loss of tuition students. So
You're talking about cutting 8.
really, to keep, if you wanted to keep the tax rate level, yes, then that would be what you would do. But I think the motion was to cut, to level fund the expense budget.
Level fund, yes. Further discussion?
I'll just mention about the excess spending threshold one more time, because this doesn't get us below the excess spending threshold, but it reduces how much penalty we have to pay into the excess spending threshold. Am I right, Lori?
Yes, so,
Okay.
I mean, I can.
Well, I just want to say excess spending threshold, I mentioned it earlier, it was put into place. I'd be thrilled to see it go away myself, but it was put into place to keep spending, to help keep spending down. It does. School districts all across Vermont budget, just like we used to, right up to the excess spending threshold. And I'm sure Lori doesn't know how many school districts exceed the excess spending threshold, but there aren't very many. And there never have been very many. There may be more now than there used to be. I would be shocked if there weren't more now. But it's that money is taken by the state. It's put back into the education fund and redistributed out, and it may be part of that 8 point whatever. That's also sales tax.
Yes, that's right.
So, but it goes back to everyone. It's just one for clarity.
Okay.
She has something.
Go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to, since I have this widget that I built, right, so if we flatline the expense budget, right, and that's what been asked, the $739, it gives you a unified tax rate of $1.89 with the current situation, which gives Jamaica $1.90 tax rate, which is a 4.4% increase. So 8 cents. And then all the other towns would stay, well, no, actually, they
No.
probably would not stay the same. They would probably lose the protection at that point, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
And will you build out that whole chart and share it so that we know what would, this impact would be on our fellow towns? In other words, you're going to come back with some information and you've said it will be something like this. So it would be helpful to know exactly what's going to happen to Newfane and Townsend and Brookline.
Yeah,
as
yes. Once the work is done, I'll update all of the tax information with the most recent tax or state information that I have. Remember, I said the yield is going to change. The typically the threshold doesn't change, but it could. Go ahead.
But the numbers, you won't know the numbers until all budgets in the state are passed, actually.
That's true. That's true. And then the equalized pupils are still actually not finalized. There's another round of equalized pupils coming out this week, hopefully.
Bob?
So two questions. One, the motion. Is the motion to, what's the motion?
To keep looking at the budget.
Right,
No,
but was there a
it wasn't
specific,
that.
there was a specific
Yeah,
dollar
that
amount
wasn't the motion.
target? And with that, I guess my question is that what you want for a motion, or do you want a motion to see how close you can get to that point without reducing programming? Just a language difference, but I'm wondering if that, which, because what if, what if you can't get to that point without reducing programming for kids, then we will have failed that directive from the board. But do you want to know how far we can get, if that's the case?
Can I answer it?
Sure.
So, I don't want it to be an easy exercise. Last time we asked for 2%, and the board, you came back and said no more than 1.7 or 1.3 or whatever it was. So I think, adding language that says go as close as you think you can go doesn't kind of get the creative mind that I know you have working.
Well, I guess my point is, like, do you want to know what it would look like at that, or do you want to know how much you can reduce without reducing programming? Because they're two very different things.
Can you come up with a way to not reduce programming and maintain the budget from last year?
No. I think we can tell you that right now. The answer is no.
So there's no efficiency that can be gained in any of our school operations right now?
$739,000 in efficiencies?
Right.
No. I mean, I don't know the entire budget, but I'm going to guess the answer is no to that question. Just based on the amount of money that is. The quick exercise we did last week, when I was asked about what it would cost, if Leland and Gregg cut $600,000, I named pretty much what we were talking about as far as like 6, 7 teachers, and what that would do to decimate programming at the high school. That's not even the full 7. Now, granted, we didn't look at the elementary schools; it was just a Leland and Gregg issue. But I'm just wondering if the reality is that you can't get there. There's no way to get there. What do you want?
I mean,
do you want to know what you can do, or do you want to see what it looks like to cut 700?
So what I'm looking at, and maybe I'm just looking for low-hanging fruit at this point. I'm just looking at 350,000 in new positions that we added. Well, you don't have them now, so you clearly don't have to have them next year.
Depends how you define that, but sure.
Okay, they're not here now, so maybe we start there. And then you look at things like I pointed out before, where I'm looking at budgets from 2 years ago, where we've increased staffing, but we have less students. Well, maybe we can look at those staff members, and can we get more out of them? Can we change the way that we utilize our employees to get more efficiency out of them? Maybe we can get teachers to teach one more class or another half block. Or there's possibilities that we could look at that I don't think we've actually explored. We haven't talked about
what we can do with our employees to make a more efficient operation. You know, looking at, you know, the way that we contract with the SU employees. Can we do better hiring those employees ourselves? So, you know, there's some areas where we employ a 0.5 and we rent a 0.5. And we're paying benefits for both of those people, more so than we would if we had a single 1.0 that was employed here. So those are the type of efficiencies we could look at in this budget that we haven't actually even talked about. They're in there. When you start looking through it, you can see them.
Yeah, I guess at that level, I don't know, but what I know about is what's in my building. And I guess the part I'm getting at is, to what extent do you want that to happen? Do you want that to happen at the expense of the board's mission? Do you want that to happen simply to get a number? And the reason I ask is that it sounds like what you guys are going to be faced with is a whack-a-mole. So let's say you cut $700,000, and let's say some magical way you do that without affecting programming, which I don't think is possible. But let's say you do. These guys' tax rates go down, and then next week after that, you have Townsend and Newfane in here complaining that their tax rates just went up double digits. So what have you done? So that's what I'm worried about. And I think one of the things that the Wyndham Southeast District has really struggled with, and they came to this merger concept a much different path than this community did. But one of the things that they really struggled with is the idea of like coming together as a community to educate their kids. And I think one of the things, I get it being a taxpayer in a particular town, how that affects me and my tax rate, but I think one of the ways that we have to move forward as a board and the way we have to move forward as a community is to think about this as a collective. All right, we're educating a collective of kids from 4 towns. And because of things outside of our control, it's going to be all over the place about how it affects our taxes. If we're talking about having an outstanding educational experience, I mean, that's a high bar. And I just want to make sure that that's what you guys are asking for and pushing for. And I'm not saying it at whatever cost, obviously. You have to have some efficiencies and you have to have some responsibility around that. But I don't want it to become an exercise in pitting towns against other towns, which is what you're dangerously close to getting towards. And I worry about that because I think that could really tear this community apart. And I feel like if we start to play that whack-a-mole game, that's a dangerous game to play. So, and obviously no disrespect to the Jamaica folks, they're the mole sticking up right now. But I just want you guys to think about this. It's a collective. We're educating a group of kids together collectively, and we're sharing our monies, well, with the state really, to do so. And that's something we got to just keep our eye on.
So my thought on that is that it seems likely in my mind that, say you magically come up with this number that you feel like you're not going to be able to, whatever. You come to us, you say, here's where we're at. I don't think that necessarily we're going to say, well, all right, and we're 100% done now. We may say, okay, well, now let's put something back or whatever. But to know where those efficiency are, to have done the exercise, to really look hard and creatively, and, you know, the budget keeps going up, the students keep going down. It's not only student costs. We've added positions, we've added administration, we've added everywhere along the way. From a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, if we have less students, why do we have more staff? Why do we have more administrators than we did when we had more students?
At Leland Ray, we don't have more staff. We have less staff than we did 4 years ago when I started here. So we have almost 8% less staff. And no, we've lost more than 8% of the students. Sure. I grant you that, but there's an economy of scale with which you have to operate within.
Of course.
So we've lost staff. I mean, every year I've reduced. Every year I've been asked to reduce by the board. Every year I've reduced. I've had those hard conversations that Keegan was talking about with the staff. And my concern about where this goes potentially is that the morale of the staff plummets when you start talking about all these things. And because that number is such a big number, it's staff. There's no way around it. And maybe we can nickel dash my efficiency. I'm not going to take away from that point because I just don't know. But when if you're going to talk about a number that high, you're going to talk about staff. And and if it's an exercise in futility, and you're not going to do it, there's implications to this. That's all I want people to understand. There's implications to this, and it impacts the community. So.
You mentioned that actually in the.
I did. And, you know, then we had a budget document that showed a 20% increase. And, you know, then I start really kind of digging into it and looking through and seeing that we've added a lot. And we continue to add a lot. And, you know, I think, you know, I've raised a fair amount of questions about this budget and whether we put enough effort into making this budget efficient. So, you know, 2 meetings ago, I said, yeah, let's not do an exercise that we're not willing to get to. But I think we have to do the exercise because the budget that was presented wasn't presented with, you know, efficiency in mind. You know, I still can't understand how we're adding 4 positions to maintain where we're at. I cannot wrap my head around paying 4 full-time employees to get nothing more out of them. And, you know, that's where I'm saying, like, we could probably do without those people, and maybe you could rearrange some other people that already work here to fill whatever role it was that we were planning on filling. Again, looking at the agency budget and some of the new positions that were created in the agency fund that we didn't really talk about. And maybe we can cut some of those positions. When we start adding those up, you get to $350,000 pretty quick. And maybe 700 is too much. Maybe we should set a number at 500. I mean, I can count at 350 while I was sitting here, so that wasn't hard. Well, maybe 500 should be our target.
Can I ask him a question?
Sure.
What if those positions that you're describing are part of losing programming?
They don't exist now.
Well, I wasn't here, so I didn't hear the explanation for all those positions, but I would assume that we all know what those positions are for.
It was at the previous meeting, though. The
Okay.
12-9 meeting, all the
But we
principals spoke to those
We have an
positions.
understanding about what those positions were being put into place for, and that's to serve our students. So this is a reduction in services for students. It's important that we recognize what we're talking about when we talk about positions. Now, I don't know if, you know, if you could cut an administrative assistant or something like that, that you might not apply to that, but I don't think those 4 positions were, I think they were services for students in one way or another.
Future services for students.
But not current.
So is our budget future?
I get you.
In some cases, they were increasing services, right?
Yeah, but based on need.
Based on need of a building. And I mean, maybe the principals could talk about that.
We've got the written documentation, too. Howie, go ahead.
I feel for you, Bob. I mean, you're being put in a really difficult position. The thought that I have along the lines of what Keegan was saying is that we have to do more with less. So to leverage what we have, I know like MIT has the open source, the MIT college program online, open source, multiple classes where kids are, you know, people can take MIT level technology classes online. Can we leverage, you know, we have super high speed internet, we have computers. Can we open up, replace maybe a section of advanced placement something with a section of supervised learning where kids could take whatever MIT course they want, whether it's an AP Math or an AP English course, and do it on their own with a teacher looking over their shoulder to help them. And instead of offering a dedicated teacher for that subject, which would both enable us to, you know, cut down our staff a little bit, increase our class size, and still offer a bigger selection of courses to kids. So that's my creative suggestion on how do we get to the point where we offer more programming for our kids with less teachers. And this is all new stuff. I mean, MIT is adding courses to this every month. I mean, there's always more stuff coming out. And MIT is not the only thing out there. There's many. I mean, we should really look into it. Leanne?
I really don't think there's any problem with looking for additional efficiencies. I live in Brookline. I'm the one member on the board in the lucky town this year. However, that number is artificial based on that 5% that could go away at any time. based on the less likely than the 4-year. So I don't see why it would hurt to look and see what we can reduce now. The longer we hold off and don't look for these efficiencies, the harder it's gonna be to find them. That's my opinion.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, well, so listening to this gentleman say pitting town against town, I think that's off the board, because that's no way, in my opinion, that Jamaica is here. Jamaica's here to want to know what they get for their 19%. They're not saying they're not going to pay their taxes. We want to know what we get for 19%. And Jamaica has not got some of the things that other towns have gotten. So bottom line, and people can correct me in the back, but this is what we're here for. I mean, yes, we're crazy that our taxes are going to go up. But it's not that we want Newfane's or yours to go up, like they're saying it may go up anyhow. So I think to say that is unfair, that we'll be pitting towns against towns, because I don't think that's what this is about. And I think people with a thinking mind will understand that. I think it's more about Jamaica is here en masse to say 19% is a lot of money, and what are we as a town, as a school, getting for it? That's bottom line. And I know that it's getting late, but I really feel that needed to be said.
Okay, any more discussion on the motion?
Well, I would just say I'd love you to contemplate the amendment of 500,000. If it was 500,000 and keep going, I think that would provide a good goal for the task to be accomplished, both for what the board is looking for and with the reality of possibly making it.
If you're gonna be hard, stay hard, okay? If you're gonna make hard choices, stick with it.
Can you be successful at 500, Bill? Because I think we can do better than this. I really do.
I think that
we
would
can do better.
I think if the motion was find us 500, but don't stop. If you can keep finding efficiencies to get to the 739, I'm not going to get to 501 and say doop, done. If we're rolling and we got creative juices flowing, I mean, I want to be realistic about what we can bring back to you, and I want to be challenged to dive deep. And I think that $500,000 would be a good place to start. And if on the 27th that is not good to go, we can go till the 3rd. And, you know, it'll be tight on publishing, but if we need to go to February 10th, we can do that as well. So I would appreciate it in working with my colleagues if the number 500,000 was the direction of the board.
Al?
Lori, are there any efficiencies that you did not look at in the last 3 or 4 months that we've actually been working on the budget?
I mean, we looked at a lot of different efficiencies, and, you know, clarification is custodial, is that considered programming? I mean, so I just need some clarification on, you know, is that what you're talking about for efficiencies, if we cut all the custodial staff? Because that doesn't involve programming. So I just, you know, clarify a little bit more about programming, I guess, would be helpful for me personally.
So I guess, can I answer that?
Sure.
So maybe, have you looked at contracting that service? I'm not saying it's cheaper, but that would be a way that you may be able to say, well, maybe we could contract custodial services and save money. I don't know if you can or not, but those are the type of things, yes, you should have that conversation, because we haven't done anything with our custodial services, so maybe we should look at something like that. So it's exactly the places where you should be looking for efficiencies.
Okay.
I'll just say that I completely disagree with this altogether. And my vote will be no.
No, sorry.
Oh, I thought you had something to say.
No, I don't. Sorry.
Yell it out.
Okay, so any more comments? Drew?
I will be willing to, you know, make a friendly amendment to my own motion to 500,000 if the administration is going to give it a serious look and come back to the next meeting. And they tell me that that's reasonable and they can do it. I will amend my own motion, I think.
I'm not part of that, but I would expect the administration is going to take any motion we make seriously.
All right, so who seconded that motion?
I did. Yeah, sure, I'll second that revised motion.
All right, so now the amendment is to shoot for 500,000 and keep going if you can in efficiencies. Still not affecting programming. And have it ready for the 27th. Yes?
I would say that we want to get it to the board by the 24th, so that some digestion could occur before the meeting.
A little weekend reading. Perfect.
And, so if we're not able to find these efficiencies, or the efficiencies aren't deemed appropriate, what would we fall back to for the budget?
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Yeah.
I guess I would look at the personally, my approach to this would be take a look at the 500,000, say, we got to put some back, and then start putting back things piecemeal and get it done. But yeah,
When does the budget need to be approved by?
February 10th.
February
is the
10th
stretch
is
date.
the stretch day.
Emily.
I'm gonna ask you once, I'm pretty sure you answered this once already, but did you ask this as an exercise? I thought that was what your motion said.
Yes.
So this
as
is
an
not a
exercise.
recommendation. I think that's really clear, that this, whether you agree with it or not, this is not being asked to reduce our budget, it's being asked to do an exercise in review, I guess, is what I would try to
Information.
interpret what you're saying.
Right, show us what it would look like. Don't necessarily.
So that kind of,
Yeah. You got a feel for it. It's academic. All right, any further discussion? Ready to vote? All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Nay.
Abstentions? The ayes have it. All right. So that's it, and then we'll have it the weekend before so that we can take a look at it. In addition to that, the tasks out of there are to get the agency fund breakdowns of the agency fund increases and also a better explanation of each line item increase. Is that fair? Did I capture that? Okay?
Ooh,
What?
every line item?
Well, okay. I guess the ones that, like,
we didn't say that in the
Take
motion.
every line and put your mission right on
well, wait a
that
second,
line.
wait a second.
See if you need it or not.
I've got agency fund, an explanation about the behavior specialist, technology fund in greater detail.
Those were all the agency fund ones. The line items were really just the ones that we had done this year, but since we're,
I think those play right into the
yeah,
agency
those play
fund.
right into the agency fund, so that was just extra. Okay, so we're done with budget? They have to, for now, till 2 weeks?
And the room empty.
No. No meeting on the 20th.
This is what's gonna be.
Okay, so, new business.
So much time.
We have some pay orders that didn't get approved, they got reviewed. They're, yes, sir.
Or take time to meet, definitely don't stop that.
No, no, we're gonna have to come, oh, right. Suppose we gotta circle back to that. So we have to set a tuition rate.
Oh, we're not done here.
No. So I would just reiterate, I know the board's going to have a discussion. We shared kind of the comparables. I understand the logic about what you would want to charge. My recommendation is the 17.9, which is on the high end of your neighbors. And
14 for elementary.
14.4.
14.4 for
So the two
elementary.
separate ones.
Yep.
It's up to the board to decide. After our last meeting, because I'm the superintendent for all the districts and we have sending districts, Marlboro really doesn't matter because we don't have any students coming here from Marlboro. But River Valley sends a substantial number of students and they've already approved their budget. So same thing I would do for you guys if the roles were reversed. I just let them know that this discussion was happening because if, for example, they are sending you 40 students, a $2,000 to $4,000 increase is 80 to 160 on their budget. So I just wanted to let them know that this discussion was happening about that. So I totally understand where you're coming from in the conversation. I would recommend 17.9.
Sure.
Do we need to decide right now if we would ask for the reimbursement we're legally allowed to ask for? Do we need to decide if we're gonna ask for it or no?
I think that needs to be a conversation. I don't know if it needs to be tonight.
Is there like a
I think there
timeline?
needs to be an agreement.
You have to set a tuition tonight.
Yeah, you
But
have,
not whether we ask.
I mean,
reimbursement
historically,
later?
you guys have never done that.
right.
So
There still needs to be something.
it would be a good idea for
Voted
just,
on tonight.
whether you do it or you don't do it, it would be good to have clarification with your neighbors.
So right tonight though, at the same time that we do the tuition?
Well, they're separate.
No, they're separate.
They're separate things.
They
One
could
is setting the tuition.
Right, but do we need to decide at the same time is what I'm
Well,
asking?
you're gonna have to have an agreement, so you're gonna have to talk, you're gonna have to have a representative from your board
Yeah.
talk to a representative from your other boards to make that happen.
So, guys, if I understand, we seem to have an understanding right now,
Exactly.
but we don't have an agreement.
Correct.
Because you're a new board, so I think there may have been an agreement with Leland and Gray and the other boards
Right.
at one
20
time.
years.
I would have to probably call Frank up and ask him, but
I always thought we did allowable, maximum allowable. We used to do maximum allowable,
well,
but that was a long
as
time
long as
ago.
I've been here, I've never seen it being
Yeah.
billed back, but,
So,
yeah.
so history in this case doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
No, that's the point.
No, but I think that the question was, do we have to decide today if we're gonna bill back the up to 3% to the other board? And I'm hearing no, we don't have to decide that today.
Right, we do not have to decide.
We just have to set the tuition.
We have to set a
You have to
tuition.
set tuition and you should have a. you
And then we should
have the
decide whether
chair
we're gonna
to
do that,
talk
and then
to.
we can go out and negotiate with the other boards and put an agreement in place. Okay, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the numbers of 19.9, 17.9, 17.9, and 14.4 for the set the tuition rates.
Second.
Okay,
Is it 14.4?
Elementary.
and, oh, wait a minute, and also to have the board chair go into negotiations with the other districts on setting the allowable rate discussion.
can we do that separately? Because before we go discussing.
If you would like that, we can do that separately.
Well, just because before we go start negotiating, let's see what exists in the past, if it's.
Well, that's what I mean,
actually
bring it
written
to them and find
anywhere.
out what's going on, yeah.
Yeah, okay. I would appreciate
But
two
we'll do it, we'll do a separate motion
Okay.
for that, I'm fine with that.
Okay,
You good with
so-
that, Howie? Okay, we're good with that.
So there's a motion to accept the recommendation of the administration and set tuition at 17.9 and 14.4 for elementary. Any discussion on that? Further discussion?
I would just like to say that I think if we set our rates higher than Burr and Burton, that there's a reasonable chance that we would lose some students to that.
There's I would say a high chance. Okay, so, ready to vote?
Yes.
All in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Thank you. Okay, now we can move on to pay orders. We have reviewed pay orders for November and December. There's the signed, checked off, reviewed pay orders in here by Trish and myself. But we've never actually approved them at the meeting. So, and we also apparently have to approve payroll pay orders, and quite a few of them, because we were approving pay orders but not payroll pay orders. So we need a motion to approve the November pay orders in the amount of, one in the amount of $39,942.24, and the other in the amount of $93,000. $497.88. And then December's payable run of $179,464.88.
So moved.
Seconded.
All right. Any discussion on that? We do have the logs that we've gone through and checked them all. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? All right, those are passed. We also have payrolls.
Payrolls don't have to be approved by the board because they're a contracted amount.
Yeah,
Apparently,
it's a formality, but our auditors actually asked us.
wanted us to do this. So,
Okay.
for our
Something new.
auditors, we need a motion to approve payroll pay orders 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 13, 14, 15, 20, 21, 22, 23, 29, 30, 32, 33, 35, and 36, for a total of $2,251,299.91.
Why not the missing ones?
I don't know. What's with the missing ones?
The monthly pay orders, so it goes, they use the same sheet to. I'm
So
tired,
the
I'm
numbers are
sorry.
like number 5 is a monthly.
It's a monthly
Okay.
AP.
Pay order, okay.
I'm reading them
This
going,
one,
"Why?
okay.
Did you just do this to torture me?"
So moved.
Yes.
Okay.
Seconded.
Second. Any questions, discussion on that motion? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Okay. One last thing. We apparently have been paying late fees on some of these bills because of how meetings fall. Pay orders are ready, lease payment needs to be done, credit card payment needs to be made, and as you all know from your personal lives, they're very inflexible about due dates. And sometimes because of where the board's meetings falls, we pay late and end up paying late fees. So, we checked, Lori got some motion language from the auditors and discussed it with the treasurer and worked it all out. And we would like to propose, or Lori would like to propose and have us allow the business office to pay invoices that will incur a late fee outside of the board meeting schedule.
You can add the treasurer.
And the treasurer.
As well.
Thank you, Rick. The total of the invoice should not exceed $5,000, and the warrant will be retroactively approved by the board at a future board meeting. And this is just simple cost savings for us.
I would love to make that motion.
All right. Would anyone love to second it?
I would love that.
Thank you. Any discussion or questions on this? All right. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions?
Efficiencies, people.
All right, the motion carries. Thank you very much. I have these motions for you, Aaron. You don't have to struggle. Okay? Okay. We've moved tax rate scenarios to the 27th. Public school choice.
We have a recommendation from our principal of our high school. It's in the back of your packet, guys.
So
the language is on the very last page of your stapled agenda.
But we set this every year.
Yeah,
Students that we allow in,
I think the
students that
first
we allow
time
out.
this board has done it, I think.
Right. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been on Leland and Gray, and so we did it. I'm used to it.
So the statute requires it talks about two different things. There's the transfer limit, which is the students leaving for high school choice. There's the capacity, there's limits of students coming in. When the transfer limits a setting school, you see where I wrote may limit the number of residents who can transfer out. But there's some recommendations about how to do that. My recommendation, we haven't in a long time, is how to limit out. We don't need to set one. There's no reason to set one. We lose 1 or 2 kids, maybe a year. Usually 1. Just doesn't seem like it's something that's worth capping. If it was a much bigger issue, then I can see why it'd be an issue. But at this point, I don't think. There's no recommendation on the transfer limits would be to not have one. On the capacity, that's a shall define and announce its capacity. This is how many kids we can take in. So that's a requirement. We must set that. And again, our numbers coming in are in the 1 to 2 range. So it's kind of a wash overall, but I think the last couple of years, Leland Gray Board set a cap at 20. nowhere near it, but you have to set something. So that was my suggestion.
So moved.
Second.
You can Second all over.
Mike can have it.
All right, it's been moved and seconded to accept the recommendations of the administration with respect to transfer limits and capacity. Any further discussion on that or questions? No? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Motion carries. Any additional tasks other than the budgetary ones?
I think we should.
Other assignments? We should what?
I'm not gonna ask anything else, that's for
Yeah,
sure.
I'm not gonna ask anything else. All right, are we done?
Well, so just to be clear, the exercise, the 24th to the board, 500K.
No minutes.
Or more.
Or more if you're on a roll.
Absolutely.
Or more if you're on a roll. I'm sorry?
Is it going through the budget committee? I know
Oh,
Drew made
right,
a
yes.
point before.
Let's talk about it. Thank you.
I want to put minutes on the
Next meeting's agenda.
next meeting's agenda, so we can approve last meeting's agenda, or minutes.
Yeah, I gave them to you so you guys could read them. I'm trying to get them ahead. I just forgot to put on the I tried. You didn't buy that, Jen?
No.
It'll be on the next agenda. The 6th and the 13th.
You forgot.
That's fine, it can go through the administration.
Yes, could we answer that question about the exercise? Does the exercise go to the budget committee? Does it go to everybody? Does it go to everybody and the budget committee? Do we show it, the budget committee, a draft on, Wednesday, and get feedback before it goes to the board? That would be helpful. Clarification.
I would like to get the racing company entire board.
Okay. Come to the entire board on the 24th, right?
Got it.
Okay.
You had made a comment about being wrong about budget committee. Could you elaborate on that? Because I was wrong, you were right, and that was it. What were you wrong about? What was?
We'll discuss that at the next meeting. I'll say it again. 2 meetings in a row that I was wrong.
No, I hear
Okay.
it all the time from you. No.
So we don't have any committee assignments for the next meeting. We don't have an executive session. We will have a consent agenda with minutes in it. One more motion, folks. Who wants to
Move
make
to
it?
adjourn.
Second. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I'm Ava.
I'm Ben.
I'm Madison.
I'm Drew.
We're the Disaster Dodgers. And we're here to help you. Be prepared. Today, we'll talk about something that can happen at any time and can do a lot of damage.
Like a surprise quiz from my teacher. Much worse. Severe weather.
Like a tornado or a hurricane. Extreme heat.
Or extreme cold.
What about a flood that's caused by severe weather?
Floods are really common. They can happen in every single state.
Lots of things can cause a flood.
Heavy rain.
Rivers that overflow.
Really big ocean waves.
Melting snow.
A dam or levee that overflows.
Floodwater is dangerous, especially when it's still moving. It can knock you off your feet.
And even if the water looks clean, it could make you sick, so never drink it.
Ah, gross.
If there's heavy rain or a bad storm, keep a TV, radio, or cell phone on for flood alerts.
If you find out there's a flood watch or a flash flood watch, it means flooding may happen.
If you hear there's a flood warning, tell an adult right away so that they can take action.
If there's a flash flood warning, tell somebody and get to high ground fast.
Floods are dangerous. Never walk through floodwater, and adults should not drive through it.
Hurricanes can cause floods, but they can also bring other kinds of danger.
Hurricanes are strong tropical storms that form in the ocean and can come onto land. Hurricanes have strong winds of at least 74 miles per hour. They can even reach 155 miles per hour or more.
Whoa!
When a hurricane comes, heavy rain, strong winds, and large waves called storm surges can damage buildings, trees, and cars. So it's important for you and your family to be prepared.
If you're at home during a hurricane, use a TV, radio, or cell phone to listen for alerts.
Keep away from windows and glass doors.
Lie on the floor under something sturdy like a table, because things could fall on you and hurt you.
If it's expected to be too dangerous to stay in your area, you and your family may be asked to evacuate.
Evacuate?
You'll need to leave your home and get to a safe place. If that happens, follow instructions from officials. If you get separated, follow your family communications plan to reconnect, and be sure to bring your family emergency kit.
Hurricanes can be really dangerous. So can twisters. You know, tornadoes.
A tornado is a violent storm that sometimes looks like a funnel or a cone.
If you haven't seen one up close, you've probably seen one on TV.
Winds can reach up to 300 miles per hour.
Now that's fast.
Tornadoes can happen in any state, but most occur in the middle of the U.S., in what they call Tornado Alley.
Keep a TV, radio, or cell phone on for tornado alerts.
A tornado watch means a tornado may be possible in your area.
If there's a tornado warning, it means someone has seen a tornado nearby. You and your family need to get to a safe place immediately.
If you're indoors when a tornado comes, go to the basement or lowest level of the home or building.
Stay away from windows, doors, and outside walls.
Get under something sturdy and use your arms to protect your head and neck.
Don't open any windows.
A tornado is one good reason to stay indoors. A heat wave is another one.
Hey, can't you turn on the heat a little? Yikes!
A heat wave is an extended period of extreme heat, and to make things even worse, it often comes with high humidity.
This kind of heat can be dangerous and can threaten the lives of older people, young children, and people who are sick.
When it's super hot, stay indoors as much as you can.
Heat rises, so stay on the lowest floor away from the sun, especially if you don't have air conditioning.
Drink lots of water, even if you aren't thirsty.
Eat light meals.
If you have to go out, wear light-colored clothes that cover as much skin as possible.
Wear a wide-brimmed hat.
Check on your pets to make sure they're okay. It's important to keep them hydrated too.
If your home loses power, your family can go to a public shelter to stay cool.
Speaking of staying cool, it's getting pretty frosty in here.
Building a snowman may be fun, but freezing in the cold is not.
In a winter storm, it can be really cold outside. Plus, there can be strong winds, ice, sleet, and freezing rain.
A bad storm could knock out heat, power, and phone service for days.
When it's really cold, stay indoors as much as you can.
If your home doesn't have heat, your family should find a warmer place to stay.
Walk carefully on icy sidewalks.
If you're outside for a long time and your fingers, nose, or toes can't feel anything, go inside before you get frostbite.
If you go outside, wear several layers of light clothes instead of one heavy layer.
Wear mittens. They're warmer than gloves, a hat, and cover your mouth with a scarf to protect your lungs.
You might not have to worry about extreme cold in your area, but there's a good chance you need to get ready for some of the other kinds of severe weather we've talked about today. To start, you and your family should sign up for local weather alerts. So tonight, talk to your family about making a plan and taking time to practice it.
Always remember, when it comes to disasters,
be informed.
Make a plan.
Get prepared. And go to ready.gov to find out more.
Good evening. I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Guilford Select Board of January 13th. Good evening, everyone. And to recognize the public. And we have no public. Danny's not. He's the highway commissioner. And the rules of procedure, even though there aren't any public here, are on the table, and they discuss how the select board and the public interact with each other at a select board meeting. Are there any additions to the agenda?
I do have one addition that you folks, I have an answer to one of your questions from the last meeting, and it then requires you folks to take some action, and the action is required by Thursday of this week.
Okay, thank
you. So that is regarding the WRC broadband feasibility grant.
Okay. Are there any changes to the agenda order?
I haven't any.
Very well. Have you all read the minutes, and may I ask for a motion to approve them?
I shall move.
Do I have a second?
I will second.
And is there any discussion? All those in favor? Aye. Any opposed?
I'm going to abstain.
Oh,
because
we have
I was
one
not in
abstention.
attendance.
Thank you, Gordon, and thank you. The motion is approved. Highway general update, Dan.
Well, we've been doing some plowing, been doing a lot of sand and salting. When you guys go through your budget tonight, you'll see I do have some money left for sand and some money left for salt.
Good.
Right now, my shed's probably, I'm gonna say 2/3 full. The salt shed is pretty much full right now, but that is not gonna last long. But I'm hoping if, we still got another 2 months of winter to go yet, so it's gonna be nip and tuck on the budget, as far as material-wise. Today, we hauled some gravel, because we had a few soft spots here and there. And over the weekend, the temperatures warmed up and had a few places we got some soft spots, and we got everywheres around except for your road, Gordon, and Packers Corners Road.
Hey, if you're gonna leave off somewhere, that's good.
No.
Take care of the important people.
Yeah, but anyways, it's that time of year you get these quick warm-ups, and you're gonna have them spots that's gonna break through a little bit. But one good thing about the weather this weekend, I got rid of we had a lot of ice coverage on the roads, and we got rid of a lot of it, so that helped out a lot.
Great. Is that it?
Yeah, everything else, all the equipment's been holding up good. You know, just everybody's been busy, so just been one of them winters.
Thanks, Dan.
You're welcome.
On to new business, and the center piece of our meeting tonight is the FY21 budget.
Yes, so since we have this fancy equipment, we're gonna allow the public to follow along. I'm going to pass a hard copy out to select board members.
Mr. Chair, do you mind if I just try something?
Oh, no, there are
quick
plenty
here?
here coming. Thank you.
Welcome.
yeah, I'm just trying to, I'm sliding it that way a little bit, because it gets some of the wave out of that. I think I can zoom in though.
That'd be good.
All right, so
would you recommend I zoom in on the?
Yes, on the budget.
Okay.
we will be starting, I apologize about my voice, we will be starting with the general budget for the select board. The portion, just to be clear so the listening audience doesn't get bored out of their mind, we will not be reading every single line item except for the revenue, which was just finalized today. So starting on page 1 at the top, the general tax revenue that is estimated for select board expenses is $442,376. An additional amount for social service.
Wait. That's the 19 budget.
Nope.
Say it again?
Look at the
433,
no,
yeah.
look in the dark colored line on the screen. It's the pink line. FY21.
This isn't right.
Yeah, this isn't correct.
Oh, this one wasn't. These were printed out before it was updated.
So shall we follow along on the screen?
Why don't you follow along on the screen?
Okay.
Yes, because the screen is the correct one.
On the revenue side, the expense side should be okay, right?
The expense
Okay.
side has not changed.
Okay.
Penny and I went through this and she double checked and agreed that it is correct. So the general revenue is $442,376 for all select board expenses. Social service agency expenses is $24,880.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry, you're saying expenses, but do you mean?
Revenue. So the revenue here covers the expenses for the social service agencies. So this is revenue that will be generated through taxes. So then we have what we call our transfers out and special articles. So that we will cover the details of what those, you'll see them later on, but those expenses include the fire department, Wyndham Regional Commission, Rescue Inc., and other similar type services that are provided.
So these two lines that we have on the card copy are the same as on there.
Okay, then, yep. We never budget for any surplus taxes. The town treasurer estimates approximately $12,468 in interest to be collected on delinquent taxes. Delinquent tax penalty is not calculated because that amount goes to the treasurer and assistant treasurer. And then insurance credits are not calculated either because we generally don't have any. So the general overall revenue to be brought in for the select board is $988,215. Moving on, we have the delinquent tax fees. Was there a question?
No, I was just going to comment that to, I guess, simplify things. The 988,215 is what the select board in the town is responsible for from a tax standpoint of generating.
That's correct.
Excluding anything to do with our school system.
That's correct.
Thank you.
We do not account for any delinquent tax income. As most people know, the town provides some financial services for Algiers Fire District over in Algiers, and that the contract we have with them is for $8,500. So that accounts for staff time and some minimal resources that we need to do that job. We take in a small amount of revenue for licenses and permits. That includes a liquor and tobacco license of $90 at the country store, dog licenses of approximately $1,400, and that is all for those. Getting towards the end here, we do get reimbursed by the state for the reduction in taxes for those who are part of the current use program, so that is estimated to be $86,580 this year. In the pilot program, pilot stands for payment in lieu of taxes. So that is on any state-owned property within the town of Guilford. And that, so $18,600 is the amount that they pay us instead of paying property taxes. Moving on, the town clerk has an assortment of fees that are charged. I'm not going to go through all of these one by one because
We don't have to.
we don't have to. So the total amount to be brought in for revenue from the town clerk is $20,660. We are not yet estimating any permit fees for the floodplain. We are estimating approximately $3,000 in general interest earned for a total amount of revenue of $1,127,045.
Let's see. 1127045.
So the key thing to take away here is the $1,127,045 you will find should equal the total in expenses because we do our best not to raise any more in revenue than we incur in expenses because this is a municipality, not a business. So when we get to the end of the expenses category, you should hopefully see that that matches.
So compared to last year, we're bringing in $38,000 less?
Yes, because our expenses, as you will soon find out, have gone down.
That's a good thing.
It is a good thing. So that means taxes this year for the town side of expenses, or the select board expenses, are actually going down a small amount. Moving on, so this is a very large category here called the select board expenses. There are many things that fall within this. So, select board members, for those of you who were at the final budget meeting in December, all of these numbers are the same from that budget meeting. So this includes pay, insurance of various forms, expenses for the office, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera, legal fees. So getting to the bottom of this total category has expenses budgeted for or proposed for FY21 to be $250,336. You can see I've highlighted there, and this is
this is wrong.
Yeah, this is not good. It's again, this says 223, 503.
And that's due to some changes in the health insurance.
So the actual number is 250,336?
That is correct. The next category is for the town treasurer, including the treasurer and assistant treasurer's salary and other expenses. That will be $53,797.
That one's right. I mean, it's the same.
In the select board expenses, there was Penny noticed.
Could we slide back to that, because it would show on the...
Yep. So there was obviously the one increase in this area is for which voters approved last year was for the mowing of the playscape. So that's $3,000.
Where's that line? What line is that?
That's line 87, so it is number...
Maintenance grounds?
68.1. 68.01. There was this increase that you select board members approved for the emergency management budget, and then there was the increase for health insurance.
But it's still less than compared to last year, right?
Correct. That
the
is correct.
The expense is $12,000 or so less?
Yes, that is correct. So while there were some increases in this category, it was an improvement. So
I think so.
The treasurer, there's a slight increase due to pay
So,
increases.
just to go back to that again,
Yes.
what is the decrease in the expense what is creating the difference there, the 12,000? I mean, but not line by line, but just in the conglomerate.
Yes, so we had several of the other categories, such as heating and others that
That went
decreased.
down,
Yeah.
okay.
And is that because of the new heating system?
That's correct.
Oh,
As well
good.
as other changes to the building that you folks made. We also made reductions in building maintenance, et cetera, due to the changes when not needing to have to do those repairs for a number of years into the future.
Well, that's
A good
news
investment.
for our whole town.
So the treasurer, there's a slight increase, as you can see, that is due to cost of living increases that are being proposed. The Board of Civil Authority, we actually have a decrease of $2,600 for a total proposed budget of $1,600. And here's the category we were discussing previously, the transfers out. So this includes setting aside funds to repair the Green River Covered Bridge in 25 years' time, the capital fund, the water line, records preservation, and that's it. So that is budgeted for $265,000, which has been level funded for the past 4 or 5 years. Next is the auditors. This is also level funded, so this includes wages for the town auditors, the training, et cetera, et cetera. So this is level funded with last year at $22,850. The next major category is for the listers. Similar to the previous categories for the town treasurer, town clerk, includes wages as well as other fees that they incur. There's been, due to shifting around there, we actually have an overall decrease in the listers category, a decrease of $3,428 for a total expenses of $34,471. Next, we have the town clerk category. There's a slight increase here, one because Marta was hired last year, and then with the proposed salary increases for cost of living, there's an increase of $5,095 for a grand total of $68,497 in that category.
Not the increase, but the total.
Yes, the total, that is correct. For our next category, we've got the delinquent tax administration. These are all the expenses that the town treasurer needs to collect delinquent taxes. So this money is very well spent. It's level funded over last year at $6,600. Floodplain administration also level funded for the past several years at $500. Planning Commission is level funded at $1,000. That actually is, you guys did state $1,000, however, last year was actually budgeted at $1,500, so it's actually a decrease of $500 that you folks requested this year.
Wasn't that because of we had the additional expense for the book?
That's correct.
And we don't have that this year?
That's correct. The Conservation Commission is requesting a decreased amount as well over last year, so they're asking for $2,500 this year, a decrease of $500. The Recreation Commission is asking for a slight increase of that math is
Not right.
not right. That should be $661. So there's an increase of $661. And when they presented this to the select board at the last select board meeting, it was primarily due to the increased popularity of their events and needing additional supplies for those events across town.
And so they should have resubmitted the budget with more itemization than they had shown us. That's what we asked for.
You had, and that was not received yet. So
Maybe you want to send them
I
a,
will follow up with the Recreation Commission for a more detailed breakdown of their budget request. Law enforcement, since we have not been able to find a constable for the past year and a half, the select board has removed those expenses from this category. So the only expense in that category is the law enforcement services, which we receive from the Vermont State Police.
perhaps it would be prudent here to say that we are looking for a constable. And if anybody is interested in not volunteering, but.
Correct. It would be a paid
in that
position.
paid position, please let us know.
And we do have funds in other places to pay an individual who wishes to be the constable.
Is there a job description for the constable
There
on our
is.
website?
It's not on the website, but someone could contact me and get it from me. The next section is the pound keeper. So this is for the pound keeper as well as for our agreement with Wyndham County Humane Society and all associated costs, which has had a overall deduction of $480. Again, because the town has been looking for a dog officer for the past year and a half, and we are still looking for a dog officer, so anyone who may be interested, please contact me. For the time being, the select board has decided to reduce those fees from the budget.
But they could be put back in if we had a dog officer.
That is correct. Next major category is health officer. Again, level funded for the past several years at $150. Next category is the solid waste meetings. This accounts for our annual assessment to be a member of Wyndham Solid Waste, as well as to have someone be the select board's appointed representative and account for their travel expenses and other things they incur. That is going to be $14,928. We are getting closer to the end here, folks. So
Here we're on cemeteries.
here we are on cemeteries. The Cemetery Commission
It's closer to the end.
is requesting level funding of $7,700. Here's one of the really big positive notes that the select board would like to touch on is after March of this year, so after March of fiscal year 20, we will have paid off the fire department bond and interest. And so there's going to be a reduction of $53,058 from the select board budget.
I thought you were going to say there's going to be a party.
Under the fire warden section, which is next.
When you say that there's a reduction there, you don't mean a reduction, you mean compared to last year?
Compared to last year, yes.
Because the 53,000 was, we paid 53,000 last year, we're not paying it this year.
We're not paying it in the budget.
It's not going to be included in the budget.
For next year.
For next year,
right.
because we have, after March, we will have paid that debt off.
Yeah.
And so it does not, we no longer need to budget for that.
But it's not a real, what I'm getting at is it's not a real reduction.
No, it is. We do not have to raise $53,058 in taxes for it.
Yeah. That's what I wanted you to say.
Okay. The fire warden, technically, the fire wardens could submit an invoice for all of the fire permits that they issue. They have not done so for many, many years, and at the time being, the select board has reduced that from the budget. Should they decide to do so in the future, we will cross that bridge when we get to it. But
So we should officially thank the fire warden for doing
wardens,
this.
we have two.
That's right. For providing that valuable service for us.
Agreed.
So the next section is annual services to the town. This includes Wyndham Regional Commission, Green Up Day, the Vermont League of Cities and Towns, Rescue Inc., county taxes, and a few other things, Pride Brook Community Center. This category has the overall slight, why is that math? Let's just ignore the delta column because that's slightly off. In several of the categories, there's a few minor expenses. However, for the Guilford Handbook, we have a reduction in expenses of $3,500 because we will not be printing out copies in the upcoming fiscal year. That will be done in the current fiscal year. So that's local public services is the fire department, and as the fire department proposed at the last select board meeting, they are proposing an increase of $8,387 in their budget this year for a total of $236,450.
As I recall, it was mostly an increase in the cost of building maintenance, wasn't it?
Yeah, they had a few other increases that Gordon and I were looking at prior to the meeting. So that included things, some of their membership dues for some things were going up.
Yeah, it looked like, because I wasn't at the meeting and I asked Peter to just summarize for me. Increase in communications, increase in dues and subscriptions, increase in removal, rubbish removal. The fire district had an increase in the cost to them. EMT equipment supplies was a big piece of it, and legal fees. I guess they were audited this year for the first time, so there was an auditor fee.
Wasn't
built
building
into that.
maintenance in there?
And then, what's that?
Building maintenance.
They talked about it, but
these were the bigger items.
Oh.
I mean, in a computer was what, these were the big things that I heard, I mean, what we looked at.
Yeah, in the financial document, or the spreadsheet that they submitted to the select board at the last meeting, there was about $1,000 for building maintenance. So it wasn't the largest item.
Okay.
I didn't account for the entire increase with Peter. I just picked up those. So that would make sense, that because there was probably the piece where we're missing to bring us to 8,300.
Last but not least, our final category is the social service agencies who do so much great work here in
Well, there's the
town.
library too.
Do we pass that one by?
Yeah.
My apologies. We have got the Guilford Free Library. They have a slight increase of $2,005 due to salary increases and hiring a part-time individual to provide some technical assistance with computers. So their request is $35,005. And now, last but not least, are the social service agencies. And we all know who these are. They are level funded at $24,880 this year. So our grand total of expenses is $1,127,045 for a total decrease this year of $26,781. So after having the past three budgets be level funded, this one is a decrease over the previous three.
Excellent.
Well, I mean, it is. The 53 is coming out of it, so there's some.
There's a little bit of an addition to it.
But there were several areas in which there were additions,
but
primarily due to salaries. Yep, they're minor.
Well, what I kind of pulled out and looking at the deltas, we have the fire department increase, we have the library increase, which are, not hugely significant, but
so that's $10,000.
Right. And
3% cost of the
three.
Yeah, it's mostly salaries.
Yep.
It really.
Can I just ask if we could go to the expenses? I want to just clarify the first category, the select board expenses, I guess, all of those.
Yep.
There was a note. I thought I heard someone say that this is what's proposed is a decrease from the previous year, but it's not.
It's an increase of 12,000 in that category,
Okay.
which makes up the difference for what Gordon was just calculating in increases. So part of the increase was the mowing of the playscape that voters approved last year. Nemrick, the company that provides our software and technical support, increased their fees to us by $1,000 this year. We had, several other minor fees go up. Our technical services, such as our email provider and all of those things, went up. And then emergency management went up, and then salaries is where those costs went to.
Just want to be sure that if I heard it incorrectly.
So yes, that was one of the areas that did have a slight increase.
Well, it's 12,605.
That's correct.
With Wyndham Solid Waste, Peter.
Yes.
Is that number, the 14,928 that we've planned?
That is correct.
Is that what we've been told?
Yep.
Okay.
So the last time that they presented to us, they gave us amounts for 3 years in a row.
Right.
So that will.
And they've come, I mean, that hasn't changed.
That has not changed.
I just wanted to make sure.
So after next year, I believe they will review again or anew their fees for member towns. May change, we don't know. But for the time being, yes, that is what they presented to us previously.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Go on.
I just need to know what the next steps are, so when, if we were to approve this or tonight, then this is what gets presented to the town?
Yes. We still have to go through the highway budget.
There's still some things to add or
No,
adjust?
this is finished.
Okay.
This is complete. So the 1 million, sorry for the fast scrolling, the $1,127,045 is what will be presented on the warrant, and that actually gets broken down because we have sources of revenue that we reviewed to begin with that are non-taxes. So that number, as in previous years, is actually going to be less than $1 million. So,
is there a time frame for the select board to approve this budget?
So the select board, that's an excellent question, Gordon. The select board legally has until next Monday to approve the budget to be put on the warrant, as an article on the warrant.
You weren't here last meeting when we decided.
I was not.
Can I just speak, please? Thank you.
Sure,
at the last
you're the
meeting,
chair.
just to bring you up to speed, at the last meeting, we, at the last budget workshop, we went through the whole budget, and we agreed that since we had gone through the whole budget, and quite analytically, that we would bring it forward at this meeting to basically approve or not approve it. We'd like to get it expedited
Which I totally
tonight.
support.
Okay, good.
I'm not questioning that.
Yeah.
What I don't like is, personally, I don't like looking at something here and looking at something different there when the categories aren't, jiving. And I like to see the whole thing in its final form to be able to, just understand everything. Some of the numbers jumping around just concern me, and I'm sure they're all fine, and I'm not questioning it, but for me personally, there's a comfort level there.
So the papers you have in your hand I admit it was my mistake. I printed them before I had Penny review them. She noticed that there was an error in the amount for the health insurance. So that was adjusted on the computer. I should have reprinted these so they matched with what are here. My
Right, but I don't think that one change, would have finalized this document, and that's my concern. We've made some other changes as we've been going, and
so that was in the deltas, which generally we don't present to the public. That's generally for the select board to review for your purposes.
So you're confident, excluding the delta column, that the proposed FY21 budget is correct?
Yes,
that
I am.
you're showing here?
I am confident in it, and I had Penny review it, and she felt confident in it as well. This is a process we go through.
I was just voicing.
No, I understand your concern, but to me, it's just a matter of that Peter printed out the wrong.
That's fine, if that's.
That he printed out the wrong version.
That's
This is the corrected version, and what's mostly incorrect about the version that we have here, there are a few errors in the deltas, mostly.
And if that's what I just clarified.
And
That's
yeah,
fine.
that Richard is absolutely correct, and the deltas they're irrelevant for when it comes to the
I
warrant.
agree. I'm not questioning that part of it.
So my apologies
No,
for giving you guys the wrong document.
And we, in budget workshops, we have gone over all the expense numbers.
That's right.
So
Yeah.
those are solid.
Yeah, there's no surprises here that I see.
No, like I said, the only number that changed was up here in the select board, was up here for the health insurance.
It went down a lot from previous years.
It's actually a slight increase of $2,663.
Right, see, that's, yeah. I was looking at
Oh, I see,
reference
'cause
to
this is the number that's wrong.
And that's where I was getting confused.
This is the number that's right.
Yes, this is the number. One that's on the screen is the correct number.
I see.
Can you shoot to the last line again? The total?
Yep.
For me.
And so let me just ask, once Gordon's finished, is that the same number that's at the bottom of the revenue column?
So you can see here that the total expenses is $1,127,045. I will scroll back up so you can see.
It's the same. See, I wrote it in when he said it, 112705.
And here is the total revenue to be collected.
Okay.
It's a match.
It is a match.
Okay.
And the amount that will be presented to residents is on town meeting day is that number right there. 988,215 is what needs to be raised.
What needs to be raised in the form of tax.
That's correct.
I see.
So the difference in the amount from other sources of revenue is what the difference between the 112748 is and that number right there.
Okay. Now, sorry, I just have to ask one more question, and that's that, but this entire budget will be available for, or no, it's a report of previous years? What goes into the warning? I forget. Is there a
No,
budget?
the total. It's just the total number goes into the warning.
No, okay, but isn't there it
Well,
seems
it's
like
all
a
in the
good
town
thought.
report.
It's in the town report.
Yes,
Yeah.
all of these numbers will be in the town report.
But as far as what's in the warning to be raised as a
Correct.
motion or whatever.
Yeah.
So
is
the-
that number?
But
Yes.
the entire
To be
budget
raised by
is-
taxes, the rest is
published.
coming from
So this is,
resources. Yeah.
Resource, revenues.
there's three columns on this spreadsheet that will not be in there. So this column, FY19 budget, actual FY19 expenses, and FY20 budget, and FY21 proposed will all be included, and they have been included for decades.
That's fine, just want to make sure I understand.
The other three columns that we have here are primarily for select board analysis.
Correct. Okay, I'm on board with that.
Do I have a motion to approve the?
Well, let's wait until we, if you don't mind, sir, if we go through the highway budget first.
Oh, sure, let's do that.
And we will do it all
Do
at
we,
one time.
do we do them both at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
This is the
Now,
highway budget.
are we sure that this is the correct version?
Yes, this one is the correct version. So highway is much more abbreviated.
Dan, did you get one?
No, I didn't, but I can do that right off the top of my head.
You can sit with us if you want, come join us.
Oh, happy over here.
All right, so general,
Should I zoom in on the screen?
ask Mr. Chair.
Yes,
Okay.
please.
General taxes to be raised is, for highway department, is $874,461. We receive $145,000 in state aid to highways as revenue, We are estimating to receive approximately $1,200 in civil fines. That comes to us from the Vermont State Police, and approximately $250 in highway interest, for a total proposed revenue to be generated of $1,020,911.
Which is up by 23,000.
This is correct. And we will touch on the expenses. So the highway fund expenses, so this is similar to the select board budget. This is where we have wages and insurance, retirement, workers' compensation. So without reading through every line by line, you will see there's a slight increase in wages, which also thus causes an increase in retirement. There's, as you can see, we have a fairly substantial increase in health insurance for the highway department. And then all the other remaining line items, or most of them, are level funded.
What is what constitutes the $10,000 increase in health insurance?
Primarily because we've added an additional person
That's what I
to the road crew. So we now have 6 people on the road crew instead of 5.
Which was planned.
Which was planned, but that does cause an increase in health insurance. And also included in that increase in the health insurance is an increase in our premiums this year. Although the increase in premiums is less than it was last year. And then last but not least, we have increased, due to the whole emerald ash borer situation and the needing to start dealing with that, we've increased the tree removal budget line by $2,000. So the overall increase for the highway fund is $15,615, for a total of $480,396. Follow up.
A comment sort of outside of the field there? That says...
we can... that's for later on at town meeting day.
To talk about this on edge.
Yep.
So the proposed is 48,000.
480,396,
which is up 15.
That's correct.
And that's mostly due to the medical insurance.
That's correct. The medical insurance and wages.
Wages, right.
Next is the road resurfacing that is level funded at $130,000. Next we move on to winter expenses, which include winter wages, sand, and salt. There is an increase in this primarily due to an increase in the cost of sand.
Peter,
yes, sir.
I'm sorry. Can we go just back right to the front here? We have no grants that we're anticipating for the highway?
Not this year, unfortunately, because we, in the past 2 fiscal years, we have been very successful in the grants that we have been able to get for the highway department, which unfortunately, the way that our state does it for highway grants is once you receive them, you drop down to the bottom of the list. So for 2 of the grants we received this year, we have a 5-year waiting list now that we have to, until we get eligible for the next round. And then 1 grant, it's a 10-year waiting list before we next become eligible for it. So
thank you for making that clear.
I mean, as we discussed recently, we can say, however, that the past fiscal year, we've had the highest amount of grant revenue that the town has seen. So
been very positive.
It's been very positive overall for the budget.
Just have to wait a while now.
So the winter budgeting section went up by $5,819 for a total of $210,515. The highway department has annual expenses for the various bridges across town. This budget has been level funded for several years now at $68,500. Because of Act 64, We now have what are called the municipal roads general permit fees. They have been gradually increasing over the past 3 years, and this coming year they will, for the total $2,500. And then last but, or sorry, not last, we've got the town garage expenses, which includes the operating expenses to maintain the garage and have a space for all the road crew to work. We've got primarily due to the additional road crew members, safety equipment expenses have gone up by $500, and due to other additional expenses unrelated to employees, building maintenance has gone up by $500 for a total of $34,000 for that general category. Last but not least, we have the town equipment. This is all exactly what it says, and this category has been level funded at $95,000 with last year, for a grand total of $1,020,911, which you can see equals the amount under the revenue to be generated.
Dan, any comments?
No, I'm happy with it. You guys are happy.
Looks good to me.
So of the increase, you can see the increase is $22,000
Yeah.
approximately. Of that increase, half of that goes to health insurance, and then there's other smaller miscellaneous amounts.
Any further comment about the highway budget?
Money well spent.
Yeah, that's a good comment. Since there's no further discussion, I would request that there a motion be made to approve both the highway budget and the general budget.
I will make a motion to approve the general budget and the highway budget.
Do I have a second?
I shall.
Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Well, I just wanted to say that, we had 3 meetings to go over all of this. The public was welcome to come and join us at 7:30 and
a.m.
And 11 a.m.
Yes, and we really did have a chance to have all of this laid out. So we weren't making it up tonight. I was just wanting our audience to know.
That's a good thing.
I'm sorry, who seconded that? Did we have a
Miranda
second?
seconded.
I might only add that we put the amounts in specifically.
I am doing that.
And
We
you
do
can
that.
do that. Thank
We do
you.
that every year. That is
Well, as
something
part of the motion.
That is
Excellent.
correct.
Thank you.
What do you mean put the amounts in?
Whatever the amounts are specifically into the motion. We approve.
Oh,
the
I see.
town-
Okay, he's doing, okay.
So
So it's very specific.
Yeah, I get
Yeah.
it. That's good.
So for the select board, that would be $988,215 is
To be raised.
to be raised through taxes.
215, correct.
And for the highway department,
$1,020,911.
nope, that is going to be $874,461. Do you see that?
Yes. It's right here.
Because the other,
Oh, you're right, I'm sorry, because of the state aid.
yep, the state aid and the
Yes.
other revenues.
I apologize.
Nope.
Okay, now that we have that clarified, there's a motion on the table. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, and congratulations to Peter and the Select Board for another year of budget.
And for a decrease in the annual
And
budget.
a
Yes.
decrease in the annual budget.
Right.
Good night,
Thank you,
Dan.
Thank you for your
Thanks
effort
for
in
being
doing that
here
budget,
and
Dan.
everything else.
Will do.
All right, on to old business, Brookfield service contract.
Before we get to that, we need to address the Wyndham Regional Commission broadband
Oh, yes, I'm
capability
sorry,
grant because
yes.
that needed to be dealt with.
Yes.
So the select board had a question at the last meeting regarding whether or not a request that they had made for you to include an article on the warrant for the town meeting day was necessary for this year in order to participate in the upcoming grant that they have the feasibility grant that they have. And the answer is no, it is not required. However, what they would like is for a consensus from the select board by having a motion to participate in the feasibility grant. So that shows our express interest. In order for it to move forward, they need interest from a certain percentage of the towns. And so we would put it before you that to consider having a motion to participate in their feasibility grant.
I'd like to have a motion that says that. Would anybody like to make it that motion?
You can make the motion if you
Okay,
wish.
I would like to motion that the select board expresses its enthusiasm for seeking for WRC to seek a grant.
They've already received it. It's to participate in their grant.
To participate in the grant. To
Second.
increase broadband access.
Second.
So needed.
Yes. Is there any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much. Let's hope that that goes somewhere. Okay, now on to
Service contract?
the service contract.
So, two things that you folks requested. Actually, technically three if we want to get specific. One was you asked. What?
Let's.
Okay, let's. So the
But not
first,
two.
the first of the three items you asked me to inquire about was whether or not, so Brookfield Service had given a specific deadline which this contract needed to be approved
right.
by to get a lower amount. They have extended that to tomorrow. And the other thing that you wanted me to inquire, the second thing you wanted me to inquire about was whether or not the Vermont State inspections was required and whether or not it was included in the once annual versus the biannual inspections. Yes, it is required. No, it was not included.
Okay.
So that would increase the price of the contract by $400. It's $100 per inspection, and we have 4 units. The third thing that you folks requested of me was to try one more time to see if I could get a proposal from Powers Generator, which we have received.
Oh, wow. Okay.
So Powers
The
Generator.
plot thickens.
It does thicken. So the service contract for a once-a-year maintenance for all 4 generators from Brookfield Service would be $1,953.
And that
includes the Vermont State inspection.
And that's per year.
Yes, that is per year. For all of the exact same offering, for all 4 generators, once a year, including the state inspection from Powers Generator, is $1,695.
Well.
1,600 what?
$95. You can see right here.
And I'm sorry that I'm confused, but who's doing it now, Brookfield or?
No, the past 2 years we have had Powers Generator.
Okay,
So
That's all 4.
That's all 4.
One time.
Yep. And all 4 generators are listed on the contract proposal. When I spoke to the contract manager over at Powers, she actually offered to extend this price for an additional year if that enticed you to agree to their agreement.
And we're satisfied with their work.
We've been very satisfied with Powers Generator.
I think it's-
Their response has been within 24 hours when we call them with a problem. They go above and beyond. They found an issue with the generator over at church last summer. They came, started repairing it, didn't have the part in stock. That was on a Friday. They sent their repair technician out on Saturday and finished the job without charging us extra for overtime.
Okay, so.
We're enticed.
We're enticed by Powers, aren't we?
Yes, I think, would it be?
You're welcome to look at the contracts if you wish.
Are the part piece of the contracts all the same? Meaning, supplies?
Yep.
So I'm looking for a motion for powers. Do we need a motion?
You do need a motion because you've got to make a decision between one or the other. And all of you folks need to agree on one of them. So.
I know who I'm going for.
Well, yeah, no, I'll make a motion that we, go with powers on this. And honestly, I mean, I'd make a 2-year motion personally and just lock it in. To me, there's no reason
They
not
made
to.
they made the offer both over the phone and via email.
I can't wait to talk to them because those aren't the numbers that I get. So that's one.
Okay, so we have a motion that is
So-
2 years with powers at $16.95.
I'll second.
And is there any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Then your motion carries unanimously, and I thank you.
And thank you, Peter, for your diligence.
Save the town $300 and some odd dollars, Peter. Well done.
All right, moving right on. We need to go into executive session.
No, we have to do.
Oh,
No,
sorry.
not yet.
I'm just jumping the gun here.
You are excited for that. We've got our finance warrants first.
I was thinking that we did the
Michael, did you
executive
second
session
that one?
before that,
Yes.
but
We would have to change the
we
order.
would have to change the order of the agenda.
If you wish to change the order, someone can make a motion.
Or do you want to just get the finance warrants over with? Yeah, okay.
You want me to
Gordon
know?
is raring to go.
I will do the finance warrants. So I will make a motion to pay the following payroll week ending 12/29/19 for $7,216.90. Payroll week ending 1/5/20 for $7,224.32. Payroll week ending 1/12/20 for $6,773.85. Expense warrant number 2013 for $42,385.76. And expense warrant number FW13 for $24.50 for a grand total of $63,625.33.
Do I have a second?
Yes.
Okay, and a discussion.
And the only discussion I would like to add on expense warrant number 2013, the key elements of that were salt at about 9,200, sand at about 9,000, diesel at about 6,800, and our VMER's retirement number, which was about 4,700. So that made up the predominant pieces of that, 42,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. Thank you.
Do you want to move executive session, or are you going to do?
No, we'll go.
No, we'll
Why
just
don't we
do it.
finish? We'll do, you want to do communications
Okay,
next?
sure,
Or do executive
yep.
section?
We have one communication from 8th Project of Southern Vermont. They sent you a thank you letter for their renewed annual support.
Great.
Great, thank you.
Now, I don't think, I know I'm supposed to say something about the number that we're, executive
Do
session.
you want to discuss the summary of actions from the
Oh, yes,
previous meeting?
please.
So you folks approved the minutes. You requested me to contact Brookfield Service about the contract extension and inspection. You approved the updates to the personnel policy, and you approved the warrants.
Okay. Now, just a question about this, because this is very good, and it's good to have these actions, but do these actions match the actions that were put in the minutes? Because they do, right?
They were a direct transfer over.
Okay, excellent.
And then regarding your executive session, the first is we need a motion that premature knowledge of discussions could potentially put the town at risk. And before you read the next one, is this something you want me to participate in, or would you like me to step out?
I don't know, it's an employee, it's not a controversial issue necessarily,
Okay, it's up to the select board. I have participated in some personnel discussions in the past, and I have been asked to step out on others, so it's up to you, Mr. Chair.
If you don't mind, why don't you absent yourself?
Okay, then let me just correct the,
And I say that because of to protect the confidentiality.
that's
of
fine.
the employee.
No explanation needed. It is at your discretion. All right, so first action is the first one we have here, so if you could make it, in fact, if you wish.
I move that premature knowledge of discussions could potentially put the town at significant disadvantage. As per,
Nope, that's for the next one.
Yeah.
It just, disadvantage, period.
period, and then I need a
So
second
you need
for
a
that.
second, yep.
I will second.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, that motion carries.
Okay. And then your second one, which you could also make if you wish.
Does anyone else want to make it, or are you satisfied with me
I'm
making it?
satisfied.
Okay, I make a motion to enter into executive session at 7:30 exactly PM to discuss personnel matters per 1 VSA 313A1.
Second?
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously. This will be very short, I think. The Guilford Select Board is coming out of executive session at 7:38 PM, and we have taken no action.
And now, your favorite time of the evening?
Oh, yes. Do I have a motion for adjournment?
I will make a motion to adjourn.
I would second that.
Is there any discussion?
Let's sing and dance.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion carries unanimously, and thank you very much, Guilford Select Board.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
I'm Ava.
I'm Ben.
I'm Madison.
I'm Drew.
We're the Disaster Dodgers. And we're here to help you. Be prepared. Once in a while, something happens that you weren't expecting. Very funny, Drew. But if you're prepared for it, you'll know what to do.
The same goes for a disaster.
A disaster is something that could hurt a lot of people, cause damage, or cut off the electricity, phones, or water across a large area.
Like when a hurricane caused our town to lose power for 4 days.
Or when we got snowed in by the blizzard.
And we didn't have to go to school for 2 weeks. Yes!
There are other things that are bad or dangerous too, like hazards and emergencies.
A hazard is a source of danger. For example, a pile of dried out wood near a gas can that's right next to a home would be a fire hazard.
And fast rushing water over a road poses a flood hazard.
How about an emergency? Like when I'm starving and I need a burger now?
A real emergency is something that happens to an individual or a small group of people.
Like a home fire, where you have to call 911 for help.
911, what's your emergency?
How is an emergency different from a disaster?
A disaster affects a lot of people and causes a lot of emergencies.
Whether it's a disaster, emergency, or hazard, we all need to be prepared.
And now, with the help of some very special guests, we're going to show you the kinds of disasters you need to prepare for. Starting with fire.
Whoa!
And severe weather.
Really, really bad weather.
Like a tornado or a hurricane.
Or extreme cold.
Or extreme heat.
And there's another kind of disaster.
An attack by giants?
Earthquakes.
Don't those just happen in California?
Ha! Actually, they can happen almost anywhere in the country.
Okay, we get the idea, Quake. All kinds of disasters can and do happen at any time and anywhere. Luckily, there are two really important things you and your family can do to get ready for one.
First, have your family make a family communications plan.
That way, everyone in your family will know what to do when a disaster comes, and how to get in touch with each other.
Like sending texts when phone lines are busy and calls don't go through.
I am safe at Brian's house.
Second, make sure your family puts together a family emergency kit.
Fill it with everything your family would need if you suddenly had no access to food, water, power, or shelter. Your family's kit may need special items, like medication.
And don't forget to check on family members and neighbors who may need help in a disaster.
So talk to your family about making a plan and emergency kit.
I'm gonna do it tonight.
Always remember, when it comes to disasters,
Be informed.
Make a plan.
Get prepared.
and go to ready.gov to find out more.
To the Tuesday, January 21st meeting of the Brattleboro Select Board. We know the meeting has been properly warned because we came and entered into executive session at 5:30. You will also notice that we are 4 this evening. David is not with us. Okay, at this time I would entertain a motion to approve the meeting minutes from January 7th.
So moved.
Excellent. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. I would like to take this opportunity from Hillary Francis to remind everybody that deadlines for petitions to be submitted for candidates to be on the ballot is Monday, January 27th by 5 p.m. And believe it or not, that is actually next Monday. We have burned through the entire month of January. So if you want to submit a petition to be on a ballot, you have to turn it in by next Monday, the 27th, by 5 p.m. Peter, do you have any manager's comments?
I do, thank you. I have an announcement. I'd like to ask people who are watching on BCTV or online to pay particular attention to this because we have an unusual circumstance tonight where we're adding an item to be considered at the end of the agenda. It's a letter from the Select Board to Governor Scott regarding the Brattleboro retreat situation. And there are just some things that evolved in a way that it wasn't, we didn't know last Friday when we warned the meeting that we would need to have this on this evening as part of this agenda. That's why it's coming up as a last-minute addition. I'm going to read the letter in its entirety now so that people watching will know what is going to be considered at the end of the meeting, and then it will be the final item of new business tonight. It's a letter to the Honorable Philip B. Scott, Governor of Vermont, regarding the Brattleboro retreat. Dear Governor Scott, thank you for announcing in your State of the State address that the Brattleboro retreat is simply too critical for us to let fail and that its closure would have a devastating impact on our mental health system and the region's economy. We completely agree. We are writing today in favor of a more robust state partnership with the retreat. This is an issue of central importance to our constituents in Brattleboro, to our neighbors throughout Windham County and Vermont who depend on the retreat for jobs and commerce, and most importantly, to the individuals and families who depend on the retreat to preserve and improve their very lives. The retreat has been an important institution in our community for almost 200 years. In the 21st century, the retreat has become an important institution for the whole state of Vermont. Partnering with other healthcare providers, social service agencies, law enforcement, and others, The retreat leverages its particular expertise in some of the most challenging aspects of our collective efforts to address mental illness and drug addiction. The retreat provides essential services to Vermonters suffering such acute mental health issues that many other hospitals turn them away. We are counting on you, your administration, the legislature, and the retreat's leadership to agree on a financial plan so that these essential services continue to be available and so that this major employer continues to be an important economic driver for our region. Sincerely, and it has the names and titles of all 5 board members. The board will consider this letter at the end of the meeting this evening, and if it's approved, it'll be signed tonight and transmitted tomorrow.
Thank you, Peter. It would be safe to say that by us considering this letter at the end of the meeting, it could give opportunity for anybody watching tonight who would like to come and speak about this letter to come and join us. We will take a break at 8:15. You'll have time to get here, I'm sure. Hopefully, if you want to speak up. Okay. Are there other members of the select board who have comments or committee reports or both this evening? No, thank you.
I don't. We had a very productive traffic safety meeting recently, but I didn't bring my notes for what got accomplished, so I'm going to hold off on that and I'll let everyone know at a future meeting.
Okay, that sounds good. Daniel?
Yeah, I have a comment. I drove home in the snowstorm on Saturday. I'd been down to Amherst to spend my money there. That's not the story. The story is that, when I came back into town, I drove past the Public Works Department where everybody was mustering, and then throughout the afternoon and evening, I thought the snow removal for this particular snowstorm was really well managed, and by the next day, by mid-morning the next day, things were clear, and I just wanted to kind of appreciate all the work that goes into that, because my wife, told me that she woke up a couple of times in the night and heard the plow go by, and maybe that's work that people don't see so much, and I just wanted to appreciate the staff for doing that.
Thank you very much, and I think you're right, and I noticed the sidewalks in front of my house were clear pretty quickly, I thought, on Green Street, so very appreciative of that. Okay. At this time, I will open the public participation section of our meeting. This is an opportunity for anybody who's here tonight from the public to speak on something that is not listed on tonight's agenda. Nick? Mr. Nickerson?
I'm Nick Nickerson. From last 60 years, I've been living in Brattleboro. Along with 2 other Republicans, all I can find in Brattleboro, I would like to make a little what's better note to the select board. What's better from the Republican Party, and this came from the Wall Street Journal. Incomes are now rising faster for low-income workers than their bosses. That includes a 5.9% annual income increase for the bottom 10% of workers. So the capitalists are benefiting the proletariat, and Carl is spinning in his box. Thank you.
Thanks, Nick. Anybody else have?
Just a joke.
Make a joke?
No.
Karl Marx. Okay. All right, so seeing nobody else for public participation, we will move into becoming liquor commissioners. Would somebody like to make that motion?
I move that we become liquor commissioners.
Excellent. All those in favor? Aye. All right, and our first and only order of business, but don't let that sound like it's not exciting, is the special event permits for the Brattleboro Love Crawl, which is always a fun and very cool event.
Cards.
Ooh, lovely, thank you.
Thank you.
That's awesome, thank you. Stephanie is handing out some cards to us so we can view the new graphic for the Love Crawl.
As they take the table, may I just announce the usual for the record that this has been thoroughly reviewed by staff. It's now happened for several years. It something that we know how it's going to impact the community, and that's in almost entirely wonderful ways. And so all of the review that's necessary in order to ensure that it can occur in a safe manner and it complies with town ordinances has been completed, and it's recommended for approval.
Thank you, Peter. All right.
Hi, Stephanie. I'm Stephanie Bonin. I'm the Executive Director of Downtown Brattleboro Alliance. This is Elijah Cooper, who is working with me for 6 weeks, has 3 weeks under his belt, and is really a huge part of making this particular event happen, and then is also concentrating on making our Plan a Go-Go, our community calendar, really shine even more. So it's been a joy for me to be working alongside of someone every day.
Thanks, Elijah.
I do have 2 props with me tonight. How come this isn't stale?
That's like the text button on the inside.
So I handed you the new graphic this year for the Bratt Love Crawl, and then this is an addition that's going to be out in front of each store so that it's more clear where the stops are, and then we can use them year after year. So I thought it would just benefit everyone to a little bit of background and then what the actual crawl is if you haven't been. So the background is that we all realized that the time after the holidays and in the thick of the winter that people like to hibernate, rightfully so, but we all kind of missed each other, and so we wanted to create an event that would bring people back out away from their homes into their community and have some fun for the night. We wanted people to go specifically into shops, and so we didn't want it to be a one spot type of an event, and that's how the crawl was born. So this year is our 5th year doing it. We are pairing 18 shops with 18 Vermont tastemakers, and there are 2 starting points. So people can either choose to purchase tickets, which are available right now online, or at Beadniks or Brattleboro Food Co-op for $8, or they can purchase the tickets the night of. The price does go up to $12 after February 2nd. And so they go to either of those 2 starting points. They come with their ticket or they purchase, they get ID'd, they get a stamp on the hand, and they get given this year a passport. And that passport shows them all of the pairings and also incentivizes going to an ample amount of them. Some examples of the pairings are, we have people that have done it every year, like Altiplano and Bar Hill, and as Cupid, I play Cupid in this event. I cannot separate those 2, they will not let me. But other people have new pairings, like Vermont Vermouth will be at Renaissance Jewelry, a brand new company here in Brattleboro, Vermont Vermouth. And then also a fun one is Aqua Vitae is coming and going to be at Vermont Hempicurium. So 18 pairings, and that is the event.
That's awesome.
What does the ticket get you? It gets you a taste at each of those pairings, because each shop is paired with a Vermont tastemaker. So True North Granola is at George J. Brooks. So when you go in, you get a taste of that, then you leave, you come back out to the next stop.
Any other questions?
Yeah. I understand that we're here for the liquor commissioner role. I guess thinking about this in a kind of inclusive way, I forget why this happened, but I think it was maybe the BAPC put on an event with mocktail pairings, and it was, pretty well liked, I think. And I was wondering whether there could be in future years, non-alcoholic options beyond just like seltzer or what have you.
Yeah, this has come up before, and that event was great and was geared to mocktails, and they didn't have cocktails. And this event is geared towards distilleries and breweries and Vermont tastemakers. It does have food in it, so that there is sort of a balance in that way. I mean, any wine pairing, you have food because it also makes the wine taste. So My answer is not that we're not being inclusive, but more that we're being very specific to what this event is.
So there's 11 spirit companies and the remainder are food?
Yes, except for 2 current liquor licenses are being used, so it's actually 13 spirits, brewers, wineries, and those 2 liquor licenses that are being used are Peter Haven's private dining space, which is paired up with Dosa Kitchen, who will be opened, and then the lounge, which is paired up with no, it is a winery. It's going there. And then the rest are food. Grafton Cheddar, True North Granola, Elliott Street Fish and Chips, and Dosa Kitchen are all giving out food samples.
I had a quick question, just a curiosity. Oh, and I'll just say I think it's a great event. I say that every year, but that's because I pretty much go every year.
Good.
I'm curious, what's the Aqua Vitae Afterglow at Vermont Epicurean?
Yeah.
Is that a CBD thing?
I think that might be a misprint. I don't know what Afterglow is. So Aqua
It's the Aqua Vodka. That's the name of the company.
Afterglow is.
I think that might be part of the.
I just thought there might be a connection to the.
No, we intentionally did not put a CBD product there.
Yeah.
But it isn't. Aqua Vitae is a great short story, which is they brew kombucha, and in order for
that's
them,
what it is.
Okay.
in order for them to be certified non-alcoholic, they have to distill all of their alcohol off. And so instead of throwing it away, they have recently started to distill it into actual vodka, and so now they have aqua vodka. So it's a byproduct of their
That's what I couldn't
kombucha.
figure out why.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for clearing that up because that was confusing me, and now I realized it's my kombucha.
Yeah, because it sounded familiar.
Okay. Are there further questions or comments from members of the board?
I just have one kind of weird comment. Do you have to be 21 to plan an event like this?
No, you don't even have to be 21 to serve alcohol, which is odd.
Yeah.
But no. But you do have to be 21 to attend the Love Crawl. No exceptions.
I guess the response I got to my question is sort of sitting with me uncomfortably. So I'm in a household where one person drinks and the other person doesn't, and we would love to engage with this event. And I would not really feel like I was, I don't know, not so much not welcome, but like I wouldn't get as much out of it.
Yeah, you
right? Like it wouldn't be as enjoyable for me.
If your partner's drinking a fancy-looking drink, you
Yeah,
want to also drink a fancy-looking drink.
You know, nothing.
So, I see what you're saying.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And so I'm not saying like, you know, no liquor permit, but I think for future years, thinking about the message that that sends, you know, is something I'd like to see you guys think about. You know, there are a lot of people in this community who don't drink alcohol, who might have a partner or a significant other or, you know, friend that does, and they want to be able to go out too. And, you know, those people spend their money, you know, downtown.
Yeah, I don't want this to feel not included.
Right.
It's like I've never seen a Star Wars movie.
Right.
And I'm not part of any Star Wars.
Right. And I guess the way that I would feel included is if there was an option for me that beyond just a glass of water.
And I'd have to say I agree with Daniel on that.
I think I seem to remember that there's always a food option or some sort of snack at each one, and that doesn't mean that you think that it's a good value to pay the $8 in advance.
I'm sure the food is very tasty.
Yeah.
No, let me just clarify that there isn't a food option at each and every one.
Okay, but a couple of them are just food options.
Yeah, there are definitely food options. Yes.
Just so that was clear, because all we're looking at and approving, of course, is the liquor options, but there are 2 or 3 just
4.
4, sorry.
Yeah.
Non-liquor options. wanted to point that out.
I think he's saying he wants a fancy mocktail.
No, I get it. I totally get it to have the option side by side, for instance.
Yeah.
But I just wanted to remind everybody that what we're looking at is a complete list of just
Maybe that could be a
liquor items.
food-only ticket, as well as the food and liquor ticket.
That's interesting.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did.
Wasn't sure if there was a ticket. Okay. Are there members of the public who would like to talk about the Brattleboro Love Crawl liquor licenses? Yep. Okay. Hearing no more discussion, I would entertain a motion to approve the liquor license. If somebody was so inclined.
I'll make that motion to approve the issuance of the following special event permits for the Brattleboro Love Crawl event on Thursday, February 6th, 2020, from 5 p.m. to 10 p.m. Just realized I'm in for a long haul here. That's okay. Caledonia Spirits at Altiplano, 42 Elliott Street. Saxton's River Distillery at Bee's Nest, 19 Elliott Street. American Crafted Spirits, doing business as Silo Distillery at Beadnick's, 115 Main Street. Vermont Distillers, Inc. at Brattleboro Bicycle Shop, located at 165 Main Street. Wild Heart Distillery at Cara Wolf Jewelry Shop at 4 Elliott Street. Smuggler's Notch Distillery at In the Moment Records, 143 Main Street. White Mountain Distillery, doing business as Stowe Cider at Mallison, 44 Harmony Place. Charles Dodge, DBA Putney Winery at Michelle Frizzy.
Frizzy.
Okay, thank you. Michelle, I actually know Michelle, so I'm going to hear about that. Photography, 26 High Street. Vermont Vermouth at Renaissance Jewelry, 151 Main Street. St. Johnsbury Distillery at Taylor for Flowers, 15 Elliott Street. And Aqua Vitae Afterglow at Vermont Epicurean, 8 Flat Street.
All right, Tim. I fell asleep halfway through that. No, I'm just kidding. You did a very good job with that motion. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you, guys.
Oh gosh, I need to pull this thing out. Just do this to myself. All right. At this time, I would entertain a motion to adjourn as liquor commissioners.
So moved.
All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. We now move into unfinished business. And surprise, surprise, our first item is the FY21 budget, which has been our unfinished business for approximately 15 years. Just kidding, 8 weeks. All right, our first item is pay adjustments for non-union employees. Peter.
Thank you. So in the update, as we do each week in these final weeks of the budget process each year, page 1 of the memorandum that's in the backup and posted online actually provides a status of what has occurred to date. I won't go through that this evening because when you get to making your final decisions before this item wraps up, we'll go over the alternatives of where it leaves you in terms of the 2 decisions that you're going to be looking at tonight, and then those on top of all the decisions you've already made, what the overall impact is for the budget that'll go forward to town meeting. So I'm going to pass over the current status item and focus on the 2 decisions that you have in front of you for this evening.
Okay.
The first, as you pointed out, is pay equity for non-union employees. And for this, I'd like to set just a little bit of the context before I present the actual recommendation. This is a cycle with the collective bargaining units, the 4 employee unions, when we've invested a lot of attention and action on pay equity internal to those units, and as it relates, as the positions in those units relate to other employee positions in the town. And so with regard not just to the lower end of the pay scale, where $15 an hour is a measure that has emerged as being of great importance, and the board had indicated a desire to make sure that we didn't have any town employees paid less than $15 an hour for their service to the community. We looked at those things going through the collective bargaining process, but we also looked at the middle area and the upper portions of the pay scales to make sure, again, that there is fairness across the different departments and different functions of the town. We had earlier in this select board year, you have approved 3 of the 4 collective bargaining agreements, mostly last summer. That happened, and the 4th one is on this agenda for action later this evening. In the actions that were taken there, as we were proceeding, particularly through the earlier 3, it became apparent that we needed to give a similar level of attention to non-union positions in the town, because that wasn't going to happen as a natural course of just sitting down to bargain for a new 3-year agreement, as it was happening with the collective bargaining units. And so around the May or June timeframe, we began looking at that question. It emerged over the course of the summer that a couple of different groups of employees came to me and expressed concern about their compensation. They are 2 different groups of non-union employees, and they wanted to make sure that they understood how we were looking into this matter and what our intentions were about how to finalize the review and bring it forward. And so there's been a lot of communication on that. There was one evening back in August when one of those 2 groups of employees actually came and addressed the select board and wrote a letter to the editor. So there's been a little bit of public consideration of this, but mostly it's been work that has gone on intensely behind the scenes as we obtained some consultant assistance to make sure that we were assessing this in a proper, objective manner. And then worked first with the senior staff and then with the broader group of affected employees to make sure that we had calibrated the recommendation appropriately to achieve the greater level of equity that we were seeking. The impact of that is attached to the backup materials this evening. So behind the memorandum regarding the budget is a 2-page attachment. On the top of page 1, it says proposed annual salaries and salary ranges for full-time non-union town employees. It then lists each position of salaried non-union employees. And you'll note that there's 4 numbers next to each one. That's because what we're creating is a pay system where instead of just a pinpoint, a single point that is the salary currently paid for that position that doesn't exist within a broader salary structure for town government, that instead, similar to the 3 of the 4 collective bargaining agreements, we're establishing pay ranges for positions. So the bottom number in each case is the entry-level salary for that position, and the top number is the top-out salary, or the top of the range for that position. And one of the reasons why salary structures typically include pay ranges rather than just a single point salary is so that you can create equity in situations where you might have a more senior employee in a position that is roughly equivalent to a position where there's a more junior employee or someone being appointed into a position as a new employee in that rank, so that they aren't on day 1 of the new employee's service, and years into the other person's service, they're not being paid the exact same amount. To differentiate them means to leave them differentiated into the future. To pay them the same isn't equitable on day 1, and so we use pay ranges so that we can provide a relationship between one position and another that allows for those changes over time, so that 2 new people will be proportional to the size and responsibility of their position, and 2 senior people will be also in that same proportion, but it allows for those fluctuations as employee tenure changes. So that's why you see pay ranges proposed for every employee. Up until now, only the DPW supervisors and the park supervisor within this group of employees affected by this actually had pay ranges. They were already in ranges that had 4 steps to them, and now every non-union employee, whether a salaried employee or a hourly employee, will be in a pay range. At the bottom half of page 2 of this attachment to the memorandum, there's a header, proposed hourly rates and pay ranges for part-time non-union town employees. And so here you see 2 separate groupings of employees with 2 separate pay ranges that are shown as hourly rates for the 4 separate steps rather than as annual salary for the 4 separate steps. And the reason for that is because the part-time employees work a variety of different schedules. And so annualizing their pay would have led to very much an apples, oranges, and bananas kind of comparison. The way to keep it calibrated so that we could ensure fairness between the 2 sets of jobs that are represented here is to report those ranges as hourly ranges. The overall cost impact to approve town-wide what is recommended in these 2 pages for the remainder, my recommendation is that you approve this evening and that it be implemented with the first payroll in February, and that for the remaining 5 months of this fiscal year, the cost impact of the salaries and the FICA and VEMRS being the retirement system, the Vermont Municipal Employee Retirement System. So the town's contribution on behalf of employees and the FICA taxes that the town pays on behalf of employees, along with the salary adjustments, the total cost impact for all of the non-union employees for the remainder of FY20 is $24,000. The total impact for FY21 is $82,000. The 82, in order to determine the impact upon the budget that we're working on, the 82 needs to be adjusted 2 different ways. The first is that some of these employees' positions are funded through the utility budget rather than through the general fund operating budget. So $15,000 of the FY21 costs. I should say first, just noting for the record, that the FY20 costs, because we're more than halfway through FY20, those would be unbudgeted expenses of approximately $24,000. Something just less than 20 of that would be in the general fund. As we've talked often, an expense of that magnitude, so long as we're managing the overall scope of the revenues and the expenditures in the general fund budget over the course of the year, as long as we're doing that overall job well, an expense of this magnitude can be we can absorb an expense of this magnitude because there are always going to be some line items that are over and some line items that are under. So we'll manage for this expense as we complete this budget year. And then it's important that since we're 6 months away from the beginning of the next budget year and still finalizing FY21, it's important that we reflect that impact in the budget that you'll be recommending to representative town meeting. So on that one, back to the math, $15,000 that'll be in the utility fund budget comes off of the 82. And those are rounded figures. The exact figure of what we need in the general fund to fund these changes is $66,875. You'll recall that earlier in this budget process, actually at the beginning of this budget process, when I proposed staff's FY21 budget for your review, we had a $30,000 placeholder. At that time, we were still pretty early in the detailed work around this. We had done a lot of conceptual work around it. We had kind of set the framework within which we would conduct this review, but we weren't very far along in actually calculating what the changes might be. And so I missed it. I underestimated significantly, so I apologize for that. But the placeholder that we put into the budget that we brought you was $30,000. We need $66,875, and that's why the impact of the decision that we're recommending this evening would add $36,875 to the proposed FY21 budget.
Excellent. That was very thorough, and I have to say thank you so much for the very smart way that you have created these ranges within each position. I'm not even going to guess how much work was put into that. So thank you very much. Are members of the board have questions or comments about our pay equity for non-union employees?
Yeah, I would just say, in addition to paying people fairly, I really do appreciate the clarity of laying it out and kind of having a structure that's a little more formalized, and I think that's super valuable just for our employees and all of our taxpayers to just have it laid out, very transparent.
We're going to benefit from that for a long time to come, just having it done.
Yeah. Yeah.
I also appreciate this work, and I note that the whole year's work has been with 3 unions and then this non-union group. And in each case, and in all cases, the goal has been fairness. And I think that that's been achieved, and I'm very appreciative of it.
Daniel, you want to add anything?
I'm really happy that we've done this work. I'm glad that staff felt that they work in an organization where they can bring some of this stuff to management, and management will consider it. And I think that the work that went into this, and I'm presuming that our HR director had a fairly large role in this as well. So I'm glad that we have a HR director. And I'm excited that we're going to be able to retain experienced staff who contribute a great deal of value to the town, and that this will be a good place to work for them, and they will spend their wages locally, and our economy will be all the better for that. So good.
Is there anybody here tonight that came to speak on the topic of pay equity for non-union employees? Okay. So
Maybe people came without
Yes,
that
please.
intention, but they
Yeah.
want to speak anyway.
And they might want to speak anyway. Throwing out the curveballs.
Look, we got somebody.
Yeah, Star took the bait.
I did. I just want to thank the town staff and the select board and everyone who's worked on this, and it means the world to our employees to know that they are valued. And I always say the best and most important resource we have at the library is our staff. And so it's wonderful to see this kind of support and reinforcement. Thanks.
Well, thank you. We're on a good team. Okay. Would I entertaining a motion?
Yes, please.
For that specific, okay, I would entertain a motion.
I move.
Oh.
Oh, it's
Go ahead.
looked up. To approve the town manager's recommended compensation system and pay adjustments for non-union employees.
Excellent. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Motion
you.
carries. Thank you, Peter.
The second decision for you this evening related to the FY21 budget is the follow-along to last week's discussion about the swimming pool. So you'll recall that earlier, weeks ago in the budget process, we were asked about the cost to replace the pool house, and we brought that information to last week's meeting. There are a few different options for how that might be done, and the current cost estimates for those range from $475,000 to $760,000. You had some discussion about that, and then moved pretty quickly into the broader context within which that decision would be made related to the overall pool facility. After extended discussion around that, the direction from the board was for staff to bring back a cost estimate, a proper budgetary figure for what it would take to do a conceptual plan and a budgetary cost estimate for replacement of the entire pool facility, rather than just the consideration to put into the capital budget potentially the additional funding for the pool house, but rather with an eye towards what we expect will be a recommended bond for needed improvements at the Living Memorial Park and at the Public Works facilities in FY23, 2 years from now, where we have elsewhere in the budget funding to do the engineering work that's needed for the 2 other components at Memorial Park. And last year, the same kind of engineering money was funded for the work that needs to be done in the planning process for DPW. And so that work will be completed over the next year. And a year from now, the select board will be looking at how to frame the work necessary to get ready for a potential bond issue the following year. So it's basically a 2-year process of planning deciding how to proceed, preparing to proceed, and then being ready to recommend a bond to town meeting. If the full swimming pool replacement or major component replacement in the context of a long-term plan is to be included within that FY23 bond, then we estimate $30,000 as what will be necessary to perform the engineering conceptual planning work for that project to come along at the same schedule as the other two components at Memorial Park and the public works facilities. And so the question before you this evening is whether or not to add $30,000 to the transfer to the capital projects, the capital projects transfer from the general fund to the capital fund, whether to add $30,000 to that line item of the FY21 budget to fund engineering work in preparation for scoping a possible full pool replacement.
Thank you, Peter. Sometimes it can feel overwhelming when we talk about updating police, moving police stations and fire stations and public works and things at our parks. But I think it's important, it's important for us to remember that we live in an aging town, and that's just going to be what happens. These aren't like our homes where 4 people go in and out of it and maybe we can fix things here and there. These are heavily used buildings that carry a lot of liability for humans that come in and out of them. And it's important to look at them differently than you would how you update your old house. Are there any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Liz?
I particularly like the way that this budget item is framed. We're talking about this now, right?
Sure. So would you like me to explain that to the public?
Yes, I would, because I think it influences our decision.
Sure. So what Liz is describing, for the benefit of those who may not have looked at this online or have it in front of them at home, is at the bottom of the second page of a 2-page memo. So the first page was that summary that I alluded to earlier. The top of the second page is the specific information about the 2 questions for tonight's decision making. And then the board has an important final decision to make regarding the overall FY21 budget that you will recommend for town meeting consideration. And so because staff couldn't predict where you would necessarily land this evening on the 2 pending questions, we presented 4 alternatives kind of as a menu. The first one we know is no longer relevant. That was the net impact of all prior changes only, with nothing else added tonight. You've made the decision to add the non-union pay increases. Thank you for that. And so number 1 and actually number 3 also are no longer relevant to your decision making. Number 3 being the net impact of all prior changes and the swimming pool engineering, but without the pay raises. So what remains in terms of the summary of the impacts, and we present it this way when you get to making your final decision so that it can be really clear to you of how what you're doing tonight relates to what you've done earlier in this process, and then how the 2 together are the impact to bring forward to the public. And so if you were to not approve the $30,000 to do the engineering for the pool, the place where this budget would land in terms of impact on municipal property taxes would be a 2.9% increase, a 3.77 cents increase, which equates to $37.70 per $100,000 of property value as an increase on the annual tax bill. And then if you did decide to add the $30,000 for the engineering for the pool, then option 4 would be where you'd land. And that would result in a 3.1% or 4.03 cents increase in the municipal property tax rate, which equates to $40.30 of additional taxes per $100,000 of property value.
So, back to,
I wish you would.
Okay, so here it all is laid out for us, and it's very interesting because last year's budget, although I wasn't on the select board last year, I was on the finance committee and at town meeting. And the goal of the select board, and which ultimately became the goal of town meeting, was to advance the 1% in order to keep the tax rate low for the middle class, for this vitality of the town, to keep that priority uppermost in our minds. And so this year, it's from the big picture, what we're looking at is, these employee negotiations, and they're multi-year negotiations with 3 unions and 1 non-union. So it seems to me that that's been the organized thrust of all our work. And then it boils down to, it's funny that it boils down to either item 2 or item 4. And when you look at item 2 and item 4, to keeping it in context of the fact that last year we did not have a tax increase because of the 1%. So now with these 2 things, we're looking at a pretty large tax increase with the pool. And it's interesting to me that just this one thing is kind of tipping us over the scale of reasonableness. And so I'm voting to support the pool design next year so that we can maintain our goal of having a reasonable tax rate, and understand that the organization of this year's budget was for employee salaries, and next year we can be moving on to more capital planning for our recreation and infrastructure.
Do you think that would work, doing the engineering next year and then still trying to fit it in for, I just lost the year, FY23. Thank you.
It would not be in the same time frame as the bond projects. I would say, I choose my words carefully because the pool is a very worthy project. You had a lot of conversation about it last week. You heard from Carol eloquently speaking about what the pool represents to some folks in our community who don't have the resources necessarily for other forms of recreation or vacations. And so we all recognize that. Preserving the pool as an important part of our recreational facilities and programming is essential. Staff didn't recommend this. Staff has produced the information you've asked us to produce. And the reason we didn't recommend it, we mentioned this last week, and so I'll reiterate it tonight, is we see the ultimate replacement of the swimming pool as something that will be important and necessary in the years to come, but is not urgently needed right now. We've invested hundreds of thousands of dollars at the pool in the last couple of years to address a leakage issue and to safe up the pool deck. And so it is staff's perspective that this kind of a long-term planning effort is entirely appropriate and something we should undertake as a community, but it frankly wouldn't even need to be next year, but just, sort of sometime in the relatively near future that we could do the planning so that in the mid to long-term future, we're addressing the need. And the reason we feel that way is because of the magnitude of what the gotta-dos look like, both at Living Memorial Park and for the operation of the Public Works Department. And so what we brought to you earlier in this process as our recommendation was fund the engineering necessary to address the things that absolutely have to be done. The deficiencies at the rink that are going to cause the rink to close if we don't address them. And to address the deficiencies at Public Works that make it not a sufficiently safe facility because of improvements that need to be made to a facility that hasn't much been upgraded since literally about the 1950s or 60s. So those are the things we think we need to be focused on as necessary in the bond for FY23. And we see the pool as being something really beneficial for the community, really important for us to look ahead at and plan for ultimate replacement in a way that'll serve the next few generations of folks here in Brattleboro. but not something that needs to be on this same time frame for the FY23 bond.
And we're not looking at the pool closing. If we
No, that's exactly
don't
right.
make this decision tonight, we're not putting our community members who spend our few brief weeks of summertime at that pool every day at risk.
That's exactly right. In fact, summer of 20 would look a lot like summer of 19. 2020 would look a lot like 2019 at Memorial Park at the pool.
Daniel.
So just to kind of make sure I understand this right, so the potential bond issue, what was it, in 2023 is substantial and is addressing things that need to be addressed, right? Because they're like mission critical things. If that bond is, passed, how much longer would we be looking out from 2023 before we were able to take on a project like renovating the swimming pool to make it a beautiful, shining star in our town?
So the timing of the 2023, the reason we're targeting 2023 as the timing for that bond is it coincides with when some prior debt is falling off the budget. It's a particularly advantageous time to add new debt because the full impact of that new debt will not be felt by the taxpayers. It'll be a while before that happens again. But the swimming pool is also a candidate, we think, for, with enough advance notice for some grant funds, for some community fundraising. There's ways in which we could go about that project over a period of years to be ready then to construct it, when it needs to be constructed. And so it's a bit of a wishy-washy answer because frankly, I think the fair answer in terms of creating reasonable expectations is we're not talking about just a year or two after FY23, which means we're talking sort of a decade out from now, but where the planning could be going on over the next few years in a way that positions us to then have several years of getting ready to do it. And then we'd be in a position to do it somewhere in the time frame that's kind of a decade or so out.
Yeah. That's kind of an exciting idea for me that we could potentially, a decade from now, have a facility that is for everybody and maybe could include year-round use. We're not very well served for indoor pools for people without a whole bunch of money. I know community members that go all the way to the Y in Keene, and instead of that money leaving our town, we could keep it here. But I don't think that now is the right time to be planning for something of that scale.
If I might, Carol's here, and I want to make sure, as I answer boldly and specifically, that I know that we're generally on the same page. If there's something specific that you think needs to be added, please speak up.
Yeah. So for the most part, I think we're right on target. There are a couple little items that we may have to invest in along the way, per se. There's no safety issues that we have to say, hey, we need. There's no. We're not going to open in 2022, 2023. Though that's not the situation. But I think you might have to invest in some more patching at the pool. It's still a 1957 pool. We slowed down the leak and then stopped the leak. I mean, I would be totally dismissive if I wasn't being totally upfront with you that, the stopper is not holding it all back. There is still some leakage. So we may have to invest in some, continue the Band-Aid. If you hear what I'm saying. Certainly we're going to need to do maybe some spruce up in the locker room, tiling, rubber flooring, to buy us those 10 years. If we're talking a decade out here, we may have to do some of those things. Not this summer, but something we do need to be totally upfront about, just those type of little things that can buy us the amount of time that we do need, just being totally upfront.
Thank you.
Does that fit in? Oh, go ahead, Tim.
Well, I actually have to jump in. I don't think 10 years should be a goal. I think sooner than 10 years should be a goal. And I know I might be unrealistic, but I think it's an important resource for our community. It's already an incredibly important resource to so many community members. But it doesn't feel that necessary to really go on about it. But I did start to become concerned about the absolutely needed bond items becoming sort of an everything bond, and getting out of control. And the 30K expenditure sounds easy and makes sense until I started to think about it a little more, and I started to realize that I still, as I mentioned last meeting, I don't have a really good read on what our community wants, and I don't think we should even spend $30,000 on, conceptual plans before we know that we all want this and we're willing to take that leap, and with the added plan of maybe bringing in some partners and some donations and making it more of a community push outside of the taxpayer expenditure. So, but I just wanted to stick that in there, that I'm not sure it should be like, we're definitely going to do this in 10 years, because that feels too far away from me.
Feels too far.
But what I do want to commit to is this board, or whatever future board makeup we have when it gets warmer. Someday it will get warmer, right, Carol?
It will.
I know.
It always does.
It's hard to remember sometimes in January, to go out for a site visit and to really start that conversation about, hey, why are they out here? Well, it's because we want to start a community conversation about how to go about this in a sensible way. So.
Brandy, one more thing. I wouldn't want to gloss over a little item that Peter said, which is fundraising, and I happen to know that Carol's very good at that. So to be planning that at the same time would be great.
When you hear Carol say things like, we're going to need patches and this and that along the way, does that feel like something that you're confident bringing to future boards, whatever makeup those are, and standing behind those?
Absolutely.
And I'm still laser focused on the skateboard park, so I think we all...
Oh yeah, that topic's been opened back up.
Sure.
Uh-huh.
Good, let's keep it open and keep hammering away. Right?
I'm hoping that we'll be going out very soon out to bid. I've got a pretty good sized meeting later this week that will be tidying some things up to get that RFP out.
I know you've been... A lot of people have been working hard on it, so thank you very much.
All right.
Thanks, Carol.
Does everybody feel like they know what they need to know at this moment?
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Is there anybody in the room that is not sitting at this table that would like to make any comments before we formalize our motion for the Live in Memorial Park swim pool renovation or replacement item? Okay.
May I?
Yeah.
In the absence of direction to add this item,
Yeah.
it simply won't get added.
Oh, okay, we don't have to
I think
formalize.
that's
It
where
doesn't
you're
need a
landing,
motion.
and if
Yeah,
it is
all
where
right,
you're
yeah.
landing, we can move along to just, I should summarize, I think, one more time where this leaves
Okay.
the overall budget,
Okay.
and see if you're comfortable that we're ready for us to finalize everything and bring it to you next week, so you can look at the 18 pages of it and say, yep, that's our budget.
Sounds
Okay.
perfect.
So of the four options at the bottom of the second page of the cover memorandum for today, you have the decisions you've made land you at option 2. That's the net impact of all prior changes and the non-union pay increases, which is an increase of $59,014 in property taxes above and beyond the budget that has been out on the internet now for almost 3 months, the staff's proposed budget from the first week of November. So for the benefit of the public who may want to look at this before next Friday when we put out the updated proposed budget, it is that budget which is out on the internet right now, plus $59,014. And the component pieces of that, those increases, there's 4 things that are causing the increases. One is the response, the board's positive response to the Human Services Review Committee of Representative Town Meeting, which requested that the allocation of funding for human services be increased by $4,510. The second is your positive response to the Chamber of Commerce and the Downtown Brattleboro Alliance for the request that the Community Marketing Initiative funding always represent 10% of the prior year's receipts on the rooms and meals tax. We had, as staff, in our proposed budget to you, shown it as a flat number based on last year's $42,119 allocated to this funding. The request was to let that be a number that floats with the actual receipts. You approved that at least for this year and as general guidance to the staff going forward. And so this year's impact is $1,629 additional dollars. And you also approved last week funding for Project Care of $16,000 to fund transportation services and the recovery coach services. This evening, you've approved $36,875 additional dollars of funding for the non-union employee pay adjustments. And the total of those four items is $59,014. That total impact of the recommended adjustment then of the recommended FY21 budget as compared to the FY20 budget that was adopted at representative town meeting last year, this would be a 2.9% increase in the municipal property tax rate, a 3.77 cents increase in the municipal property tax rate, which equates to $37.70 increase in the annual tax bill per $100,000 of property value. And you don't need to take a motion on that tonight, but if that summary lands you in the place that you thought you were landing, I just need to know that you're ready without any further ado for us to bring you the budget for you to approve as your proposed budget for town meeting.
Thank you, Peter. People sitting at this table?
So,
Yeah?
I'm in.
good.
Timothy?
I want to just point out something. That in the past, this board has dipped into fund balance to ameliorate some of the effects on our taxpayers. I'd like to say that I'm not in favor of doing that, partly because of, Franz, you brought up some interesting data the other day. Sorry I had to call you out. It was supposed to be a compliment. But concern about towns maintaining fund balance is a good one. And it seems under the recommended level of reserve funds that a town should have to be wise in today's world. So I'm not advocating for doing that this year, as we have in the past. But I am hoping that everyone does realize that there is some good news. Someone mentioned the 1% local option tax. So what looks to be very good news is coming down the pike, hopefully. And I'm to the tune of, so people don't have numbers in front of them like we do, but we have budgeted as income $630,000 for a 1% local option tax. Our first quarter report is something in the neighborhood of $211,000. So, and there is some reason to believe that that's average or possibly even low for a quarter, because it doesn't reflect the strongest quarter traditionally as far as sales tax. So we're looking at possibly in the neighborhood of $200,000 more in revenue to offset taxpayer burden. So I think this is a good thing. I'm not proposing anything here, but I want what Liz said earlier about the mission of the 1% local option tax to be held close to our hearts as we go forward into town meeting, because I really hope that people will hang on to that, not feel super rich, and use it to, to think that our increase is hopefully not as bad as it looks on paper currently. So I'm not making a proposal, but I just wanted to throw that out there that that's a positive thing.
It's real money.
And as much as I would love to see our general fund operations flatline or go down a little bit as it did last year, it doesn't look like that can happen. We've invested a lot in our community and our people, and I think that's the most important thing to invest in. But it certainly played into my thoughts on pool houses and studies and things like that. So,
Thanks, Tim.
thanks.
Franz?
Franz Reichsman, Finance Committee. Based on Selectwoman McLaughlin's remarks last week, in which she seemed to think at times perhaps I get a little bit verbose, I'm going to refrain from relating the story that I
can't
might
imagine that I would say
otherwise have told. However, I will bring up a substantive point, and I just want to make sure that the additional separate articles that'll be warned have budgetary implications. And it seems like most of them, but I want to know if all of them are included in the budget estimates that you just gave.
Yes,
Thank you.
They are, with one exception, which is the SEVEDS funding that doesn't appear in the general fund budget. That would be, if it's approved, if that article is approved, that funding would come from program income. But each of the others is a general fund expense and is reflected already in the general fund budget.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good question, Franz. All right, Peter, what do you need from us? Something formal or general nods?
No, this is, again, a moment where if you don't direct any further changes, what we're going to bring to you for next Tuesday night is the budget with the changes that I itemized earlier that you've previously directed. It'll all be in there so that you can look at it and, as I said, sort of say, yes, this is our budget. We're ready to send it to representative town meeting. We'll have that, and then in the follow-up to the discussion you're going to have later this evening about the warnings, the same thing will be true of next week's meeting. We'll have the warnings in front of you in a form where we expect that it'll be just looking at it and saying, yes, that's our warning. We're ready to issue it.
Well, great. So it looks like for the budget item, we are doing that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we are now moving into new business.
Yes.
And our first item of new business is the monthly financial report for December. Peter?
I'm happy to report that things are in solid shape. We are halfway through the fiscal year. This is the report through December 31st. So the first 6 months of the fiscal year. And the prorated total expenditures, and why I say prorated is because there's those couple of very large expenses that are incurred early in the year, and then those get prorated out over the 12 months so that we can see actually what our spending rate looks like. The prorated general fund expenditures are at 48.6%, and then the same with the utilities fund. The prorated utilities fund expenditures are at 49.3%. Through the first 6 months of the year. Revenues also are in good shape in both areas, and the parking fund expenditures are at 48.4%. So solid all the way around. We have the information as usual about the solid waste disposal fund. Those revenues and expenditures lag, so we're always a little behind. But we're in good shape where the revenues are exceeding the expenditures at 45.4 and 44.2. And the loan report shows that we have $4,193,297 of outstanding loans. All of them are current except for one loan that is in default and fully reserved. And then there's the continuing note about the cultural intrigue balance that will not be recovered that we've been just carrying as a book entry. The program income report shows that we have $499,025 available funds for additional grants and loans as of December 31st. You have recently approved one additional loan and the recommendation that you're making to representative town meeting for the SEVEDS funding. So in the next few months, this number will come down, but 499 is a above average figure. We often run in the $200,000 to $300,000 range. We like it when there's a bit more in there because it gives us some flexibility for additional grants and loans. So, you know, drawing down off of this from $499 down to something closer to $400,000 is still solid position for that fund. We have 41 active grants that we're administering and 4 grants where we are in the application cycle to potentially receive some more of other people's money.
Thank you, Peter, and thanks to John Connor for putting this together.
You're going to ask if we have any questions?
I was just getting to that.
Oh, okay. I thought you were
I
going
said,
right.
This was me. Quit, and then
I thought Daniel might not have an opportunity to ask a
I
question.
just turned the page. Does anybody have any questions?
Do you have a question?
I do. It's probably easy, but it's top of mind. I noticed that Public Works traffic light is a little high in the expenditures for contractual repairs and parts. Would you like to take this opportunity to say anything about our traffic?
About that light?
So yes, the lights
got
on
people
flash at High Street and Main Street are the result of someone hitting the pole there and knocking out the controller. Unfortunately, it happens from time to time, and usually we're able to repair it quicker than has been true this time. We're waiting on a part that we thought we would have already had, and we'd be back on cycle. So I don't have an up-to-the-minute update of how many more days we think we're going to be on flash, but I know that we had expected to actually get it restored before the weekend. We're still waiting on the part. As soon as the part comes in, it'll be a high priority to get that repaired.
Forgive me for being semi-flippant here, but is there any way to buy 2 of everything that thing has?
Let me check on
Yeah,
that.
but Tim wouldn't like it when the budget comes.
I know, but
that's actually.
But really, it's. I hear a lot that people, it really impacts people's.
Oh, I crossed the street there
Quality
last
of life.
night, and it was.
We have some
I ran the
knots.
gauntlet.
It's a good question.
It's a good exercise in cooperation and community spirit.
It certainly is.
But not everyone is on the same page with that.
Right. No, it creates a difficult situation, particularly for pedestrians, but also for people entering into Main Street from the side streets. And
It's awful.
it's a really good question as to what would it take for us to actually store some spare parts. I think it's a more complicated question than just
I'm sure.
Can we get 2 of that thing next time, because it's not always the same thing that gets damaged. But it's a question that we'll pursue to see whether or not we can be a little more resilient about these situations.
That's why I said semi.
Thank you. Yeah, no
Running
problem.
across that street
Thank you.
after dark last night was super exciting for me. Okay, are there other questions or comments regarding the financial report prepared by John O'Connor and delivered by Peter Elwell this evening? Okay. Do I need a motion for this? Perfect, just letting you finish writing. Okay, so our second item is a visit, presentation, discussion with Southeast Vermont Transit, also known as SEVT. If you would like to come up and join us at our side table and give yourself and your company you represent a good introduction.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Thank you very much. My name is Randy Shoemaker. I'm the CEO of Southeast Vermont Transit, and Southeast Vermont Transit is made up of the mover in Wilmington and the current based in Rockingham. And we merged those 2 companies in 2015, and we have been merging ever since. But it was the current division of our company that runs the Brattleboro service, formerly known as the B Line, has been for many years. And so we have merged, and now we are one company. We don't play the SEVT card a lot, but we're mostly known as the mover and the current. And so I've been lucky enough to come in front of the Brattleboro board most every year. I think I've skipped maybe 1 year in the past 5 or 6 to brief you on where we're at and what's going on in your town's transit system. And I prepared a handout I'm sure that Jan has circulated to you, and I don't think I need to read it to you, but I would like to highlight some of the things that are happening with the transit system in town. You might remember that we operate the red, white, and blue lines. We operate also demand response service for seniors and people with disabilities. Demand response is you call and make a request for a ride, and we come by and pick you up, usually on a door-to-door or curb-to-curb basis. Brattleboro is a municipality, so we have ADA paratransit service. And we deliver rides by a number of different sources, and you may see a car go by with a magnet on the side that says current, but we do have 15 very active volunteer drivers, and they're providing a tremendous amount of service in addition to the buses that you see rumbling around town. Really a noble cause and a noble group of people that we're lucky to work with. Since I think 4 years ago, we have been renting a small office in the transportation center. It started out as $100 a month. I think we're up to $108 with inflationary changes. We have a signed contract with you until 2023. And it's a place for our drivers to maintain supplies and for us to just do very basic support functions. It's not really an office or a dispatch center or what have you. We do store 6 buses up at Tarmies, and we really do need a facility in town. We need a bus wash, we need a fueling station. We need to see if we can get our buses indoors at some point. We've identified the needs to our chief funding agency, which is the Ron Agency of Transportation, and capital funds are, like every other fund, tough to get at, but we're in line, so to speak, and in the absence of earmarks, which the state enjoyed a real plethora of, we need to continue to plan and wait. We did meet with DPW a few months ago about any possible shared facilities we could have if that project ever moves forward, and we would revisit that again before we did any land purchase or lease or anything of that nature. So needs to be done. But what is exciting is what we did the past 18 months. I'm jumping down to the new schedule. In the middle of the handout, you can see the hours, rides, and miles, which are the benchmarks for transit that we do in Brattleboro by red line, white line, and blue line. For our last fiscal year, we gave 57,000 rides in Brattleboro, and at a cost of about $670,000. You can see our local funding. And basically what happens in transit is the goal is to have 80% federal and 20% local. And 20% of your funding could be state, may match half of that in some cases, and in some cases they don't. But you can see in Brattleboro by the local funding amount, the town has given us $50,000 for, 8 or 9 years maybe, Patrick, even longer?
That's about right, I think.
Yeah, you would know. You've been here. But we get $15,000 from the town of Hinsdale. We run the Blue Line there. That was a grant that we received a few years ago. And then we collect fares. We have $1 fare per ride. And we've always maintained that fare. I think the riders in town support the bus system. I've talked to previous select boards who wanted to see or to keep the community engaged and demonstrate their support in terms of fares. So we don't hear of people being turned away or I can't afford it. It seems to work out well. And it's a substantial amount of money. But the exciting part that I wanted to talk about briefly was we needed to change the schedule, which was done back in 2014 by a consultant from Colorado. And things got really out of whack between the 3 lines. And we spent 18 months talking to people, focus groups, surveys, public input, outreach. We brought a consultant in. The state helped us with a lot of support. And we ended up taking a lot of money from, a lot of hours, I should say, from the blue line, and we put it into the white line. And then we took the red line, which basically starts in West Brattleboro, the residential part of our system, and it goes through the transportation center and then back out to Market 32. And that used to be a 2-seat ride. You used to have to get off at the transportation center and get on another bus to go out to Market 32. When we redesigned the route, that is now 1 seat. You don't have to transfer. So we made a lot of changes based on suggestions, and ridership increased 13%. So the graph that you see at the bottom, will show you that a 13% increase from October to October is really, really substantial. Most transit in the United States right now is lucky to break even with the previous year, and Brattleboro's enjoying 13% more rides. So we're pleased with the support that we have there. And just a note of explanation on the graph, you can see two numbers for 2018 and 19. One is 60,504 rides, the other is 64,815. The higher number of 64,18 is what those rides would have been if we had counted them the same as the previous year. That two-seat ride I mentioned from West Brattleboro to Market 32, if we had counted apples to apples, we would have been at almost 65,000 rides. So far so good with that. And again, we had a lot of support from the town and a lot of input. The only other thing that we did substantially different last year was we introduced a transit app. The Mover in Wilmington had been the beta site for Vermont for testing an app on your phone to say, where's my bus? When will it be here? And we ironed out a lot of bugs in our neck of the woods over that time period. And then eventually the state went out to bid with it on an open source platform, and several different apps now use the technology. And Brattleboro was implemented late summer as a kind of a soft opening. And we're still working out some kinks here, but this software is really, really good. You can set your phone to tell you when the bus is arriving. It'll give you an alert that if you have to walk to the bus, you better start walking now. It'll help you plan your trips. It will show you physically where the bus is. So a lot of good things. And in Brattleboro, we thought in particular it would be very helpful because of the nature of the rides, the transfers, et cetera, et cetera. So we're excited to bring technology to our little bus system. Any questions about our overview? Yep.
I have two things I want to talk to you about. I'm a big supporter of buses, and I think your ridership could be significantly increased if everybody talked about and promoted the sustainability aspects of taking the bus. Most people, I think, take the bus because they don't have a car. But there's a whole world of people who could take the bus if they realized that public transportation was advantageous to combat climate change. And the other interesting development in Brattleboro that you may not be aware of is that we have a new sustainability coordinator coming in 2 weeks. And I would think it would be a great idea for your company to increase ridership if you worked with the new sustainability coordinator to promote bus ridership as a sustainability action. And the other thing that I think is really necessary that we've talked about in our goals all year is bus signs. Because I don't have, ESP to tell me where the bus is coming. Occasionally I see people standing on the street corner and wonder, oh, they're taking the bus. But there's no sign. And if there were signs, and if those signs talked about your app, that sounds like a wonderful idea, then people could take the bus and they'd know where to get it, and it would be Shangri-La.
We put bus signs up at every stop, a sign that said current, and then a schedule holder with a schedule, and those were removed by previous administration. And so we've put them back up in some cases, mostly on shelters. But we had worked with the town several years ago to get them up. And then over time, a lot of them were removed.
Well, I would hope that maybe we could try that again, because I think it's definitely necessary, and I think
we agree.
You certainly have the support of the select board and town to make that happen, because the bus is a necessary infrastructure, and I think it's a wonderful service, and I thank you for it.
Great. Well, we thank the town for their support, and signs are ready whenever. We should probably have a discussion with Peter and DPW again. But yes, we believe in them too. And every stop with a schedule made just for that stop. Here's when the bus is coming here. You can go to so many towns and just see a sign and there's no schedule attached. But we have a system where we have the schedule for that particular stop.
And then if you could, tell people how to use the app.
Yes.
Yeah, download the app.
That sounds just like a home run. It would be great.
Thank you. You want to throw anybody under the bus? Couldn't resist. Just if I could take a couple more minutes of your time to talk about something newsworthy that we're doing in the very next couple of weeks, and that is we are rebranding the current name and concept into the Mover.
Okay.
So we have the current and the Mover right now, and we're gonna just go like this and just have the Mover.
Not going to be the mover?
Everything's going to be the Mover. So the current, just the concept is going away, but there's no company changes, there's no layoffs, there's no anything.
Yeah.
But you'll start to see spotted buses in town where you used to see current buses. And each bus has destination signs so you can tell them apart. But right next to the door where you get on, there'll be a bright placard that'll have the name, the color, and the number of the route, and whether there's a fare charged or not.
Great.
And down at the transportation center, we may have 2 or 3 buses there at a time. Initially, we may have some people that need help, and we'd be happy to do that. But at Mount Snow, we have 16 buses at a time in a very small area, and we're able to communicate which bus to get on. So it's time for us to just finish the consolidation of our 2 divisions, and we're finding out now we've got 54 buses between the 2 companies that instead of having one fleet here and one fleet there, we're moving buses around a lot more, and that's going to help us. And it's hard to put a spotted bus in a territory where it's all stripes or waves and vice versa. So we're going to have them all spots, and it's going to be a 2-phase program. We don't have the funds to do the whole thing, but we're going to do the Brattleboro buses first. And you'll see the first bus probably by the middle of February with spots. I know you've seen other buses with spots now because we've always been loaning them. But we just purchased 2 new buses for Brattleboro. They're 25-seat buses, brand new, and they're white right now with just a little decal. Those will be spotted with a Holstein design. And we thought that Brattleboro would be the first place to start because both systems meet in Brattleboro. And the rest of the territory and the other 17 or 18 buses will be done probably in the summer or fall, pending a grant, a successful grant application to VTrans, which has already signaled their support of it.
Great.
So pretty soon the drivers will be wearing black and having red on them, and you'll see more spots and less waves.
I see a sign that just is spotted that just says bus. Bus.
You don't like Mover?
I like Mover. I'm just talking about on the side of the road. People don't read very long, just bus.
Yeah. Mover's too long.
Yeah. I'm kidding. You do what you want. It's your brand.
Okay.
That's just my own vision.
All right.
Mover's appropriate since we're, I assume you're making a cow pun.
They're all going to be
with the spots.
Yes.
Right.
Holstein
okay. Well,
design.
Yes. Well, we're the home of Holstein International. So
that's right.
Thank you for starting that with Brattleboro.
Yeah. I have a non-cow related question. Actually, I suppose in some ways it is a cow related question. It's about fossil fuels.
Yeah.
And
dinosaur.
Yeah. And what is the plan for transitioning away from fossil fuels with your bus fleet?
A really good question. We get asked this many, many times.
Yeah, no doubt.
You'll see large transit buses, electric buses, if I understand your question. You'll see, I think, 3 or 4 of them in Burlington. You'll see 2 in Rutland in about a year, and you'll see 2 in the White River Junction area. Those buses are about $1.3 million a piece, and they have very limited range and horsepower. And what I'm driving at is the technology for that is still being developed. Very popular item, very apropos, goes hand in hand with sustainability, et cetera. But the first bus that VTrans ran from Burlington to Montpelier, the electric bus that they ran ended up going 30 miles an hour and got ticketed by the state police for traveling too slow. And they are putting these buses on flat roads. So there's a lot of talk about electric buses. There's electric buses everywhere, but they're short runs on hills and very, very, very expensive. The bus that we just bought for Brattleboro is $175,000, and I realize it burns.
And in the meantime, if we all took the bus, it would be more sustainable.
That's right. We're still saving fossil fuels over cars in terms of if we can fill the bus or half fill the bus, but we're also looking too at other fuels like propane. We see those in national parks now, and those are getting pricey as well. So we're hoping that electricity makes a big turnaround soon, and until that time, they're very expensive and short life and not really made for a hilly area with a lot of people on it.
I had another cow thing that I lost.
Is it a joke?
It was a joke.
Okay.
I can't bring it back. I really appreciate how much time you took to speak to riders to develop this line, and I worked recently with a lot of people that took the bus, and the bus routes are far surpass where they were. So thank you very much,
you.
and it is noticed.
Great. Brattleboro does not hold back on their opinions, and we got lots of it,
God, no.
which is what made the thing work.
Yeah.
When they you said that if you follow what people said,
Yep.
they will come.
That's how you get things done. You're noisy about it. Okay, well, thank you so much
Thank
for
you for
joining
your
us
time
again.
this year. We'll see you next year.
Thank you.
See you next year. Good luck with that branding.
Thank you.
What about these signs?
Yeah, who didn't this? Bus. Cow bus.
At some point.
We'll follow up.
Yeah, I want to know all about that. Okay. So our next item, still under new business, we will be taking a break at 8:15, and right now we are moving along to item C, which is our collective bargaining agreement with the New England Police Benevolent Association, also known as NEPA.
Actually, NEPBA.
Okay. For the period. Can't resist myself tonight. From July 1st, 2019 through June 30, 2022. Peter.
Thank you. So we talked a fair amount about this or around this earlier tonight when we were talking about non-union pay and the fact that there are 4 employee unions, 3 contracts of which got settled last summer. This is the 4th union contract, all on the same schedule for 3-year cycles, this cycle being from July 1st, 2019 to June 30, 2022. And this one actually lagged a little behind the others, really only because we got started later in the negotiations with the NEPBA. The tone of the negotiations was equally positive as it was with the other unions. In each case, it took about 2 or 3 months to negotiate the terms. This particular one, the financial terms came together in October, and so one important point related to the other business this evening is the financial impact of the implementing this contract is already reflected in the budget that staff brought to you at the beginning of this budget process back in November, because we had shaken hands on this back in October with the union. And of course, you know this, but I'll note for the record and for the public, as collective bargaining negotiations proceed, I'm checking back in with the board regularly as we're, from meeting to meeting with the union. I'm back with the board to talk about how that's evolving, to make sure that what staff is negotiating with the union is something that is in line with the board's expectations and what you're going to be ultimately ready to approve. So we got to a place in October where we knew that you would be comfortable with the financial terms of the agreement. It took us a little longer than usual to get the document ready to bring to you, which we did about 10 days ago. No issues arose. It was just a more complicated set of changes this time, and the holidays were in between, and it just was a matter of working drafts back and forth between the union and the town. We got to a place, as I said, about 10 days ago, where the document was ready to bring forward for your approval. We had posted it on the website. We received good feedback from Franz earlier this year that documents of this complexity and impact would be helpful if they were out a little bit further in advance, not just on the Friday prior to the meeting. And so we made a point of making sure that that happened with this document and with the document related to the non-union pay. And we'll make a practice of that going forward. So it's all ready for your approval. The union membership has already voted to approve the contract. With your approval tonight, we'll get it executed and fully implemented.
Excellent. Thank you very much. We at this table have known a lot about this and talked a lot about this. Is there anything that anybody feels like they'd like to mention at this time in the process?
No, I mean, I think it was constructive and teamwork on both sides, and super happy with the way it went.
And again, as I said before, the goal is fairness, and I think that was achieved.
Mm-hmm. And we really appreciate our police department.
Mhm.
Not that we don't appreciate every department, because it's a town where it requires a lot of hard work on many different levels from all of our departments. So I hope that each department, as we've gone through this process, at least can feel our appreciation. Okay. Well,
I'd make a motion.
Well, thank you very much.
Unless Franz has anything else to say.
Oh, Franz, before we're about to make a motion, did you want to speak first?
No, thank you.
Okay. Liz?
I move to approve the collective bargaining agreement between the town of Brattleboro and the New England Police Benevolent Association for the period from July 1, 2019 through June 30th, 2022.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor? Aye. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Okay, we are moving to item D, which is our annual appointments for ratification at representative town meeting, and that is for the town clerk and town attorney. Peter?
Yes, thank you. So we're recommending this evening that both incumbents be reappointed to their positions. Take them as each as a separate independent motion to appoint Hillary Francis for another year as town clerk and the law firm of Fisher and Fisher Law Offices PC as town attorney.
Okay. Is there a discussion on either or both of these positions that are being proposed for re-election? Reappointment,
Thanks.
re-election.
Thanks for all the work that they've done.
Thanks is right.
Indeed.
They seem to be doing an excellent job.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree. Okay, so we're going to take these as two separate motions, and our first motion would be for town clerk. Does anybody want to make that motion?
I'll make a motion to appoint Hillary Francis as town clerk, subject to ratification at the representative town meeting on March 21st, 2020.
Excellent.
I'm quite sure that was right, and then it is.
Then it is. Then it is. So it is. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Excellent. Motion carries. And we have our second motion. Who would like to make that motion?
I'll make it. Move to appoint Fisher and Fisher Law Offices, PC, as town attorney, subject to ratification at the representative town meeting on March 21st, 2020.
Excellent. Daniel has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And that motion carries. We now move to annual contract with the town attorney. Peter?
Thank you. What we're recommending this evening is identical to the existing contract between the town and Fisher Law Offices, with the only exception of the overall total annual retainer being increased by 2% from $108,201 to $110,364. I think Bob Fisher and others on his team have continued to serve the town very well. We've had discussion on prior evenings about particular situations where we were calling upon Bob and his firm about the benefit to the town of having a retainer relationship, so that we don't have to ration our dependency on him. There are definitely months where it's a lighter load for them than what the retainer represents, but there are many months where it's a heavier load, and it's really good for the town to be able to have levelized and stabilized those legal expenses. Right now is a really good example where Bob is having to do the work outside of the courtroom, it's extensive, related to the enforcement of the health code, health order that the select board issued a couple of months back. And we've been back in court. It's been at least 3 times, and I think more than that, and still at least one more visit to go. And all of that is included, all of that litigation representation is included within the retainer fee, just like all the basic advice and weekly services that we receive. So based on all of that, I'm happy to recommend that the board approve the proposed contract for 2020-2021 with Fisher & Fisher.
Excellent. Is there further discussion from board members on this topic besides what Peter has just talked about?
No, I'll just say that it's very rare when we say, "Where's Bob?" He's always there for us, so it's a pretty valuable relationship.
Thank you, Bob. Okay, somebody like to make that motion?
I'll make the motion.
Thank you.
I move to authorize Town Manager Peter Elwell to execute a contract with Town Attorney Bob Fisher for the provision of town attorney services for the 2020-2021 years by Fisher & Fisher Law Offices, P.C., in the annual retainer amount of $110,364.
Excellent. Liz has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion carries. And our last item under new business is review of draft warnings for town meeting election on March 3rd, 2020, and representative town meeting on March 21, 2020.
Just a quick clarification to remind the public, it's our next to last item. It's the last one on the pre-printed agenda.
That's right.
And we will have one more after this, which is the letter to the governor regarding the retreat.
I fell trapped to that already.
No problem. So what's before you does not need any action by you this evening. It will need your approval 1 week from tonight. But it is the draft warning. We actually refer to it in the plural as warnings because, as usual, there are initial articles that are for the annual town meeting election on March 3rd, and then the set of articles that are for the annual representative town meeting on March 21st. The 3 for the annual town meeting election are to choose the officers for the town, and those are identified, enumerated in the article, to choose the officers for the Wyndham Southeast School District, and to vote on the petitioned article regarding the potential change in the form of government to that of a mayoral form. Those 3 will be on the ballot. The set of offices in each of Article 1 and Article 2, and then the ballot question in Article 3 will be on a ballot for the polls for the voting that will occur on March 3rd, and the polls will be open at the American Legion next door here to the Municipal Center from 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. on March 3rd. And then there are 20 some odd. There are 20 exactly articles on the representative town meeting warning for Saturday, March 21st to begin at 8:30 in the morning. And I won't go through each one of those individually. It's in a sequence similar to past years. The substance also similar to, but the dollar figures, of course, unique to the particular circumstances of this year. What is important about this moment is if any of you from your review of these materials in preparation for tonight's meeting have any questions or concerns about either of the 2 sets of articles, we'd ask that you bring those up so that we can get those questions resolved, so that we know that what we bring you 1 week from tonight actually to put out into the public domain on Friday for you to review in preparation for Tuesday, and then what you would be voting on 1 week from tonight. We want to make sure that it's in a form that you won't need to change again next week. And that's just important in terms of both the transparency to the public and the time frame within which these documents end up in the town report, which goes to the printer very soon.
Great, thank you for that.
I have no questions or concerns about the factual accuracy of this warning representing what we hope to do. Yes. I guess I'll leave it at that. I have some questions about town meeting a little bit, but maybe they can wait a second. I don't know.
Does anybody have questions or comments about these warnings, draft warnings as presented in our binders?
May I ask a question I know the answer to?
Sure. Why not?
Just for the
benefit of the public.
Get it out there, yeah. Article 3. Will we be standing and speaking about that?
At town meeting?
Will we
The election one?
speaking?
The one in the election.
Oh, you're talking about the
That's the Australian ballot.
Yeah.
Exactly. What does that mean?
That means that you show up and you cast your vote.
At the polling place.
And no one will know what vote you cast, and there will be no discussion about it.
Yep.
That is correct. The 3 articles for the March 3rd ballot are just that. They will be voted on that ballot on that day. The items that will be discussed and then voted by representative town meeting are the remaining 20.
Thank you for that clarification. Just wanted to put that out. It's not, apparent to everyone.
I agree with that.
Yes.
But that's the way that goes with those articles.
And furthermore, the process of getting an article on one of these warnings is one where you choose which warning it goes on. So it's a choice to put it as an Australian ballot, and it's a choice to put it at a representative town meeting where you might have like a 5-hour-long conversation about it. Those are choices that people make.
And just to clarify, you're not Australian, so you don't have no say.
It's so funny. A lot of
What is
people,
happening?
a lot of people in the last few weeks have said, "Are you Australian?"
Because they want to offer condolences for
Turn it off, Chris.
fires.
Whatever's going on.
Yeah, maybe that's it.
Oh, God. You're Australian.
Are you a Kiwi?
ballots.
No, I'm not. A town meeting rep reached out to me this week, and they were kind of curious about so I think last year was their first time being a town meeting rep.
Okay.
And it was a long meeting, as we know.
Sure.
And they were curious about whether or not some of the things that end up on the warning could be dealt with elsewhere. And I'm presuming not, hence them being on the warning.
That's correct.
Yeah.
So that's actually a really good segue to something I realized as you've been having your discussion that I left out of the opening remarks. And so it's important just to note for the record that these obviously don't just appear, but they also are not just something that Jan and I throw together.
Right.
This has had extensive coordination with and approval of both Lauren Crisp as the moderator and Bob Fisher as the town attorney. Jan does the heavy lifting on it, but the 4 of us collaborate around it, and we check as needed on the details of certain pieces with other people, Hillary especially, but sometimes others. So this is the result of a team effort. We're confident that it's accurate and proper. And one of the ways in which it's accurate and proper is, there's really no such thing as like a consent agenda for a town meeting. You got to deal with each item. Each article needs to address a single topic. And so it's necessary to do this. The amount of time that the body debates any particular one is obviously something that's up to the body.
There's the rub.
And some of these are routinely dealt with in just a matter of moments because they're so routine. But each one does need to be its own separate item.
And each one must be on here.
And each one must be on here. You're right. These are things that under state statute have to be done by. Often in the statutes, there's one nuance to this as far as how it relates to Brattleboro. Often it's referred to as the voters of the town, but the voters of the town for Brattleboro in the town meeting, our unique representative town meeting form, there are things that go on the ballot, the offices, and that's per our charter. And then the majority of issues that under state statute have to be approved by the voters of the town are dealt with by representative town meeting at the day-long Saturday meeting.
And that was the one other thing they brought up. Does it have to be a meeting that takes place over one day?
It doesn't have to be a meeting that takes place over one day. It is
2 days?
not always as long as last year. So last year was a particularly long meeting going on until I believe about 9:30 in the evening. It's pretty common that it goes till late afternoon, even to 5 or 6. It's pretty uncommon that it goes to 8 or 9. I'm aware of at least one occasion. I was not a participant at that time, but I'm aware of at least one occasion when it was going so late on the Saturday that the body decided to reconvene. I believe it was the next day. I don't know if either of you know that. It was the next day, Sunday afternoon, I think, is when the group came back together to finish the business. So that's happened at least once. My understanding is there was a fair amount of disagreement about whether that alternative is better than just persevering through and getting it done on Saturday evening, because of the fact that the people haven't planned to be together on Sunday afternoon, but they have planned to be there for a long day on Saturday.
It's the New England way to plow through the pain.
It is, isn't it?
It really is. I'm not saying it's the healthiest. I'm just saying it is.
Yeah.
Franz, join in.
We do that in Australia as well.
What? Raise your hands?
I plow through the pain.
No, except you do it the other direction, right?
Franz Reichman, District 2 Town Meeting Representative. I think it's a little worse than what you're painting there, Peter, because I think there's been a trend towards longer meetings. It's not just one outlier. At least that's how it feels to me. I don't have any data to back that up.
Right.
On a perhaps more hopeful note, with the school district now no longer a separate entity that requires votes at town meeting. I mean, some years as we may recall, the school budget took a total of 3.5 minutes.
Sure.
But that was after you guys had already beaten us to a pulp with the municipal stuff.
Yeah, I've seen that, or vice versa.
Anyway, so yeah, I still have concerns about this, and I think maybe some of this mayoral thing is driven by concerns about the length of town meeting. What I would hope is that town meeting representatives prepare themselves well, perhaps by reading some reports from some town meeting committees, so that things can go smoothly. At least that's my hope.
Yeah,
That's my hope too, Franz. I like that hope.
We like that hope.
It's also important to remember that we at this board don't drive anything. So if the body ever decided to recess or the meeting was going too long, that wouldn't be something that came from this table when we're there. We can join in the conversation, but we're not the bosses of the applesauces on that day.
No.
Unfortunately.
But we sort of guide.
How often do you say that phrase in the course of the day, Britt?
Something occurred to me.
What I say in the course of my day is, I'm the boss applesauce. I try not to say that at this table. That's with the kids.
It occurred to me to, in that spirit that Franz mentioned, should we do we have dates yet for informational meeting?
We do.
That's
good. So
we
the informational meeting, just to help people be able to recall this for themselves going forward, is always on the Wednesday evening that is 10 days prior to the town meeting. So it's Wednesday, March 11th this year, 10 days prior to the March 21st town meeting. And
it's 10 days prior to town meeting, which is the third Saturday after the first Tuesday. So that really, I don't understand why people don't always know when the date is.
Right.
Wow.
But if you back time from the town meeting date, you can always go to 10 days earlier on a Wednesday. That's when we'll be at Academy School having the information meeting. Which reminds me to also point out, unfortunately, this year we're going back to the multi-purpose room at BAMS for the town meeting. There was a snafu with the scheduling of the BUHS gym. We'll get way out ahead of that next year. We'll go back to the BUHS gym for 2021. But the 2020 representative town meeting will be in the multi-purpose room at BAMS.
That's not going to put us back on the stage, is it? Because that was a real
It is not going to put us back on the stage. We are going to go up there and look at the site again and see if we can set it up. The way that we set it up the year we were not on the stage was problematic for BCTV and a concern to some of the participants in the meeting. And so we're going to go up and see if we can work with the room to be a better layout. But I don't know exactly how it'll be laid out for this meeting. We will go back to the BUHS gym for the following year.
Very high chairs, perhaps, for the board. I'm quite sure.
Let me just ask, so that's March 21st for town meeting and March 11th for informational?
That is correct.
And election day is the 3rd?
That's correct.
And there's only one informational meeting because there's no school?
That's exactly right. March 11th will be the only information meeting this year.
Okay.
And so, wait a second.
Well,
So
we got to recess at 8:15 specific.
Oh, it's 8:12. So this Article 3 about fundamentally changing the form of governance, how are people going to make a decision about that? Is it our job to be involved in that work?
How do we know? We don't know anything about it.
Well, we could speak freely.
Yes.
Of course. But I
Of
don't see
our-
it as my
of our
job
opinions.
to explain anyone's intent, which I feel is quite unclear.
Agreed.
And it's advisory.
What does advisory mean, Peter?
Advisory means that the outcome of the vote will provide guidance to the select board, but not direct the select board to take any particular action.
Thanks for that clarification.
Will provide guidance or not, depending on your perspective. Because in my opinion, you still don't really have guidance once you have a yes or a no.
Maybe it's
I
guidance
hear
to
what you're saying.
research it.
Yes, I hear what you're saying. The question, even if you answered it yes or no, you still don't know what
does
it
it mean?
means. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Fair.
So at this time,
I don't want to sound dismissive. I just feel it's not wonderful wording.
Yep.
At this time, we are going to take a
Can I make,
recess.
I'm sorry, Brandy, can I make one comment?
Yes.
We think there's going to be a change on the March 3rd ballot. We think this Article number 2 is going to be removed.
Article number 2, to choose
Yes,
all
we got
Wyndham
We
Southeast.
got a very late email this afternoon,
Okay.
and I forwarded that to Lauren and to Bob
Okay.
to see. But the school is
Okay.
going to have their own separate ballot and not part of, warning and not part of our warning.
I guess that makes
Would it be
sense
on the
as
same
things
day
are
still?
going.
It'd be on the same day still?
No, well, the school annual meeting is the Tuesday, March 17, before representative town meeting. The school is no longer the town school board, it's now the town school district, and they are sort of operating separately this year.
Huh.
Okay, thank
What
you
do
for
you
that,
know?
Jan.
Yeah, thanks.
And
It's
we'll have
important.
that explicitly buttoned down in time for the warning that we'll be in front of you for an actual
Yes, we'll
approval
probably
next
know
week.
tomorrow.
Okay. Thank you very much for that. That's late breaking. It's important news. So at this point, we are going to take a recess. I will see everybody back here in 10 minutes.
If you have one item left, we
Are you sure?
plow through. It's pointless.
That was not directed to you. You don't have to plow.
Just like Australia.
Jesus.
Just
Okay,
like
well,
Australia.
where are we, Peter? What are we
So
looking at?
you have one remaining item. It is the one that got added to tonight's agenda. And if you'll indulge me, I think it would be proper, since it's unusual for us to add something, that even though I
Yes.
read this in its entirety at the beginning of the meeting, since you're about to consider it and act upon it, I'd like to read it in its entirety again for those who may be still watching. If that's okay with the board.
Yeah, I think it's a good idea.
Thank you.
It's a letter from the Brattleboro Select Board to the Honorable Philip B. Scott, Governor of Vermont. Dear Governor Scott, thank you for announcing in your State of the State address that the Brattleboro retreat, quote, is simply too critical for us to let fail, end quote, and that its closure, quote, would have a devastating impact on our mental health system and the region's economy, end quote. We completely agree. We are writing today in favor of a more robust state partnership with the retreat. This is an issue of central importance to our constituents in Brattleboro, to our neighbors throughout Windham County and Vermont, who depend on the retreat for jobs and commerce, and most importantly, to the individuals and families who depend on the retreat to preserve and improve their very lives. The retreat has been an important institution in our community for almost 200 years. In the 21st century, the retreat has become an important institution for the whole state of Vermont. Partnering with other healthcare providers, social service agencies, law enforcement, and others, the retreat leverages its particular expertise in some of the most challenging aspects of our collective efforts to address mental illness and drug addiction. The retreat provides essential services to Vermonters suffering such acute mental health issues that many other hospitals turn them away. We are counting on you, your administration, the legislature, and the retreat's leadership to agree on a financial plan so that these essential services continue to be available, and so that this major employer continues to be an important economic driver for our region.
Thank you. again for reading that letter. Are there questions or comments on this letter from the board before we take a vote?
No.
Okay. Then I would entertain a motion.
I will make a motion to approve this letter as just read by Peter to Governor Scott, dated January 22nd, 2020.
Excellent. Tim has made that motion. All those in favor?
Aye.
One last reminder, if you plan to be submitted to be a candidate, to be on the ballot, your deadline is Monday, January 27th by 5 p.m. into Hillary or members of the staff at the town clerk's office downstairs in the municipal building. At this time, I would entertain.
This chair could be yours.
This chair could be yours for the mere price of doing that on time.
Go to the white chair. There you go.
I would entertain at this time a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Meeting adjourns at 8:20. Thank you.
Practical time.
Not bad. Not
It's been a
bad.
while.
Until next week. I'm gonna know what hit us.
Now then, I'm
Here you
gonna
go.
text my wife to let her know that I need picking up.
You do that.